I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Fred Upton, who has represented the 6th District in the U.S. Congress since before it was called the 6th District, is defending his seat from Democrat John Hoadley. We've got state house races impacting areas of Berrien, Cass, and St. Joseph County in Michigan. We'll keep an eye on those as well. Michael Majerick, hoping to continue as the 12th District Commissioner in Berrien County, facing a challenge from Democrat Michael Poorman. Then in Cass County, the 7th District Commissioner seat is up for grabs between Democrat Ron Reeves and Republican Jeremiah Jones. We're also keeping an eye on a pair of state proposals that are on the ballot, one dealing with the collection and usage of money from oil and gas mining on state-owned lands, the other requiring a search warrant to access a person's electronic data and e-communications. We're going to have details on all of this, of course, throughout the night and, of course, tomorrow morning on Michiana's Morning News. Watching Michigan, I'm Tommy Lee, MNC News.
All right, thank you very much, Tommy. And do stay with us throughout the night. We'll be here for hours on end here on 95.3 FM, or stream us at 953mnc.com, the MNC app, or on your smart speaker when you go to bed tonight. We have election results being updated at our website as well. And for important results as they come in, text NEWS, N-E-W-S, to 45364. I'm John Zimney, News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for tuning in to News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. John Zimney doing his best to translate for Joe Biden there. The last little bit of his news We are settling in for a long evening. That is, and hopefully we will have the results for you by tonight. It all kind of depends on how things shake up for the presidential election. Obviously, the local races will be called a lot earlier unless something dramatic happens in the presidential race. We are also live streaming at dlive.tv/Casey the host if you'd like to join the video live stream. And, of course, online at 953mnc.com or free in the 95.3 MNC app or anywhere that you get FM signals. So let's take a look at some of the latest updates for the Michiana listeners out there. Obviously, still too early to call the presidential race, but Donald Trump is winning with 0% of the precincts reporting. So we can call it now. It's over. It's finished. He's got 53% of the vote of like 300,000 votes. So let's move to Indiana. Things in Indiana shaking up to be interesting. The Libertarian candidate, Donald Rainwater, has more polling power, more polling results, more supporters, at least in the polls before the election, than any other Libertarian candidate in the United States and in Indiana's gubernatorial history. So this is a huge, huge potential win, even if they lose this race for the Libertarian Party of Indiana. He's been polling anywhere between 10 and 15%. He's currently at 12% with 4% of the precincts reporting. Again, Central Time precincts have just closed. Eastern Time precincts closed at 6 o'clock, so we're able to get results there. Eric Holcomb with 66% of the vote. Woody Myers, the Democrat. Challenger, 22%. Again, Rainwater, the Libertarian, with 12%. And again, with Rainwater, it's less about winning, and it is more about getting more support. Will this tell the Indiana Republican Party that they don't like the way that the governor is handling COVID and the pandemic? Can the Libertarians convert that into long-term support? Or will Rainwater, as many Republicans fear, and I heard about that today when I was out at Monterey, will he split the vote and provide a path for Woody Myers to slip in and potentially defeat Eric Holcomb? If you look at Indiana House District 2, that is the biggest race locally that we're probably paying attention to here in Michiana. Jackie Wolarski and Pat Hackett. Jackie Wolarski, the Republican incumbent, currently with 73% of the vote. Again, this is still very, very early. Don't take any of these results to be any indication of who is winning or who is not winning. But currently at 73% to Pat Hackett's 27%. Representative Jim Banks, the Republican incumbent, is also winning with 13% of his districts with 72% of the vote. For the Attorney General of the state of Indiana, Todd Rokita currently ahead with 68% of the vote over the Democrat Weinsapfel. Is that how you say his name? Did I actually get that right? Holy smokes, look at me. Energy drinks, ladies and gentlemen. Again, that is replacing the former Attorney General, Curtis Hill, who has not won the party's nomination this time around and has been somewhat ousted due to some controversy. So as we start looking forward to some of these results, we will get into Michigan as well, all of that stuff. Just understand that we'll continue to provide these updates throughout the rest of the night. Some of these districts have 0% reporting. Some of them have a little bit more, but a lot of these are just really starting to get in. Once they start going, though, we will start to get results fairly quickly. We'll keep you updated on that. If you would like to send me a text message, you can ask about specific races. Please keep that to local, state, or federal. I don't want to go chasing down results in a congressional district in Montana somewhere. But if you would like to ask about a race that might affect you in the listening audience in Michiana or just on the outskirts of Michiana, I would be happy to go ahead and look that up for you. Just send me a text message with any questions or comments at 45364. Please put MNC at the beginning of that. Again, 45364. So we've got a lot of predictions. And I know that I talked about this on the show today. A lot of you probably didn't listen to the show. So let me just kind of tell you what's happening presidential-wise. 538. This is Nate Silver's group. Probably the most well-known polling firm, probably the one that is most relied upon by cable news networks, but is not often the most accurate. 538 gives President Trump a 10% chance of winning this election. The Economist gives Trump a 3% chance of winning this election. Now, the last time we heard that Donald Trump had a 3% chance to win and his opponent had a 97% chance to win We all know what happened there in 2016. There's a lot of people who do not believe the polls. A lot of people don't trust the polls because the polls have been very inaccurate in previous elections. We don't know if they're going to be accurate this time around. That remains to be seen, but we will certainly continue to pay very, very close attention. A lot of people don't know if we're going to have the results tonight, so not a lot of people are hopeful that we will have those results tonight. There are a couple of things that can happen where we will actually get those results. We're going to go over to John Zimney now for the latest updates. What's going on?
Casey, Associated Press, and this is pretty early, and even here with some of the local and regional races in Indiana, we were not projecting that we would be announcing things this early in the evening, but the Associated Press is projecting Governor Eric Holcomb, the incumbent, the winner of the gubernatorial race with just 8% of the vote being tallied at this point.
Nothing weird or odd about that at all. So we are officially 12 minutes into our live election night coverage. 13 minutes. Yeah, just flipped over. 13 minutes into our election night coverage, and Eric Holcomb has already been called as the winner in the state of Indiana. So there you go. Who's going to get number 2?
At this rate, we might get out by 9 o'clock.
We might get out by 9 o'clock. I mean, who knows?
Keep hoping for that. But
hey, can we just make a bunch of predictions right now, and then we can go ahead and just have the rest of the pizza and salad and head home? Can we just do that? I mean, it doesn't really matter if we're wrong, right? Because everybody else was wrong in 2016, and they still kept their jobs. So I suppose we could be wrong and then just leave. There you go. Eric Holcomb's going to be your governor for another 4 years. So who is going to battle for number 2? That becomes the question. I've actually told you this. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if Rainwater, the Libertarian candidate, actually comes in second. And here's the thing. There's a lot of Republicans who felt that this would be the perfect time to express their displeasure with Governor Holcomb's handling of the pandemic. They feel that he has not led, that he has followed, that he has not exactly followed the science either, that he's just kind of done what needs to be done. Now, I've told you before, while I appreciate that perspective, from an electoral standpoint, he's running against a doctor, which I'm sure the Democrats originally thought was the greatest idea since sliced bread. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Let's have a doctor run against the Republican governor. Who would vote against a doctor being your governor if we're in the middle of a pandemic? Well, it turns out everybody will vote against the doctor in the state of Indiana if you are in the middle of a pandemic, including everybody's pets. So now we're in a situation where the Libertarian candidate, who is polling between 10 and 15%, depending on which poll you're looking at, that is the highest a Libertarian has ever gotten in a gubernatorial race in the state of Indiana. The previous record was 3.9%. I think that was 1 or 2 elections ago. And now we're looking at him possibly getting over 10%, which could be a huge boost for the Libertarian Party. But on the other side of that, it also would send a message to Holcomb that Republicans in the state of Indiana are not exactly thrilled with the way that he has been leading. And they would probably want him to shift a little bit in his policy based on that protest vote. I can tell you right now, that's not going to happen. We talked with people from his campaign today on my radio show. They are convinced that Rainwater's position is an extremist position, Myers' position is an extremist position, and towing that middle-of-the-line policy that Holcomb has been towing is the right course of action for the state of Indiana. And here we are. I mean, the polls just closed not that long ago, and he's already projected to be the winner. So maybe Holcomb isn't exactly wrong. But now, will Myers, the Democrat, get second place? Or will he end up falling into third? We'll see what ends up happening. I tried telling my friend Tony Katz in Indianapolis. He sent me a message a couple of weeks ago, and he goes, what are people's thoughts about Holcomb down there? I said, full-fledged revolt. I wouldn't be surprised if we start diving into these metrics a little bit later over the next week or two, and we start seeing large pockets of anti-Holcomb sentiment in Michiana versus other parts of the state. I would not be surprised to see that at all. But the one thing that I did notice is that most people were not voting for Holcomb. They were voting against Myers. They just did not want Myers and his mask mandate, fines for everybody policy that he's been running on to be the policy and the law in the state of Indiana when it comes to the pandemic. So, again, we'll see exactly what happens with all of that. But We just had it 12 minutes into election night coverage. Governor Holcomb has been declared the presumptive winner in the state of Indiana's gubernatorial race. We've got more live election night coverage happening right here on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
The top news stories.
Joe got $3.5 million from Russia and came through Putin because
That was quick. God dang.
Yeah, if we just go that quick all night long, man, at this pace, we'll be done by 9.
No kidding.
I'm going to switch Fox News over to RLS1.
All right, so Trump has won Kentucky. Biden has gotten Vermont.
Hillary Clinton called hardworking Americans like you deplorable.
You could put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Joe Biden called us bad people.
Not very good people.
Liberal Hollywood attacks our faith.
Amy Comey Barrett, Catholic, really Catholic.
And the liberal media attacks our values.
The credulous boomer Rube that backs Donald Trump.
They openly hope for the...
Who dilly-dally? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you're all having a wonderful night. Sorry, it's been a busy night, and we will continue to obviously do this until we have a result or time runs out on the day, whichever happens first. So Trump has got 8 electoral votes. Biden's got 3. That's the latest we have.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President, Inc.
Think about the heroes who impress our community. Our neighborhoods are safer thanks to the heroes who patrol them. Our homes are protected thanks to the heroes that run into a fire when others run out. Our families are healthier thanks to the heroes who make it their life's work. Our children are educated, even loved.
Because Michigan had their gubernatorial election 2 years ago.
Daily freedoms are
So they're not voting now.
Heroes in the military who fight to protect them. It's with great pleasure that we recognize our heroes, honor them, and serve them as a small token of our sincere appreciation. Impress Jewelry Creations, 95.3 MNC, and those who partner with us are recognizing hometown heroes with commitment.
If only it was the lobster.
And give back to the men and women who serve our country and our communities. Saying thank you is just the beginning.
The lobster thing goes back to year 1 of election coverage, right? Yeah. He asked me what I wanted for dinner. I said lobster, and he got me pizza. I was like, this is not what I asked for. So it's a running gag.
At that point. What was it?
Oh, yeah, no. Was it Truvia or whatever?
Yeah, that's it.
Which is in my contract. What's up, Skittle?
I don't know what needs to be wiped down and what doesn't. I'm calling it in right now.
Don't worry about wiping things down. That was a July thing. And we all got coronavirus anyway.
Okay. So just haul it in and put it where it goes?
Yeah.
The morning after the election,
electrical
we'll have the results that come in and the races as they stand. I'm Brooklyn Beatty.
I'm John Zimney. First thing Wednesday on 95.3 MNC.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I'm your host, Casey Hendrickson. Again, live election night coverage happening right now. If you want to watch, you can go to dlive.tv/Casey the host. We have a full team here working to get you the fastest results. In Indiana, the gubernatorial race was called for Eric Holcomb 12 minutes in. That was quick. It was fast. We've also got several states that have now been called as well. Trump takes Kentucky. And you've got Biden, who took Vermont, and what was the other one that he took here? I'm trying to look at the latest thing here. I missed it. Anyway, the total electoral count right now, Biden 16, Trump 8, and things are just getting going. We're waiting for Georgia. Georgia's expected to be a bit of a battle. In Indiana, Trump is winning 55.5 to 42.9. I don't think anybody out there actually expected Joe Biden to win Indiana. So Trump wins Kentucky. Biden wins Vermont and Virginia. That's where we are at. It's always funny when you call a state. I mean, I know that Vermont is going to go for Biden, but 0% reporting and 0% of the vote are in, and they called it for Biden. So it's always funny when you see that because you just never know. Just never know what is going to happen. So right now, That is where we're at. Total electoral count, again, 270 is needed to win. Biden at 16, Trump is at 8. We'll have to wait for the Michigan results. That stuff is going to come in a little bit later. The polls close at 8 o'clock. For those of you who are looking for some of the Michigan information via text message. And again, if you want to send a text message, you can. 45364. Just put MNC at the beginning of that. But Eric Holcomb has been declared the winner in the Indiana gubernatorial race. That race has been called. In District 2, for the U.S. House of Representatives, incumbent Jackie Walorski is leading with 73% of the vote at this point in time. Only 5% are reporting. Jim Banks has 70% in District 3. He is the Republican incumbent with 34% of precincts reporting. I would expect the Jim Banks election to be called sometime soon. Be on the lookout for that. For Indiana Attorney General, Republican Todd Rokita, with 13% of the precincts reporting, is leading 64-36. And they've got more of those races again that will be coming in as districts start to report. Remember, some of those places in the central time zone have just closed at 7 o'clock our time, and we will have to wait for those results to get in. So we'll continue to bring those as soon as we know a little bit more. But the issue with Donald Trump and Joe Biden is, are we going to have an answer tonight? That becomes the big question. If we have an answer tonight and it is solid and it is overwhelming, which I think is very possible given some of the scenarios that I mapped out on my show earlier and my preferred scenario, then we will certainly have a victor tonight. But with that said, there is a very real possibility, and many people believe that we will not know who the president is going to be after tonight is over, and that we'll have to go into protracted legal battles in various states in order to go ahead and try and figure this out. Somebody asked me today, if Trump wins, how fast will Biden concede? This is a great question because it depends on the circumstances that Trump would win the night. If Trump wins the night by wide margins in those battleground states, then there probably wouldn't be any reason for Joe Biden to enter into a legal battle in order to challenge votes and ballot count and recounts and all of that other stuff. If there are some situations where battleground states are very close, then we will see that legal battle play out, and we'll be dealing with a situation potentially, depending on certain scenarios, where we're dealing with what we dealt with Bush-Gore. And obviously, for those of you who remember what it was like after Bush-Gore, that was a mess for an extended period of time after the election. Supreme Court had to get involved, and a lot of people felt that that was why the Supreme Court battle that happened here recently with Justice Comey Barrett was so important and also problematic, depending on which side of the aisle you were on. But as we look at this, you start looking at these scenarios. When I was going through my map earlier, I was asking myself a very simple question. What states did Donald Trump lose in the last 4 years? And that was the thing that I couldn't quite figure out. I couldn't figure out a state that Donald Trump had won in 2016 against Hillary Clinton that I felt that he lost going forward. Now, I'm not counting the battleground states. I'm leaving the battleground states out of that. But I'm just thinking about the states that he won pretty handily that are expected to potentially go red again, that he would have lost. And I just couldn't come up with any. And I know that Georgia is being watched very, very closely right now. So is North Carolina. And I started looking at it, and I couldn't see one, which meant that Donald Trump started the night electorally needing one state to win. If Donald Trump retains all of his red states from 2016, again, forget the battleground states, but if he retains the red states from 2016, he really only needs one state to win. Unless, of course, we're talking about Nevada, Minnesota, or Wisconsin, because they're 10 or less electoral votes. But if it's Pennsylvania, he could win this thing. If it is Michigan, he could win this thing. These are all things that I was trying to factor into this. And a lot of people, when I had originally kind of made that assessment, didn't really believe that. But last night, the Joe Biden campaign did, in fact, say that Donald Trump really does need, in most scenarios, one state to win this thing. Usually in a presidential election, the Republican is the one that starts off with a disadvantage. This time around, Donald Trump, electorally anyway, started off with an advantage. We'll see if that holds. Some of the scenarios, you look at 538. This is Nate Silver's group. Now, why am I focusing on 538? Because this is the one that most of the news networks rely on. Well, Nate Silver's 538 has not been accurate in the last several elections. They got 2016 completely wrong. But they put out 22 scenarios, which, by the way, shows that they are not very confident in their own polling. They put out 22 scenarios. They're telling you overall Trump has 10% chance to win. But they put out 22 scenarios. Of those 22 scenarios, only 2 favor Donald Trump. Only 2. Now the rest of them, you start to look at the other ones. They almost all of them, 18, gave Biden Florida. I just don't see any data at all that shows that Biden has Florida. All of the data that we have seen over the past month and a half shows that Biden is going to lose Florida, that Trump is going to take Florida, which means the next big state you have to look at is probably going to be Pennsylvania. It is possible that Trump loses Georgia. He's down in Georgia, but it's early, and that would dramatically change the map if we're talking about what's going to happen electorally. The internal polling from Team Trump, the internal state polls that they have Trump winning this thing with 312 electoral votes. Most of the polling outfits out there say that Biden is going to win this thing and that Trump is going to lose. Even the ones that have Trump winning, they have him losing the popular vote, which I know ultimately does not matter. But we're also looking at the Senate. So what is going to happen in the Senate? Democrats need to pick up 4 seats to take control of the Senate. And then, of course, we have a whole other scenario with the House. So if you take a look at the Senate race right now, Democrats are winning 36 and GOP is 30. So that's, as the night goes on, that number will change. If you look at the House of Representatives, again, you're getting to 218 for a majority in the House of Representatives if Nancy Pelosi can all of a sudden be in the minority. 3 Democrats, 5 Republicans right now in those House races. And a lot of those races are too close to call. And that is huge. And we have no idea what's going to happen. Whoever the next president is, are they going to have a Congress that is allied with them? Or are they going to have an opposition Congress, which is going to make it difficult for them to pass their agenda? That still remains to be seen. We've got more coming up. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, live election night coverage.
This is continuing.
I mean, it's not like I've been talking all day or anything. I can take a 10-second break.
Good evening. It is election night in
Well,
Indiana,
me how?
polls have closed around the state.
God dang, I didn't say that all catty.
Wow.
Jesus.
Holy mackerel.
I did not say that catty.
Hey, we have our instant tally, which is working on our website. Of course, it shows Biden with twice the lead right now.
Putting his first electoral votes on the board in the state of Indiana.
And then all of our results, they can just click, and then
okay.
There they all are. The whole district.
Everything else too close to call at the moment, way too early, and of course with all those mail-in ballots, it may be too early for quite some time. We can tell you that in the most closely watched of those races, Christina Hale leads in the 5th district with 52% of the vote.
Did they call Indiana already?
For Victoria Sparks. That is just with some
Donald Trump is just up in Florida right now.
County, but a lot of that district
What's that?
West Virginia. Carson, 77% of the vote in the early returns in the 7th. Jackie Walorski, 73% in very early returns in the 2nd. You're listening to Network Indiana. We are joined, as always, on election night by our analyst.
What in the heck happened, Fox?
Abdul Hakim Shabazz. Abdul, I'm sorry, it's going to be a long night, and already we're struggling here.
Not a problem, my friend, not a problem.
Gotta love a
Let me start with the 2 big race calls. President Trump, no surprise, Indiana always goes red.
He's apparently famous in Indianapolis, but I don't know
anything about him. Are you surprised at the early race call at the same moment for Eric Holcomb?
He does the inside Indiana
actually, to a certain degree, yes. I figured eventually Eric would win. I figured it might take a little bit longer, basically because of Donald Rainwater and the mask mandate and the shutdown orders and the whole 9 yards. But it maybe kind of complicated things a little bit. But like I said, but looking at the last sort of vote tally with Eric Holcomb, it's like 62%. It's not a big shocker at all.
As we look at some of the legislative races, and it's very early, we can tell you that Jerry Torr, the Republican representative from Carmel, is narrowly trailing in some early voting returns. Lots more to come in yet. What are you watching besides Jerry Torr? Presumably we're watching Todd Houston, the Speaker of the Indiana House, who leads in those early returns. What else are you watching for tonight for a potential flip?
Also, take a look at the Donna Shibley race. Donna Shibley, who is sort of in the western part of the district. Also, take a look at John Ruffles' house on the Senate side.
Half a tank
and actually,
in there,
on the south side of town, taking a look at the race with Jack Sandlin and the race with Mike Young.
Yeah, West Virginia's been called for Trump.
Democrats sort of targeted those suburban areas, those suburban Republican lawmakers.
Which was expected.
Yeah, I remember 4 years ago you brought us Taco Bell.
Those as well, and also Mike Boacek up in once they
trying to shame him into more food. We got plenty of food. We're good.
As well.
I would offer you a cookie, but you're just going to tell me it's not on your diet. And let's be honest, we know Commie Joe voted twice,
Metro,
so I thought I'd give it
Rainwater's sitting at 12%. He's splitting his polls right now.
I'm going to pound on a piece
Fort Wayne.
Look at that.
Consolidated Valparaiso has been a target for Democrats.
I heard you guys
12 minutes. 12 minutes in. Holcomb wins.
8% reporting.
Not much. I mean,
60% of that 8%.
A favorite target for
Tracy, I'm coloring a map in. If you go to 270-2win.com, the number 270, 270-2win.com, you can color in your own map there.
Democrats would have a tough road to hoe to actually win control of the House, but by winning just one more seat, they break the Republican supermajority there. Much tougher for them to do that on the Senate side, but maybe the lowest hanging fruit for the Democrats tonight is that supermajority.
Well, Lindsey Graham's up big, really.
Actually, probably their primary target, though not as easy a one, is that 5th District
Yeah, John, if I'm
congressional
still
race.
sober
We'll be
at
keeping an eye on
midnight,
that throughout the
Taco
evening.
Bell.
You're listening to
Please
election
don't.
coverage on Network Indiana.
Hillary Clinton called hardworking Americans like you deplorable.
These Trump ads go till 8 o'clock in Michigan.
Into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Joe Biden called us
Anybody
bad
asks.
people.
Yeah.
That's why.
Not because of Michigan.
Yeah,
Liberal
they don't
Hollywood
close till
attacks our
Yeah.
faith.
It's like every commercial break.
Yep, they close late.
Really Catholic.
Does anybody who's in line voting
attacks our
ever
values.
listening to FM radio?
The credulous boomer rubed him
Well, there we are on
Donald
FM
Trump.
radio. Hey, you know what?
You were. To be fair, you were doing that.
I was. The day I voted early, Rush Limbaugh was interviewing Donald Trump.
Speechwriter said, "F these people. It's disgraceful." President Trump stands with
Automation is cutting them off at the top of
They'll
the
probably
hour.
call South Carolina soon, too,
I got
guys.
angry. As a listener, I got angry because they didn't take the news breaks.
for our flag, and we're proud to
And
say
I wanted to call the
Donald
radio
Trump
station
is
and
our
complain.
president.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump.
They'll probably declare Indiana and South Carolina soon.
Not a paid actor. Meet Tom Wilson.
I would
of
assume.
Wilson Law Offices.
Those will both go for Trump.
Changed a lot. One of the things that's changed in our industry, in personal injury cases, the insurance companies have started to use a lot more of computer analysis.
They just
So
pointed
what
to
that
Stacey
does is it
Abrams.
Yeah.
becomes, from their perspective,
Sorry if you're
a numbers
offended.
game.
That's
What I think
Stacey
is
Abrams, who
important
is
we've gotta bring up
undefeated.
these are lives that we're talking about. And so,
Koala 40 says, Casey, do you think the Republicans will take the House? I honestly don't know. I can't call the Senate and I can't call the House. I mean, there's too many races that are really, really close. I don't know about those two. I really don't. It's a 50-50 coin toss in the Senate, and it's possible, but the House is, it's tough to predict the House just because of those small races.
With a personal touch. Call 574.
I do think that the Republicans will pick up seats in the House. Whether or not it's enough to take control, I don't know.
Hey, Casey Weed, president
Casey, you're ignoring the big issues. Red Wing 67. Yes, there's Jets Pizza tonight.
What is your purpose?
Yes, we are fully loaded with Jets Pizza and salad. too.
We do have Jets Pizza and salad. Yes.
That's the big issue of the night.
I just can't eat Jets Pizza and then work on the computer. It's super oily in a good way. I love Jets Pizza.
It's not overly really.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect for Detroit style pizza. But I can't touch my mouse and everything when I have that. And I've been too lazy to pour some salad.
And values impacting not
Wait, did I
just
hear
your life
you were
while you were
drinking
here,
scotch?
but the legacy you leave behind. Register now at
I asked Tim for scotch. I
I'm
didn't.
pretty sure.
I was offered a drink and I declined because of the
hear him
FCC.
decline it.
I
It
did.
was off air. I did hear
A woman
that.
tried to buy me a drink and I
I only know
declined.
what I heard on air, and I've been told to believe everything that you say on your show. And you said, hopefully my boss won't realize I've been drinking scotch.
Well, no, I said I would drink. I said I might go drink scotch after I was done with there before I came here.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
I think the only way that people really make it out.
I instead took questions and did my job as a host.
Virginia's dead even with a %.
Coming out of the darkness and coming back into the light.
Well, Virginia was called for.
I really admire most about this.
West Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. Yeah, Virginia was called for Biden. Yeah. Which is weird because Trump is leading in Virginia right now. Did you see the Senate race? Was it a Senate race? Because there's a big Senate race there too. Oh, that's interesting.
At least their pictures were. I didn't read the names.
Yeah, so
I'm a simpleton. Did you see our instant tracker here on our website? Well, we're back in 9.
I saw it
Here we go.
launched yesterday.
Throw the salad to the rabbits.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
And good afternoon. Thank you to live election night coverage with 95.3 MNC. I am your immaculately dressed professional host, Casey Hendrickson, in my hoodie. So we just had word. I told you to look out for it. Congressman Jim Banks has just been declared the winner in District 3. He is the incumbent Republican that was just called. Again, Jackie Walorski is also leading. If you go to 953mnc.com, 953mnc.com, you can actually click on our election tracker. We cover everything in Indiana, Michigan, and national. Those are big national races, which involves, of course, the President of the United States. Eric Holcomb declared the winner in the gubernatorial race for the state of Indiana. He will be your governor for 4 more years. Jackie Walorski in District 2 is leading with 72% of the vote. Again, Congressman Banks has been declared the winner. Todd Rokita, I expect this race to be called soon. If it hasn't been called in the background that I missed it, Todd Rokita is leading for Indiana Attorney General 65-35. And I would fully expect that race gets called pretty soon as well. Friendly reminder, you will continue to hear ads, and Michigan is not done yet. Michigan polls don't even close for another 20 minutes, so you will still hear some of those campaign ads. There's always an issue with people wondering why we're playing them. It's because things are not finished in Michigan yet. They go late. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of those races. Vermont has been called for Biden. Virginia for Biden. West Virginia for Trump. I still think the Virginia one's funny because the vote count, we know that Virginia's going to go for Trump, but the vote count is still favoring Trump at this point in time. But he's not going to win Virginia, so everybody kind of knows that. What else do we have? Kentucky went for Trump. Come on, rotate over. There we go. Kentucky went for Trump. I expect Indiana and I expect South Carolina to be called for Trump relatively soon. So be on the lookout for that to be called officially going forward. Currently, the electoral tally, again, 270 to win. Biden 16, Trump 13. Still extremely early in the night. Trump is up in Florida slightly. They're starting to wade their way through some of those counties. And Florida also had a massive amount of early votes. So those will also have to be counted in order to determine a winner. So again, the election is moving along pretty much like it does every single election cycle. You get into it early and you start seeing some of the states that everybody knows are going to be going one way or the other because they just never go another way. They get called early, and then we sit here and we wait. So right now, early on, the state that everybody is watching, the one that could go either way, is Georgia. That is the state that everybody is waiting to see. Trump is currently leading Georgia by 0.3%. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. If Biden flips Georgia, as some people have predicted, if Biden flips Georgia, it does dramatically change Donald Trump's path to victory. If Donald Trump retains Georgia, then we look at Florida. Then we look at Pennsylvania. If Trump wins Georgia, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, this thing is essentially his. But there is still a path for Joe Biden. Remember, we're going to 270. There's a lot of theories about what's going to go down here, and really nobody knows. This is a different type of election. We have COVID to deal with. We've got mail-in ballots to deal with. We've got delayed vote counts to deal with. All of these things are not things we usually have to worry about on election night. So as I've said before, if we end up having a landslide victory tonight, we will be able to go ahead and make that determination before we go off the air. We are planning to go up to midnight, depending on how things unfold. It could be earlier than that. But depending on how things unfold, we are planning on actually being with this until midnight. But again, it could be earlier. If we don't get a clear-cut winner tonight, I would settle down and I would expect protracted legal battles over the next weeks, probably more than a week. I would assume it's going to be several weeks. And then we will start to see what's going to develop there in the courts and what ballots will and will not be counted. There's already been some shenanigans discovered in various places today, people stuffing ballot boxes at drop-off locations and that sort of thing. Some late court rulings and going around and snatching up mail-in ballots. These are all things that, of course, are going to be challenged in the courts if it becomes necessary, depending on those vote counts. But again, I would expect that Indiana and South Carolina get called relatively quick. We're getting ready to have another update. If you want to go to 953mnc.com, we keep track of the presidential race, and we also keep track of Indiana and Michigan. Again, please keep in mind that Michigan polls have not closed yet. They will close at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and then we will be able to start getting those results about 20 to 30 minutes after that. South Carolina, Trump is way ahead. Trump has been expected to win South Carolina. There's nobody's doubting that. He's way ahead there, and he's way ahead in Indiana. So, again, I expect those races to be called sometime soon. On the local front, if you're just joining us, we have Congressman Banks has been reelected. I would not be surprised if you start seeing Jim Banks get a lot more national attention going forward. He has been on fire the past year or so, and he's been getting a lot of attention from national media. I would not be surprised to see Congressman Banks become a somewhat household name going forward after this election. He is winning his district in District 3 pretty handily. And again, he's been declared the winner there. He had 70% of the vote at last count. Jackie Walorski's got 72% of the vote, but only 8% of those districts are reporting. And friendly reminder that Eric Holcomb has been declared the winner in the gubernatorial race in the state of Indiana. The real question there is, how much of the votes can the Libertarian candidate Donald Rainwater actually siphon off? And maybe that's a good protest vote. Maybe it's something that can help humble the Republican Party or the governor. I'm not so sure about that. But I'm also looking at this thinking that it's a possibility that Woody Myers comes in third. He may not. He probably won't, but there is the possibility that the Libertarian candidate can move pretty close to second place. But he has got 12% of the vote Donald Rainwater has right now, which is the highest any Libertarian candidate has gotten in an Indiana gubernatorial race in history. Recently, 1 or 2 elections ago, they had 3.9%. That was the highest the Libertarians had ever gotten. I think it was 2 elections ago. So Rainwater with 12% of the vote at this point in time. So that'll be a big boost for the Libertarian Party if they can convert that into long-term supporters. That would be a big thing for the LP in the state of Indiana. So once again, as you take a look at the current election tally, Biden 16, Trump 13 in the electoral vote, but it is far, far from over. Everybody is paying attention to Georgia right now. Nobody quite knows exactly how Georgia is going to go. I have Georgia going to Trump, but we'll see. Most places don't. We got more coming up on live election night coverage here on 95.3 MNC. I'm Casey Hendrickson.
Hillary Clinton called hardworking Americans like you.
Article that Todd Rokita has COVID-19.
Yeah, he got it today. It was announced today. He's got it.
Joe Biden called us bad people.
Not very good people.
Liberal Hollywood attacks our
All the
faith.
cool kids.
Amy, Comey,
Kid
Barrett,
COVID.
Catholic, really Catholic.
And the
Sorry,
liberal media
I'm just
attacks
saying.
our values.
I'm not as cool as
The
you.
credulous boomer Rube demo
I
that
had
backs
a-
Donald Trump.
They openly hope for the death of our president. Hillary
antibody
Clinton's
test.
former spokesperson said,
couple
I
weeks
hope
ago.
he dies.
I had to have some
Barack
blood work for
Obama's
my
former
wife's insurance,
speechwriter said, F
and they did
these
a COVID
people.
antibody
It's
test, and it came back
disgraceful.
negative. So that means,
President
at the
Trump
very
stands
minimum,
with us,
I have not come
the
in contact
people
with
who
it in the
work
last
for a
3
living.
months,
Get our
and
hands
possibly
dirty.
never.
Care for our families. Worship
Well,
God and stand
all
for
I'm
our
going to say
flag.
is I beat off
And
a
we're
deadly
proud to say
disease.
Donald Trump is our president.
So you got that going
I'm
for
Donald
you.
Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this
I heard it
message.
that way too.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for president.
All right, John, I'll let you keep bragging about beating off a deadly disease. I'm gonna disappear. You guys have a great night.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your
Appreciate
help.
you.
No, I appreciate you.
I parked the cruiser on the curb, so.
Okay, did you leave it unlocked? No. Good. How's the test?
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Have a good night.
McConnell's pulling ahead.
Cooling, your
Did they declare it yet?
heating and air conditioning dealer.
Did they
As the
declare
first and air
Kentucky
conditioning
Senate
doctor
race?
Who makes house calls? Their expert
sorry, pardon?
Did they
technicians will
declare
explain
Kentucky's
what's
Senate
wrong,
race? Did
quote
McConnell
your
win?
repairs, And get your approval before they start the work. Now's the time
McConnell
to call
won.
Weaver Heating and Cooling to have your furnace serviced
Wow,
or
they
have
spent
it
a
replaced.
ton of money. It was $100 million they spent to beat McConnell.
Weaverheating.com today.
And he got 59%.
Trump won Kentucky too.
Think about the heroes
Yeah, I
who
announced that like
oppress
half
our
hour ago.
community.
Okay, Casey.
It's okay,
Our
John.
neighborhoods are safer thanks to the heroes who
When you
patrol
wake up,
them.
let us know.
Our
Oh my
communities
God.
are protected thanks to the heroes that
Tough
live
room.
in
nap
fire
before you
when
sleep.
Tough
others run
room.
out.
I haven't taken a nap
Families
yet.
want healthcare. Thanks
Not
to the
everybody.
heroes who make it their
I'll do that
lives.
tomorrow morning between 5:30 and 7.
Well, not everybody can beat off a virus, John.
Heroes who teach them in the classrooms. And our daily
Well, I'm on
freedom
Some of us
are
take it on a
enjoyed
date
thanks to the
first.
heroes
Wall
in the
to
military
wall,
who
defeating
fight
a
to
deadly
protect them.
disease.
It is with great pleasure that we
Well, you
recognize
know.
our heroes, honor them,
Trump
and serve
wins
them
Indiana.
as a small
Did you announce
token
that?
of our
I did
sincere
not announce that, but I said expect
appreciation.
Indiana and South Carolina soon. So
All right,
Indiana's
well,
official.
we have one Indiana, folks.
Shocker! Trump wins Indiana!
Heroes with a commitment to start with a hero advantage.
I don't know. When was the last time Indiana went blue? Have they ever gone blue?
And our communities.
Maybe back in like
Saying
Kennedy, the
thank
60s
you
maybe?
is just the beginning.
I don't remember the last time Indiana's going blue. It's been a long time.
To learn about the hero advantage, or visit impressjewelers.com.
All right, so Mitch McConnell wins. God dang, dude. They spent $100 million there on McSally, and he got 59% of the vote.
Law enforcement and medical professionals.
Ashley Judd did better
Keeping communities safe.
when she ran against McConnell.
During emergencies,
Wow.
we're always ready, always there.
Wait, 59%?
He got 59% of the vote, and they spent $100 million against him.
Sponsored by the Indiana Army National Guard.
The way
and by the
you worded
Indiana
that the first
Press
time, it made it
Association
sound like the
at this
person they
station.
spent $100 million.
Long John Silver's $10.
Oh, no, like
That's what I'm
37%.
Yeah, I was like, that means he won, Casey.
No, sorry. Democrats spent $100 million to beat Mitch McConnell, and Mitch McConnell won.
Is this just cheese?
On News Talk 95.3,
Who does that?
Michiana's news channel.
I was surprised it was pepperoni and sausage, and not just pepperoni. It may need more food.
All right, couple of updates for you on live election night coverage here on 95.3 MNC. Mitch McConnell has won his Senate seat in Kentucky, and they spent $100 million on the McSally campaign to beat Mitch McConnell. They thought that he was really vulnerable, and that did not happen. He got 59% of the vote. The state of Indiana has been officially called for Donald Trump, and I'm waiting for South Carolina to be called. I don't know what is taking them so long, to be perfectly honest with you. Fox has not updated their tally on this. Ohio is now starting to report in and waiting for all of that. West Virginia went to Trump. Virginia, Vermont went to Biden. So we are continuing. Kentucky's with Trump as well. And again, I'm waiting for South Carolina to be called for Trump. Indiana was just called for Trump just a few moments ago during the last commercial break. Locally, again, you go to 953mnc.com. You take a look at it. If you look at the tally, we've got Eric Holcomb. He has won the state of Indiana as governor. Jack Wylarski is ahead, again, with 72% of the vote over Pat Hackett, the Democratic challenger. Congressman Jim Banks has retained his seat in District 3. Todd Rokita, who, by the way, announced that he has COVID today. Somebody reminded me about that during commercial break. He has looks like he is going to win this thing. They haven't called it officially yet, but we're getting pretty darn close to it. He's got 64% of the vote, and I would expect that Todd Rokita will be announced as the next Attorney General of the state of Indiana. So, again, lots of those races still a little bit too early to call. Michigan has not closed their polls yet. For those of you wondering about Michigan polls, a lot of people are asking me about John James. We don't have any data from Michigan because the polls close at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So we're just waiting for those polls to close. They'll start reporting back in about 20 or 30 minutes after that. So look about 8:30 for us to be able to start giving you some results on those races. But some of these early states, again, when you start looking at the vote tallies and things of that nature, some of those early states, people already know where they're going to go. And so they just they wait a little bit. They make sure that the general trend is going in the way that they would expect it, and then they call that state. Some people are asking, as I pointed out earlier, why Virginia is being called for Biden already when Trump was ahead in the official tally. And that's because Virginia is going to go blue. Everybody knows that Virginia is going to go blue. If it doesn't, they'll correct the colors, and they'll be a little bit embarrassed later on in the evening, but the likelihood of that happening is very, very minuscule. Right now in Georgia, this is the big race that everybody is watching. They're watching Georgia, and they're watching Florida. Florida looks interesting, but I'm going to talk about Georgia first. Georgia right now has Trump leading. And if President Trump wins Georgia, retains Georgia like he won them in 2016, then you start looking at Florida. Here's what's weird about Florida. Florida has Biden ahead by 0.6% with 80% of the expected vote in. Now, there is also a lot of early votes in Florida, but I can also tell you this. Florida has really underperformed for Democrats in Miami-Dade. The Republicans are outperforming them in Miami-Dade. So this number here, again, this is election day numbers. This does not include those early votes. When those early votes get added later on, then you start seeing how those things are going to be added together. So right now, Florida is basically tied with a slight edge to Biden. That would be a shock. I told you earlier today, if Florida goes blue, it is because of fraud. There is no data that exists that has Florida as blue other than a poll. And that's it. If Florida goes blue, it would have to show that outside of Miami-Dade, the Democrats have outperformed themselves from all previous elections. That can happen. It is certainly possible, but that hasn't been what we have seen in the state of Florida over the recent years. Now, if Trump wins Florida, wins Georgia, then you look at Pennsylvania. If Trump loses Florida, we start to have to find another path to victory that gets a little bit more complicated for President Trump as we go forward. So everybody's watching Georgia and then Florida, but Florida with 80% of their vote in, it is a 0.6% race, but this does not, that total there, the vote totals, it's 4.7 million for each man. Those do not include the early votes. So Florida had a massive amount of early votes come in, and that has to be added to the tally, and we don't know what those votes look like. So we may not even know that today. I'm not sure. We'll see exactly what is going to happen. But the Democrats have been underperforming in Miami-Dade, and it would be a big, big win if the Democrats are somehow able to flip other counties and turn Florida blue. When we're looking at the Senate right now, the Democrats have 36 senators and the Republicans have 31. Remember, the goal is to get to 51, so those other races are up for grabs. When it comes to the House of Representatives, again, people are asking me, will the Republicans retain the Senate? Will the Republicans be able to get the House? I honestly don't know. I think Republicans will gain seats in the House, but I don't think that I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm going to say that I don't think that they're going to win. They can, but I do think they're going to pick up seats. I just don't know if they're going to get a majority. But right now, 15 to 11 in favor of the Democrats, as, again, 218 for the majority there. I know that those numbers seem a little weird if you're listening to it and you're going, what's the deal there? That is just because of what races are up for grabs today versus the overall total in the House of Representatives and the Senate. Latest update on Florida. Trump is narrowing Florida just a little bit. It is now a 0.4% race, and he is starting to pull further ahead in Georgia. It is still early in Georgia, only 8% reporting, but Trump is almost 10 points ahead in Georgia. Keep an eye on that. Another race later on in the evening. Obviously, we'll go to Pennsylvania. There is huge discrepancies about who is going to win Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign is convinced that they have a 1 million vote advantage in Pennsylvania. I am not convinced of that. They won Pennsylvania by about 100,000 in 2016. Pennsylvania is a traditionally blue state, but it's always up for grabs. Trump grabbed Pennsylvania in 2016, and I'm just not sure that they're going to be able to stretch out a 1 million vote advantage. But it would certainly be interesting if they do. That would be a dramatic change for the state of Pennsylvania over historic norms. So we're going to sit here. We're going to watch Georgia. We're going to watch Florida. I expect South Carolina to be called relatively soon. North Carolina's out there as well as a bit of an outlier, but mostly people are paying attention to Georgia and Florida, and then they'll start looking at Pennsylvania and Ohio. So again, Trump team is convinced that they have Pennsylvania. They've also been convinced that they have Florida. I've been convinced that they have Florida. And right now, it's making a bunch of people very, very nervous. But right now, it is a 0.2% race. Trump is gaining and has been gaining over the past several minutes in Florida. And again, that does not include the early votes. And there's like 7 million early votes or something like that in Florida. So again, that's going to be a large total that gets added to this at the end of the day. Again, if you're looking at the results and you want to get results for Michiana and also keep dibs and tabs on the presidential election, you can go to 953mnc.com. We are broadcasting live on DLive at dlive.tv/Casey the host. We'll continue to bring you those results. As far as the popular vote is concerned, in case you care about that, Donald Trump is slightly winning that by about 200,000, a little bit less than that. That ultimately doesn't matter in the end, and even most polls that have Trump winning the election do not have him winning the popular vote. I am not convinced of that as of yet. Again, Eric Holcomb has won as the governor of Indiana. Jackie Walorski is winning for District 2. Jim Banks has been declared the winner for House District 3. Todd Rokita is out front for Indiana Attorney General, and there's several other races that are going to be coming soon, as some of those polls in the central time zone are now starting to get those results back, and we'll be able to go ahead and provide those. If you have a result that you're looking for, you can go and send me a text message at 45364. You put MNC at the beginning of it, and I am happy to go out there and find a local race in the state of Indiana that you would be interested in and get you that information. That way we can have at least some of these races. I'm not going to go down and read the entire list. We have obviously a large area that this radio station covers. I'm going to try and hit some of the big races that people are looking at that seem to have the most attention on them. But if you have another race out there that is particularly important to you, send me a text message and I will look it up and I will get you those results on the air. So now Florida has flipped. Florida is going to give everybody hives is what's going to happen. Trump is now slightly in the lead in Florida. I'm telling you, Florida is going to be the one that gives everybody a heart attack this year. But once we know where Florida is going to go, we have our ability to plan out what needs to happen next for either guy to become the president of the United States in the next 4 years. We got more coming up. 95.3 MNC.
WTRC-FM and HD1. Niles, South Bend, Elkhart.
Florida's going to give everybody a heart attack. Yeah, they're not calling South Carolina yet. Fox hasn't called Indiana yet either. What are they waiting for?
Well, CBS was the one who called that one.
I know, but why is Fox waiting? Good lordy lordy.
Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes up for grabs, and both the president and
Stress.
have been vying for voters' attention, with Joe Biden back in his first place again today.
Broncos about ready to have a stroke. Welcome to election night. Hey, make sure you guys hit that follow button.
Stand by.
Former Vice President Joe Biden made 2 stops in Pennsylvania today, urging voters voters' disappointment as he tries to win a state. President Trump won in 2016 by less than a percentage.
Hello, standby, sir.
There you go. They called a bunch of them. There you go.
Now, as long as they're postmarked today, that absentee ballot deadline.
Missouri, Mississippi, Trump. Oklahoma, Trump. Tennessee, Trump. A bunch of New England states, Biden.
Okay. You will not be shocked to learn that the Republican president will breeze past his Democratic challenger in the state of Tennessee. Fox can also project that Trump will win Missouri.
Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine. Ah, they did call Maine for Biden. I called that one right. They split their vote last time.
And good evening, MNC News Time now, 8:02. I'm John Zimney in the MNC News Center on this election night 2020. In our top local story, the lines were long, but voters' passion for casting their ballots was greater.
In the community here, that this is a life-changing moment that we're.
Polls in Michigan have just closed as of moments ago, and we have election results that have come in early, including the race for Indiana governor, which goes to incumbent Eric Holcomb, and Indiana's 3rd district, which goes to incumbent Republican Jim Banks. In the 2nd district, Jackie Walorski currently has a commanding lead. Elkhart County, of course, a big part of the 2nd district, and following races there, it's 95.3 MNC's Carl Stutzman. Good evening.
Well, good evening, John. It's pretty much been the same throughout Elkhart County. If you've got an R anywhere associated with your name, you're doing pretty well this morning. We don't really have a whole lot in the way of results in the state races, being the state House and the state Senate. Less than 10% reporting at max in some of those races in Elkhart County. Way too early to call those at this point, but as far as the local races go, the council at large, commissioner seats, the coroner, all those are looking really good for the Republican candidates. Down to the commissioner's race, Susie Wyrick has a pretty commanding lead over Susan Corey-White, and Brad Rogers, the longtime sheriff of Elkhart County, doing very well against Donald Brown. That's with about 34% of precincts report. He wanted to call just by the sheer number of votes split between the six candidates that are going to go there. It looks like the Republicans are pretty much going to take that seat pretty easily. The Elkhart County coroner's race is another one that we can pretty confidently say that there's a large enough gap, but it might be getting to the point where it's time to call it. About 80% of the vote already going to Republican James Elliott. Again, that's still with just about 34% of the county reporting. But given the way that the race has gone before, that's a pretty confident idea of where the county is headed. We'll continue to update you on those results, especially as the state and Senate numbers begin to come in, and look forward to giving you guys more numbers. Live in Elkhart County, I'm Carl Stutzman from News Talk 95.3 MNC.
All right, thank you very much, Carl. In St. Joseph County, we're watching the commissioner races there. District 2 has Oliver Davis taking on Derek Dieter, and then in District 3, Deb Fleming taking on her Democratic challenger, Haj Patel. No results in as of yet, so we're just waiting there. The Indiana Attorney General's race, more interesting as of today because Republican Todd Rokita revealed that he has tested positive for COVID-19. He's watching the results at home tonight. He's got a large lead currently against his Democratic challenger, Jonathan Weinzapfel. Now covering the major races in the state of Michigan where the polls just closed. It's 95.3 MNC's Tommy Lee. Good evening.
Good evening, John. And as you said, yes, the polls just closed, so still too early to give you any results up there as of yet, but we do have a number of races we're watching. Of course, the battle for the U.S. Senate will include Democratic Senator Gary Peters, who's facing off against a GOP challenger by the name of John James. Peters has been in office since 2015. Also, the House of Representatives, of course, a big national race, and Representative Fred Upton, the Republican, who's been in the 6th District, representing that area for the U.S. Congress since 1987, is defending that seat against Democrat John Hoadley. There are also state house races in Michigan impacting areas of Berrien, Cass, and St. Joseph County, and we'll keep an eye on those numbers for you tonight as well, and we'll have results tomorrow morning. Michael Majerick looking to hold on to his seat as the 12th District Commissioner in Berrien County. He's facing a challenge from Democrat Michael Portman. In Cass County, the 7th District Commissioner seat is up for grabs between Democrat Ron Reeves and Republican Jeremiah Jones. And there's also a couple of state proposals on the ballot, one of them dealing with money from oil and gas mining, and another one about e-data and e-communications and the need for a search warrant to access them. We will have details on all of this throughout the night as we start to get numbers, and of course tomorrow morning on Michiana's Morning News. I'm keeping an eye on the mitten for you. I'm Tommy Lee from 95.3 MNC.
All right, thank you very much, Tommy. Of course, the evening's still young. You want to stay with us throughout the night here on 95.3 FM, or you can stream us at 953mnc.com, the MNC app, or on your smart speaker. We have election results being updated on our website as well. And for important results as they come in, text the word news to 45364. You'll get those results right to your smartphone. I'm John Zimney, News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel, your breaking news and weather station.
All right, everybody, thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel. Who let Roseanne Barr on TV? That looks like a thin version of Roseanne Barr, whoever that lady is on CBS. All right, so we got some breaking news. South Carolina has been called for Trump. Most of the New England states called for Biden. Alabama called for Trump. Missouri, Mississippi called for Trump. All things that were expected and not at all a surprise. Friendly reminder that North Carolina is going to be delayed in getting some of their results. We went over this a little bit on my show earlier today. North Carolina had a bit of an issue at a couple of their polling locations, and so some of the districts are going to be delayed in getting their votes to everybody. So North Carolina is probably going to be a little bit late. In Georgia, Biden has now got on top. There's only 10% in there, and that state has been going back and forth. Florida, Trump has continued to build on his small lead in Florida, as some of the red counties are now starting to come in and get counted. 83% of the vote in there. Again, Florida is very tight, but again, this does not include the early votes. Lots and lots of early votes in Florida, and they have to be added to the tally. Remember, the goal is 270 electoral votes. Biden has 91. Trump has 56 officially declared on Fox News right now, although they have not officially called some of those states. Indiana, South Carolina have officially gone to Trump. Oklahoma has gone to Trump. Rhode Island has gone to Biden. And again, a lot of those New England states have ended up going to Joe Biden. Again, no surprises as of yet. Everything is unfolding pretty much the way that everybody has expected, but we will see exactly how things go in the future. Michigan is now starting to get those results in. Michigan polls closed at 8 o'clock, and it is still really early, but we will start having results from Michigan for you as well. Go to 953mnc.com. We have those election results in Indiana, Michigan, and, of course, the presidential race. All of that is right there at 953mnc.com for you to view and take a look at. For those of you who are just joining us, Eric Holcomb was called 12 minutes into coverage tonight. Very, very quick call on Eric Holcomb being the governor of Indiana. Will retain that seat. Woody Myers now has 30%. Donald Rainwater, the Libertarian third-party candidate, has 11%. Still really outperforming any Libertarian candidate in history in the state of Indiana for the gubernatorial race. Jackie Walorski's race in District 2 has started to tighten up. This happens in District 2. Typically what we have is we have Walorski go up quite a bit, then the race tightens, and then at the end of the evening, what we see is one of the candidates pull away. That has obviously been Jackie Walorski since she has been in the House District 2 seat, but currently it is Walorski 54 and Hackett 46 in that race. If you look at Indiana House District 3, Congressman Jim Banks was called the victor on that, I don't know, about 40 minutes ago or so. Todd Rokita for Indiana Attorney General with 32% reporting has a 57 to 43% lead right now. So we start looking at some of these races again. It is going to start coming fast and furious now as we get some of those central time zone polling locations getting their results in. Remember, they close an hour later than the Eastern time zone. And then now with Michigan starting to report, we'll start to get that information coming in here as well. I know a lot of people are looking at the Indiana House District 7 seat here with Ross Deal and Jake Teshka. Deal is the Democrat, Teshka is the Republican. Right now, with 22% reporting, Deal is ahead 57-43 in that race. Now, a lot of you are very interested in that and are watching that race very, very closely. That is seen as a possibility for the Republican Party to pick up that seat in the local legislature. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. In Indiana State House District 22, Kurt Nisley, the Republican, and Kelly Thompson, the Democrat, with 8% reporting, are tied up at 50% apiece. So that is a very, very close race. The Michigan results, again, will start to come in fairly shortly. We expect to start seeing those results in 10 to 15 minutes or so, and we'll start getting those early districts on there. Right now, the electoral tally is Biden 91, Trump 56. That is the unofficial tally. The goal is to get to 270. As of right now, there are no surprises. So we don't have anything to report that would be really huge news as far as the presidential race is concerned. What I can tell you is that Donald Trump has started to open up a much bigger lead in Florida. He is now 50.4% to Biden's 48.8%. At one point, Biden was leading. Then Trump flipped it and has continued to build on that. Trump is now back up on top in Georgia, 53-45. Michigan, really early, only about 36,000 votes cast heavily in favor of Biden, which we expect. Pennsylvania results are also starting to come in. So we're going to be able to take a look at some of those races, and we're going to be able to see some of those results in those other elections that are very, very pivotal. Again, when you're looking at the presidential election, as of right now, we are waiting for Georgia. Georgia's a big one. Georgia is expected to go to Donald Trump in my map. It is not expected to go to Donald Trump in most of the other polling maps, which I have found perplexing, but I digress. Just because I called 2016 right doesn't mean I'll be right here. So we're watching Georgia very closely, because if Donald Trump gets Georgia, Florida's the next state. If he gets Florida, then you have to look at Pennsylvania. If for some reason Donald Trump loses Georgia or Florida, his electoral map changes dramatically and gets very, very difficult. If he wins Georgia, wins Florida, then Pennsylvania could make him the president if he wins Pennsylvania. If he loses Pennsylvania, then we start looking at Ohio, we start looking at Michigan, we start looking at Wisconsin and Minnesota. All of those states become huge in the presidential election as John Zimney blows COVID all over the studio. We have to have a little fun. It's election night. I can't just sit here and repeat the same old stats all night.
I have antibodies at this point, so
that's true.
Watch it,
honestly,
fake news from Casey.
You could be spreading the cure all over us. You never know. So
then thank me. Don't chastise me. Thank me.
I might very well do that. Never know. Obviously, in Michigan, the big race that everybody is really watching there is the John James Gary Peters Senate race. That's a huge one. It is targeted as the biggest possibility for the Republican Party to pick up a Senate seat. Arizona is going to be huge as well. Mitch McConnell has retained his seat in Kentucky. Martha McSally got obliterated in Kentucky. Now, here's why this is so funny. They spent $100 million to beat Mitch McConnell in Kentucky. $100 million. And what did they get? McConnell getting 59% of the vote. What could you do with $100 million, Joe? Not lose an election in Kentucky. That's my God. They always think that Mitch McConnell is vulnerable because nobody likes him. Mitch McConnell's not vulnerable. It's Kentucky. I keep explaining this to people. So my time in Nevada, one of those things that always came up is, how did you guys always vote for Harry Reid? Because nobody liked Harry Reid. Harry Reid's polls, when it wasn't an election season, were in low 20s or teens. Nobody liked Harry Reid. But once election time rolled around, guess what? Suddenly, the good folks of Nevada didn't want to lose the esteem of having the head person on the Democratic side, whether that be minority or majority leader. McGrath. Sorry, not McSally. I'm getting the Arizona and Kentucky mixed up. Amy McGrath in Kentucky is the one who lost. My apologies. So you start looking at the way that people vote, and they just wanted to say that our senator is the esteemed. It's the same thing in Kentucky, guys. Plus, Kentucky's a red state. Even if they don't like Mitch McConnell, they're not going to vote for a liberal for Senate. It just isn't going to happen. So they spent $100 million targeting that. $100 million. And who knows how many races the Democrats will lose in the Senate races or the House races that could very well have been better spent on those races that are now highly contested. Again, I can't tell you about the Senate, folks. I have no idea what the Senate is going to look like. Even Republicans are saying it is a 50-50 coin toss for the Senate. I think that Republicans will pick up some seats in the House. I just don't know that they're going to pick up enough to become the majority. And then, of course, the presidential race, you already know the ramifications there. So things are pretty interesting. But stay with us. We're also broadcasting live at dlive.tv/Casey the host. If you're watching the live stream right now, please hit that follow button. We do the live stream every single day from 3 until 6 in the afternoon for the radio show. For the rest of you listening on 95.3mnc.com or any of our mobile apps or our websites, we'll be back with live election night coverage coming up on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
If you're suddenly finding yourself, blowing my nose would be that loud.
That was pretty loud, John.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I could hear that in my ear.
That's just it. It came through my headphones, and I was like, "Holy hell!"
I heard it from this ear. I was like,
my mic wasn't on, was it?
No.
No, but it sounded like it.
Wow.
But it wasn't.
That was hysterical. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It was one of those things where I couldn't just let it go.
Yeah.
I had to acknowledge that something just happened.
I am so sorry.
It's all right. No biggie.
Well, according to your program, in 2 months I'm going to be immune to COVID.
It's true. You'll have those T cells and you'll never be able to get it again.
I know. Hot dang, I'm looking forward to that. That was important to have something to look forward to.
It's true. Yeah. I look forward to being COVID immune.
That's it, then. That's it.
There you go.
I'll take it.
All right, so.
The idea is
do you think anything strange will happen in Elkhart County? Because usually doesn't something strange happen in Elkhart County?
If there is something strange to happen,
like
it's in Elkhart.
They lose a hard drive, or somebody leaves and goes to Taco Bell.
The Taco, oh my God, the Taco Bell thing. I forgot all about that.
There's something, somebody left early.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if they went to Taco Bell, but yeah, they left and got food for everybody, and they were supposed to drop off ballots. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know, but if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen in Elkhart. That's for sure.
Good day.
Well, see, and when I was talking with Hupfer from the GOP today, I even asked him, like, what specifically are you concerned about in Michiana? Because I think it's going to be a bad day for Republicans here.
Really?
I really do. I think they're gonna lose some seats in the commission. I really do, but we'll see.
My husband is from Guatemala. I'll apply what I've learned and babble to our real life
information from the St. Joseph County Election Board on what they're doing with the absentee and the mail-in ballots and all that stuff.
Okay, I'll throw it to you when we get back.
Okay.
All right, Trump is up in Florida. Trump is up in Georgia. Pennsylvania, Michigan, too early to start even saying anything.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and
they've only got 3 and 1% in. There's not enough.
BABBEL.com.
When response is critical, First Response will respond to you. When your home has been stricken with fire damage, wind damage, flooding, smoke, and mold damage,
like when I'm at the gym, I'll watch Fox and CNN at the same time, and sometimes they'll be covering the same story, but the words at the bottom of the screen and the angle is completely different.
Oh yeah.
You know, Trump, on Fox it'll say, Trump attracts 10,000 supporters to huge rally. On CNN it'll say, super spreader.
All right, I'll throw it to you here.
Okay.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Once again, I'm your host, Casey Hendrickson. So if we take a look at the electoral votes currently, Biden sits at 88. Trump sits at 66. Trump is in the lead in Florida and Georgia. Pennsylvania, Michigan, too early to even start mentioning results there. They only have like 20,000 counts in there. You look at the Senate, there's a race to 51. Democrats have 42. GOP has 34. In the House, in a race to 218, Democrats have 23, and the GOP has 26. Again, really early in those. Please don't take those as any indication of how it's going to lean. Things are very early in those Senate and House races, especially since a lot of those races are going to be held out west where they're really contentious, and Michigan results are not fully coming in for the John James race or the Upton race. John Zimney has some updates for us from the St. Joseph County officials. What's going on?
Hello, and thank you, Casey. You know what? If you're like me, you voted early in person weeks ago. I voted the first Friday of early voting in person in St. Joseph County, and I waited in line 90 minutes. And I thought to myself, wow, if it's that long of a wait right now, how will it be closer to the election? And how many people are voting this early? According to the St. Joseph County Election Board, more than 58,000 people voted absentee, and that's including walk-in and mail-in. 90% of the walk-ins have been processed. They were able to get to work on those as of 6 o'clock this morning. The remaining walk-ins will be counted tomorrow, they say. So I don't know if they packed it in early, if they're just focusing on what happened today at this point.
Maybe somebody went for Taco Bell.
Could be. The board will begin counting the 25,000 plus mail-ins beginning tomorrow as well. That could take till Friday, they say. So as far as any of these St. Joseph County, I know we're waiting for some of the commissioner races to come in, and I haven't seen any results from those as of yet. We're still watching, but some of these local races could take a while to shake out.
And we also had, when we were at Monterey today, we also had one of the techs for St. Joseph County come by and let us know that they hadn't had any machine issues or any problems or anything like that in St. Joseph County.
Kind of a quiet day in regard to issues.
It wasn't 2 years ago.
No,
2
it
years
wasn't.
ago, it was ugly.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty.
Yeah.
I know there was an issue in St. Joseph County where a voter parked his pickup truck, which had some American flags in the back and some Donald Trump flags in the back, and some people were quite incensed by that. And they kicked up a fuss, and then the search was on for the driver of that truck. I'm not sure if they ever found that person, but I know that was an issue. And a couple of minor things here or there, but nothing like what we had 2 years ago.
Yeah, and again, we've been sitting here waiting, like, where's the problem going to materialize? Because we always have one. It always seems like it's Elkhart.
And given the amount of people who were in line to vote today, I mean, when you add more people to the faction, I mean,
longest I have ever had to wait to vote in Michiana in 9-10 years that I've been here. Longest I've ever had to wait, but it went really quick. Everybody was in good spirits. I think a lot of people just went down ballot, and that made the line move very, very fast. But they were sanitary. We had 10 machines in my polling location, but everything went smooth. Machines worked well. Weren't any major glitches or anything like that. Yeah. So, I mean, again, knock on particle board here. Hopefully that continues to be the case in Indiana, because we usually, at least in this area, tend to have some issues. But we are having issues in North Carolina. Earlier today, they announced some issues with some of their machines, and so North Carolina's count is going to be delayed. So if you're waiting for North Carolina to be ticked off of the box, that may not happen, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue to look at the electoral map, we are looking at Trump. He is ahead in Florida, ahead in Georgia. A lot of the other states way too early to start calling on this. I did see somebody post early that Ohio is not looking good. Ohio never looks good for the Republican early in the night. Ohio always shifts a little bit later on. So don't be too concerned if you're a Republican with Ohio. Ohio just is one of those races. It's kind of like Jackie Walorski's district in Congressional District 2. It just seesaws back and forth throughout the evening. So just be prepared for that. And again, a lot of those races in some of the Senate races, it's too early to really report any results, because I wouldn't be doing any justice going in there with 1% of the vote and only 2,000 votes and things like that for some of those big critical races. And obviously, we're not out west yet, where some of those polling locations have not even closed down. So be in mind. So keep that in mind. What we're looking for, though, electorally, right? We're just waiting for Georgia. Georgia's the big one. We're probably not going to know about North Carolina right now. South Carolina got called for Trump. Indiana got called for Trump. West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, all went Trump. Then you have the New England states. I did predict this earlier today in my map, so let me just change this over, that Maine would go for Biden, and it did. Maine can split their vote, but they apparently have gone Biden this time around, which I expected. So we're looking really at Georgia. Georgia's the first one that we're trying to figure out what the results are going to be. If you figure out Georgia, then you look at Florida, then you look at Ohio and Pennsylvania. But right now, Georgia's kind of like that gateway. Everybody's waiting to see what happens in Georgia. We usually get Georgia called before Florida, so we're waiting for that. Trump is up in Georgia. He is up in Florida right now, but that has been seesawing back and forth between the two all evening. Yes, I know it's early, but it's still something that we have to keep in mind. Once Georgia and Florida, if they were to go red for Trump, we then look at Pennsylvania and Ohio, but particularly Pennsylvania. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, generally speaking, okay, there's still a path for Biden to win if that happens, but generally speaking, in most elections, the Republican would be shored up as the winner at that point in time. So again, we don't know that that's going to happen this time around. The Trump team is convinced that they have Pennsylvania. They are convinced that they have Ohio. They are convinced they have Michigan and Wisconsin. And there is some serious questions about Minnesota. A lot of people think that Minnesota could flip red this time around. I'm not 100% convinced of that. I think that Trump can make some gains there. I'm not convinced it will go red, but I would not be surprised. That would be my one flex pick. You know, the old flex picks, John, that used to be able to have like, this is the one that I get to change my mind on. Minnesota is the one I get to change my mind on because I could see Minnesota going either way. There's a part of me, and I ran into this with Pennsylvania last year, there's a part of me that's just like, they haven't voted for Republicans since 1972. It's just hard for me to see it happen until it actually happens. Plus, I have a lot of relatives in Minnesota, and they're all nuts, every single one of them.
Yeah.
They don't even have any sane neighbors. They're all crazy people. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But right now, if you are a Trump supporter, you need Georgia to go red. If Georgia goes red, you need Florida to go red. If Florida goes red, you need Pennsylvania and Ohio to go red. And if that happens, Trump might very well be your president for the next 4 years. If any deviation there is blue, all of a sudden the path gets very complicated for Donald Trump. But here's the thing that you have to understand. The Biden campaign and the Trump campaign have agreed on exactly one thing and one thing only this election. Donald Trump needs to pick up one state from the battleground states from 2016 to win. That's it. And so the Trump campaign, they have had a full-time presence in Pennsylvania for 4 years. They have not left Pennsylvania. There was no packing up on Pennsylvania. They stayed there. They had a ground game in Pennsylvania. They made sure that they had a presence in Pennsylvania this entire presidency. If that pays off, they could very well have another 4 years in the White House. Will they have a Republican, Democrat, or split Congress? That is also a major, major question going forward. Some more election results and updates coming up on Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, in just a couple of minutes. Michigan numbers again starting to come in, enough that we could probably start to give you some early results, especially in that James Peters Senate race, which is a huge one. Republicans view as possibly the biggest chance to pick up a Senate seat this year. So we'll look at that and more local races coming up on Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
This is
continuing election coverage. Here's Network Indiana State House Bureau Chief Eric Berman.
Tell John to get you a new chair.
Yeah.
The busted chair. Remember a year ago when Stephanie's sister said, "Get Casey a new chair"?
I do remember.
Remember that? That was a year.
That was not a year ago.
Dude. I have been gone for almost 10 months. Stephanie's sister listens to the show. She's like, "Get Casey a new chair." So Stephanie came in one day. She's like, "What's this about a chair?" Yeah. Casey, can you explain Virginia to me? Well, Virginia used to be the capital of the Confederacy. It is the swamp. That is where all of your Washington, D.C. elites live. It's just, that's who they are, as Virginia. I assume you're probably wondering why Virginia was called so early when Trump was leading the vote. And that's because Virginia always goes blue. Virginia's a heavy, heavy, heavy blue state. And that is where, again, people in Washington, D.C., who are career people in Washington, D.C., the swamp, if you will, almost all of them live in Virginia. That's just where they're at.
You're listening to Network Indiana.
I know. Conventional wisdom would dictate that Virginia would be a red state, but it's not. It's a blue state. Arkansas called for Trump. Still no surprises. Not a surprise yet. Not a one.
How much of her lead at the moment, and again, it's still early, we're still counting lots of votes.
I hate it when I take a shower before I come into work and then have to take a damn shower after I leave work. I hate that. I really hate that. I feel so grimy. Like, if I just sit at a desk for like 3 or 4 hours at a time, I just feel so grimy and sludgy and oily. And, yeah, it's a mess.
You feel tired and groggy. You got up and did something. How would you feel that way?
I don't know, man. I think it's just being inside and sitting. It just drives me nuts.
Yeah, that's fair. I get that.
Is a good candidate, and I think she's going to win. I think it's going to be.
Yeah, Arkansas was called.
46, something like that.
Yeah.
I think she's going to hang in there and pull it off.
Play Victoria Sparks' campaign manager for me for a second. Right now, you're down 4,500 votes. You're waiting on votes from Madison County, where there were still people in line last we checked.
What do you all want to see? Where's the show me the race?
How do you make up that gap?
Dieter. Okay, somebody wants to know about Dieter.
Davis is leading Dieter 63 to 37% with 1% of the precincts reporting. Hodge Patel is leading Deb Fleming 59% to 41% with 1% of precincts reporting.
Okay. So I've got 14% on the Dieter race with Dieter down 63-37. Is that the number that you have for that one?
Well, mine says 1%.
Oh, I've got 14. Okay. I hit refresh though, so maybe I just get the updated thing before you got it.
Looking at the Indiana House, Democrats probably aren't going to take a majority.
All right, let's see.
I'm not seeing District 3 on that chart of ours.
How significant is that, being a minority
I don't know
for
St. Joseph County Commissioner. I'm not seeing that race on our chart.
Really?
Which our chart is ABC 57's chart, so they power it.
What? They messed up? No. What are you talking about?
Not like Congress, where there are certain minority rights, and the way the committee structured. Indiana General Assembly.
So we don't have the Fleming one? Oh, no, we don't have the Fleming one.
That's me. My bad.
The following is
we don't have it.
Not a paid actor. Meet Tom Wilson of Wilson Law Offices.
Responsibilities changed a lot.
Well, all right then.
Changed in our industry, in personal injury cases, insurance companies have started to use a lot more computer analysis. And so what that does is it becomes, from their perspective, a numbers game. What I think is important is we've got to bring
I'm probably not going to eat any while I'm here anyway. So, I mean, don't worry too much about it.
We've got to deal with that, but we're talking about the injuries human beings suffered. And my job is to make sure we protect you for each thing that you've gone through. So look at that responsibility and apply it to the person or company or store or whoever it is that's responsible.
Wilson Law Offices, 301 North Napanee Street in Elkhart. No gimmicks, just exceptional legal representation with a personal touch. Call 574-522-1900.
Election results in St. Joseph County likely to be delayed. Hey, John already told us that.
Of Howard Bailey Financial. You are the author of your own story. So are you ready to pick up the pen? Where are your passions? What is your purpose? These are all important questions.
I'm in media, at least I'm not slamming media, even if I feel that way.
You prepare for
there you
retirement.
go.
For your best retirement goes beyond just
Chuck
taking a
Todd,
look at your
Florida is
individual
looking a
assets.
little red.
At Howard Bailey, we help people retire with meaning and purpose.
See, the problem is that if Florida goes red, 80% of all poll predictors are now wrong.
join me for a
Just like that.
webinar
They're all
featuring
gone.
stories
They're all
from
wrong.
just a
Every single one of them.
500 companies and creator of the family brand, Chris Smith, where we lay out how to author an even bigger
There's
future
there's
in
no
defining your
data that
mission,
shows
vision,
Florida's
and
blue.
values, impacting not just your life while you are here, but
Frank
the
says,
legacy
Joe,
you
you better
provide.
hand feed
Register
Casey.
now
No,
at
thank you.
retirewithpurpose.com
I don't.
or call
I would
866
prefer that you
42
not. Thank you very
9559.
much.
Advisory services may be offered through Howard Bailey Securities LLC, a registered investment advisor. Working with Howard Bailey Securities LLC cannot guarantee investment success, but specific financial goals will be achieved.
Weaver Heating and Cooling, reinstall the best and replace the rest. It's more important than ever to have good, clean air in your home. Weaver Heating and Cooling's American Standard AccuClean electronic air cleaner kills 99.98% of airborne particles and viruses in the air you breathe inside your home. In fact, the American
Can I just say how
Standard
friggin' ridiculous it is that the
electronic
government
air cleaner
websites in
is
Indiana
100
don't have a
times more
running
effective
tally
than
on the
a
election?
standard 1-inch
How
throwaway
stupid is
filter.
that?
And
No, they don't. Third parties have to do it, and then they post the final results.
Your independent
It's so
American
dumb.
Standard heating and air conditioning dealer at 574-259-9941. That's 574-259-9941, or go to weaverheating.com. Weaver Heating and Cooling, reinstall the best and replace the rest.
Hello, I'm Dennis, and in today's environment, pure silver may be a great way to invest in something valuable for the future. At H&H Gold Buyers in downtown Elkhart, you can purchase 1 ounce or 1,000 ounces of pure silver to help create a safe haven for your money. We also buy gold and silver jewelry with cash on the spot. So see H&H Gold Buyers in downtown Elkhart, down the street from McDonald's. Hello, I'm Dennis, and in today's environment, pure silver may be a great way to invest in something valuable for the future. At H&H Gold Buyers in downtown Elkhart, you can purchase 1 ounce or 1,000 ounces of pure silver.
The Georgia Senate races. Let's see.
We also are buying gold and silver jewelry with cash on the spot. So see H&H Gold Buyers in downtown Elkhart next to Master Automotive.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I am your host, Casey Hendrickson. We'll get to some local election results here in just a couple of minutes. A friendly reminder that we don't have any big surprises right now. Right now, everything seems to be relatively normal as predicted. Things are humming along as you would expect. There isn't anything that is super strange or super weird. There is the possibility that some St. Joseph County election results will be delayed. John Zimney kind of went over that a little bit earlier. We'll have him do it again in a little while, probably in the 9 o'clock hour, just so he can keep you all updated on all of that. Currently, the electoral vote count is Biden 91, Trump 73. Trump is currently leading in Florida and Georgia. We do expect North Carolina's results to be delayed because of some machine malfunctions earlier in the day. They told everybody in the afternoon, about 3 o'clock or so, that they were going to possibly have a delay on that count. Somebody did send me a request and ask about the Georgia Senate races. So let's just take a look at some of the Senate races around the country, and then we'll get to some local results. So in Maine, Collins is leading. Collins is the incumbent Republican really early in that race, but also possibly the race in the country with the most egregious political ad ever. Gideon ran an ad that radio stations had to edit. Now, keep in mind, radio stations are not allowed to edit federal candidate ads, but they had to because the ad was so dishonest, it actually violated election law, Joe. So radio stations that were required by law to carry the ad were required to modify the ad, so they themselves weren't in violation of election law. It was one of the most egregious things I have ever seen. So that is in Maine, that race really, really, really early. If you look at Georgia, it's about 24% reporting, and Purdue, the GOP candidate, is leading Ossoff, the Democrat. So again, things are again just little influx here. This is still early. South Carolina, same thing with Lindsey Graham and Harrison. Graham is slightly in the lead. Republicans have won in West Virginia, McConnell in Kentucky, Haggerty in Tennessee, Cotton in Arkansas. Arkansas, by the way, was just called for Donald Trump during the last commercial break. Senator Inhofe in Oklahoma has also retained his seat. In Illinois, Durbin has won as well. No big surprises there. So again, no major surprises. John James is leading 59-38 over Gary Peters really early in Michigan. So if you go to 953mnc.com, somebody's asking me about the Derek Dieter race. So the tally right now has Oliver Davis, the Democrat, up in front. This is for St. Joseph County Commissioner District 2. Oliver Davis, 63, Derek Dieter, 37. Both of them served on the South Bend Common Council together, and they are now opponents in St. Joseph County Commissioner District 2 race. So we continue to look at all of that. I had some updates. Deb Fleming was down in the county commission race against Hodge. Is it Hodge Patel? Is that his last name? Hodge Patel. He's the Democrat challenger in that race. Again, still early, and things will change as time goes on. We'll continue to bring you those updates. If you look at these Senate races, though, Democrats right now are up 42-35. Remember, 51 gets you a majority. Democrats needed to pick up 4 seats this time around. If you look at the House race, House races are getting real close. GOP now has 34. Democrats have 28. And there is a race for 218 seats there and give you the majority. So right now, GOP, that one is seesawed back and forth really early. A lot of those races, again, those competitive races are going to come in the Southwest and the Western United States. So don't expect to have a full tally until a little bit later on those. But, of course, the presidential race, it is 88-72 for the electoral votes right now as we continue to wait for some of those states to get called. So friendly reminder that Georgia is the one that we are waiting for next. Georgia's the one. Trump is way up. That is seesawed back and forth, but it is way up for Donald Trump right now, 56-42. If that goes red, we all look at Florida, and Trump is pulling away in Florida, and we're now coming to those red counties in central Florida. They are now going to, you're going to start seeing a little bit of a voter surge for Donald Trump in those counties. And it was funny, like right before it started to turn, Florida Representative Matt Gaetz tweeted out on Twitter right before. They were like neck and neck. Biden was like a half a percentage point ahead of Trump in Florida. Gaetz tweeted out, red wave in Florida coming. And just like that, you start seeing all of a sudden Donald Trump is now in the lead in Florida. So they could change. But the big thing about Florida is that Miami-Dade, Democrats underperforming, Republicans overperforming in Miami-Dade. Democrats do not win Florida unless they show up in spades in Miami-Dade County. So we will see how that goes. But right now, the expectation, at least in my map, is that Florida will go to President Trump. Georgia will go to President Trump. Currently, very, very early, Biden is up in Pennsylvania and Ohio, but extremely early. North Carolina also 69% is in, and that is favoring Biden 52-46, but also friendly reminder, a lot in North Carolina is not going to be counted until later. Maine has now flipped. I thought they called Maine. Hold on a second. They called Maine. I saw Fox call Maine. Maine is now red. Maybe they made a mistake. They called Maine blue. And all of a sudden, I look at my map, and Maine is Trump 65, Biden 31. And Maine is leading red. Maine can split their votes. They're a funny, weird state. So they can split their votes. But, yeah, that was weird. Fox had called them earlier, I think. I think it was Fox. It might have been Politico, but I'm almost sure it was Fox. So maybe they just made a mistake and called it. But Maine right now, very early leaning Donald Trump at this point in time. So, again, we'll continue to keep you updated on all of those and those local elections as well. But Florida, like I said, Florida and Georgia, those are the ones, if you are a Donald Trump supporter, Georgia and Florida are the big ones that you want to win. If you're a Joe Biden supporter, you're a little nervous at Florida and Georgia, because if Donald Trump wins Georgia and Florida, then you look at Pennsylvania and Ohio. And I'm sorry, Joe Biden's not winning Ohio. But if you look at Pennsylvania, which is now considered, again, a toss-up, if Trump flips Pennsylvania again and makes Pennsylvania turn red, you could basically write this down as another Donald Trump victory. It's still possible for Biden to win if that happens, but it is extremely difficult. Fox still has Maine as blue? Really? I'm going to have to look into this. So Fox has Maine as blue, which they called like 30 minutes ago, and I'm looking at my other chart here, and Maine is red on Politico. I think Fox is probably correct on that. I don't think that Politico's got that correct, because Maine being red seems strange. But we'll continue to look into this and see what we can have, and we'll go ahead and get back to you here in just a couple of minutes. Don't forget to go to dlive.tv/Casey the Host, dlive.tv/Casey the Host. We are live streaming right now. You can hang out with other listeners while we are watching the live stream, make fun of me during the commercial breaks and all of that stuff. We got more coming up. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
Think about the heroes who impress our community. Our neighborhoods are
It like just popped up as red. I'm like, what?
homes are protected thanks to the heroes that run into a fire when the power run out.
Yeah, they called Maine blue like a long time ago. What is going on?
Our children are educated, even loved, thanks to the heroes who teach them in the classrooms. And our daily freedoms are enjoyed thanks to the heroes in the military who fight to protect them. It is with great pleasure that we recognize our heroes, honor them, and serve them as a small token of our sincere appreciation. Impress Jewelry Creations, 95.3 MNC, and those who partner with us are recognizing hometown heroes with a commitment to start the hero advantage and give back to the men and women
Why do
who
they?
serve our country and
What
our
are they doing?
communities. Saying thank you is just the beginning. Text Impress.
Well, now I'm just looking at a local place. What are they doing?
Advantage, or visit ImpressJewelers.com.
Where'd you find that Fleming race?
Look around your office.
WSBT, and then click on election results, then click on local races, then click on St. Joseph County.
Because NDU is a mess.
Well, I'm not going to
Well,
cast any stones, and you shouldn't either.
I'm just saying.
Okay, now click on election results.
Yeah.
So you don't have to. Go to the website at theofficebarn.com to see the vast selection of
And then click on, click here,
Okay.
and then click on St. Joseph County, and then there it is.
Why do we
That
not?
sounds way too hard to navigate.
Here's the thing, okay? Why isn't there a company that has standardized how to sell this service?
I don't know why, like,
Because it's only every so often.
like, why doesn't the
It's every
Indiana
2 years.
Because, like, the Indiana Secretary of State, why don't they have it on their website?
That's the thing that's frustrating, is that you can't go to the government websites and get the results. You have to do 30.
Yeah, everything says 0 on there.
If you had a company who had a system,
There are many reasons to give
and
blood.
think about it, you have every 2 years you have your election, but if you sold it for primaries too,
Get a free mini physical. You are
I mean, you're making a ton of money, and you make it easy. Just all it is embed code, and they don't have to do anything.
Well, Casey, you know what? That would be a good side hustle for you.
I'm not a coder though.
And get a free turkey for your holiday.
Oh, it would be massive.
You can teach yourself the code from something that complex.
Ask Joe Biden. You can learn to code. That's really complex, though.
That would take months.
Well, you would have to have. So you'd have to have the counties that each news station gets results for, right? Because you'll have to pre-program the package for them. So. Right. So that's true. You can just make one thing and just have your own results.
Just like you load in, you plug it in.
That makes, yeah, that would probably be the best way to do it.
But that would mean you'd have to be massive. It would take months and months and months of debugging and coding.
Yeah.
You'd have to have a team.
Yeah, see, they're behind on this one. So weird.
Visit them online at cxgun.com. Protect yourself and loved ones today at
They have all of these pretty packages and everything for like the national races, but nothing for local stuff. It's just a pain in the butt.
Or 9 chicken tenders, each for just $10. Long John Silver's. Fish, yeah. Price and participation.
Yeah.
Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I am your host, Casey Hendrickson. So the Maine situation, I'm just going to assume that Maine is blue at this point in time. I think that Politico, I think that they're just late in getting some of their results in. That's the only thing I can think of because they're only reporting 1.4% of precincts. So I think that Politico is just plugging in some states a little bit later than what Fox was plugging it in, and it's taking time to catch up. That's what I think is happening. I don't know for sure. So let me tell you what's happening in the presidential race, and we'll get to some more local races here. So in the presidential race, states that have been called: Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, all called for Trump. Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Maryland, New Jersey, Virginia, Illinois, all called for Biden. So essentially what we have is we have a good chunk of Midwestern states and Southern states called for Trump, and the New England states called for Biden. Right now, no surprises. In the presidential race, there are 0 surprises at this point in time. Fox has called Maine for Biden. Now, again, Maine can split their vote. They're not the only state that can do that, but they're a little bit weird that way because they actually do split their vote. So other states that can split it typically don't. So Nebraska can do it as well. But Maine, who split their votes last time, was reported by Fox as going blue. Trump continues to pull away in Florida. And, of course, we've got Florida. We've got Georgia that we're paying attention to. Those are huge, huge states that Trump needs to win if he is going to continue to be the president of the United States after this election is over. We look at the Senate races. 42 Democrats, 35 GOP, in a race to 51. Democrats are leading that race for the Senate. And again, even Republicans in the Senate. Mitch McConnell was asked this last week. What are the chances that we are going to have a changing of the guard in the Senate? He said it's a coin toss. It's 50-50. So the Senate is that close, that tight. Right now, 42-35 Democrats, race to 51. For the House of Representatives, also very, very close. There is some room for the GOP to pick up some seats there. A lot of those battles, again, are going to happen when you get into the western side of the country and the Southwest. That's where you're going to see a lot of that. But currently, the GOP with 36, Democrats with 32, race to 218 for those seats. So still a ways to go for that one. The Senate races, though, a lot of the races that the Democrats early on thought that they might have a chance at picking up, they just haven't picked them up. We're still waiting for full results on some of them. If you look at some of the results in Michigan, which are coming in very early, very preliminary. Remember, they just closed less than an hour ago. John James is up, but very early reporting results. Some people had asked about Deb Fleming, Hodge Patel. Last numbers that we have is Hodge Patel 59, Fleming 41. And again, that was early in those results. Oliver Davis was also defeating Derek Dieter. Again, early results on that. We'll continue to follow those. We go to 953mnc.com. You will be able to go ahead and see full results for Indiana, Michigan, and the presidential election. So let's just run down some of the big races that we have available on the website. If I miss one, I apologize. Shoot me a text message or post on the D-Live chat, and I'll do my best to get you that answer in the next segment. So Eric Holcomb, 12 minutes into coverage, was declared the winner in the state of Indiana for the gubernatorial race. Woody Myers has 29% of the vote. Donald Rainwater has 12%. With 32% of districts reporting, Jackie Willarski has once again started to pull away from Pat Hackett. I told you the race tends to do that. So it starts off with Jackie way up front, then it narrows, then Jackie tends to pull away. This is the way that the district is structured. Right now it is 62-38 for District 2. Jim Banks in District 3 for House. He is the incumbent Republican. He won early. That race was called very early with 71% of the vote. Todd Rokita, I'm a little surprised they haven't called this race yet. I would expect them to call this any minute. And I know I told you that an hour ago, but we got 46% of the districts reporting, and Rokita's got 61% of the vote. So I would expect Todd Rokita to be the next Attorney General of the state of Indiana. See some of the other races that we have here that might be of note to many of you. And I apologize, like I said, if I scroll past, I know that you can't see what I'm scrolling, but if I scroll past a race that you're interested in, like I said, just please send me a message. We cover a large area on both sides of the border. And if I were to sit here and read every single race to you, we would obviously never be able to talk about anything else. So it's just not something that I can feasibly do. I do my best to get you as much information as I can. Indiana State House District 5. This is Dale Devon, 19% reporting. Westerhausen Jr. leading 58-42 over Republican Dale Devon. The House District 7, this is the Indiana State House. Ross Deal, the Democrat, 57%. Jake Teschka, the Republican, 43% in that race. Where else do we go down here now? Timothy Wesco, District 21, 7% are reporting. Again, this is Indiana State House. Timothy Wesco, the Republican, 57%. And Ryan Lidke is 43%. If you look at Indiana State House District 22, Kurt Nisley, the Republican, 69%. Kelly Thompson, the Democrat, 31%. That was a tight race earlier. That is 64% of precincts reporting. Would expect Kurt Nisley to be declared the winner there anytime soon. So again, we got a bunch of those races. If you look at the John James race, you go to Michigan, U.S. Senate. John James, Gary Peter. John James is the Republican. This is considered the most vulnerable Senate race for Democrats. They thought there's a real chance that Gary Peters could lose this thing. And by the way, that was the situation that John James found himself in the last time he ran for Senate as well. A couple of years ago, he was in the most targeted, I should say the most vulnerable of the Senate seats, but the Republican Party, the national apparatus, did not help John James in that race at all. They did this time. John James is leading 60-39. It's only 3% of precincts reporting, though. Fred Upton, Michigan U.S. House District 6, with 7% reporting, is a lead of 58-37. We still don't have anything for some of those local races for Michigan State House. We're waiting for those results to pour in. And Michigan Supreme Court, things like that. We're starting to get some of those results, but again, too early to really call. Then you got Prop 1, you got Prop 2 in Michigan. We'll continue to give you updates on that a little bit later on. Some of those Michigan results, again, still a little bit too early to call on those. So we'll continue to monitor them and give you updates as more results come in. On the election front nationally, my system is updating one more time. Here it comes. Biden has 91 electoral votes. Trump has 73. Remember, you need 270 to become the president of the United States if we are able to declare. Shocker, Illinois has been called for Biden. I know everybody's a little stunned by that one, but Illinois did, in fact, go to Joe Biden. Indiana went to Donald Trump earlier in the evening. Everybody still watching Georgia. Everybody is watching Georgia. So as soon as Georgia gets their act together and gets those numbers in, we'll be able to go ahead and call that one. But Trump is up in Georgia. Trump is up in Florida. And Trump is up in Michigan, but really not a lot of votes. And you tend to have the Republicans start off really well in Michigan, and then it shifts blue, and then it kind of settles into whoever's going to win. So, again, continue to monitor that. Stay here at 95.3 MNC. You can also watch the live video stream, dlive.tv/Casey the host. If you're watching online, please hit that follow button. I would really appreciate that. And if you're listening on 95.3 MNC.com, on the radio, or on the mobile app, stay with us for more election coverage next.
WTRC-FM and HD1, Niles, South Bend, Elkhart.
Oh my God. Oh.
Your top stories right now. The Fox News alert. Now see the vote.
Just caught it then.
Just closed in 14 more states that represent a total of 156 electoral.
My Lord.
I don't know.
It's all bonkers. Like, this is weird. It's like not updating. It's still at 1%.
North Dakota, and South Dakota, while Joe Biden will win New York and Colorado. Arizona is one of a handful of states where polls have just closed. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal's taking a look at that state.
Yeah, Lisa, the experts and analysts and wonks
Wait.
say it's possible Arizona turns blue
I
tonight.
don't know, but
Polling
I need
between
to fix
Biden
it
and the president
super
has tied
fast.
up, and Republican Senator Martha McSally, appointed to the late Senator McCain's seat, has been trailing the Democrat.
Our American values are at stake right now in this election. This race will determine the Senate majority. And so if people want opportunity, safety, security, and freedom, then on their go.
Her opponent, former astronaut Mark Kelly, says he knows what Arizonans want, and that's an independent mindset, which he says he has. Most Arizonans vote by mail, and the state began processing.
It's been a long day. I got 3 more hours of this.
Fox News decision desk can project that Republican Mitch McConnell will retain his seat.
And Kentucky.
How have they not called the Nisley race? They have to call that.
To keep fighting for your families and serving our Commonwealth for the next 6 years.
In Colorado, the Fox News decision desk can now project that Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper will oust Republican Senator Cory Gardner in this
down
first
quite a bit.
of the night. They can also project that Arkansas
Don't
Senator
worry about it.
I know what happened. I don't know.
easily beat his Libertarian challenger,
Well,
Ricky Dale
I'm going to take the commercial break because I need to call these 2 guys.
Fox News.
Hiring can be challenging, but ZipRecruiter makes it fast and easy. We talked to Monica Starks.
The Indy Star has Maine red.
As the owner of a construction company, finding the right people is a very difficult task.
So right now, the only one I can find that has Maine blue is Fox.
Technology
That's it.
identifies the right people for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why
I mean, it's up for grabs, but it's leaning red.
ZipRecruiter.com/trial. Monica did, and that's how she found Lamont, her new project superintendent.
Hey, stand by.
This job is so perfect for me. I had a career breakthrough. I would have never found this job if it wasn't for ZipRecruiter.
With ZipRecruiter, we've hired everyone from accountants to project managers to field scientists. With ZipRecruiter, we get hiring results.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter.
I'm gonna head back to
And now you can
election
try
stuff here in just a minute.
That's right.
Do I think that Nevada will go red? I think it's a very strong possibility.
ZipRecruiter.com/trial. ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
News and weather station. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, and 95.3MNC.com.
Hey, and good evening. MNC News Time is 9:02. I'm John Zimney in the MNC News Center on this election night 2020. And among our top stories this evening, it could take a long time for votes to be tallied. Former South Bend mayor and Biden campaign surrogate Pete Buttigieg says patience is important from this point forward.
This country's held elections during pandemics, during wars, and we've come through it. But there are going to be a lot of people, either way, who will be upset. And I'm also concerned that if we don't get results right away, some folks might get more and more agitated. We got to remember that if it's taking a little while to get a final result, that's because people are doing their job, counting the ballots with integrity, making sure every ballot gets counted.
More than 58,000 voters in St. Joseph County did cast their ballots early, either in person or by mail-in. Counting of those early votes will continue for days. That could delay official results from being known. Now, speaking of St. Joseph County, early results in the commissioners' races now show Oliver Davis ahead of Derek Dieter in District 2 and Hodge Patel ahead of Deb Fleming in District 3. For the race for Indiana governor, it's gone to incumbent Eric Holcomb, and Indiana's 3rd district, that's gone to incumbent Republican Jim Banks. In the 2nd district, Jackie Walorski still with a big lead over Democrat Pat Hackett. Now let's turn our attention to candidates representing voters in Elkhart County. There's 95.3 MNC's Carl Stutzman. Good evening, Carl.
Good evening, John. It appears that everything has been pretty much status quo and will stay status quo for Elkhart County in that it will be largely represented or entirely represented by Republicans taking the ballot this year. With around 74-75% of the precincts reporting this morning, very easy to call that the Elkhart Coroner's Office, the Elkhart County Surveyor's Office, both the County Commissioner's position, and all 3 of the Elkhart County Council at-large seats are going to go to the Republicans that were running. That includes all of which were represented by Republican incumbents incumbents. The only difference there being Elkhart County Commissioner, where Brad Rogers, the former sheriff, actually defeated the incumbent in the primary. He will take that position, currently leading by right around 13,000 votes with 75% in. Not really an opportunity for his opponent to make a comeback in that area. As we take a look at the Indiana state races that are affecting Elkhart County, we're seeing much of the same. The incumbents are very much holding the leads early as we're starting to get more and more of those precincts reporting. In District 22, that would be represented by Kurt Nicely. He's holding about a 7,000 vote lead, which gives him a pretty hefty lead at this point with 64% reporting. Some of the other districts really we're only seeing in the area of 7% reporting. Tim Wesco has an early lead. Doug Miller and Aaron Mishler are hashing things out in District 48. No reports on that one so far, but as we scroll up to the Senate races and take a look and see how everything is going there, it again appears that it's the incumbents that are holding things in place for Elkhart County. So we'll have those state races for you, both Senate and Representative, coming up for you as we await more results from Elkhart County. I'm Carl Sutton from News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
And in the race for Indiana Attorney General, Republican Todd Rokita still with a large lead against his Democratic challenger, Jonathan Weinsaffel. Rokita announced earlier this afternoon that he tested positive for COVID-19. Now covering the big races in the state of Michigan tonight, 95.3 MNC's Tommy Lee. Good evening.
Evening, John. We're finally starting to see some numbers out of the Great Lakes State, where, of course, voting just wrapped up an hour ago. With 6% reporting, we can say at this point that John James, the Republican challenger, looks like he might be able to take that Senate seat away from incumbent Democrat Gary Peters. It's 58 to 40% right now, but again, very early, too early to call that. 10% of precincts reporting for the 6th District Representative show Fred Upton, the incumbent, with a 60.7 lead over John Hoadley, who has 34.5%, the Democratic challenger. For the state House, no results yet in the 59th District or the 79th District. In the 78th District, which handles parts of Berrien and Cass County, we see the incumbent Republican Brad Paquette with 70% over 29% for his challenger Dan Vandenheed, who has, once again, that's with 6% of the precincts reporting. In the commissioners' races, no results to report yet for Berrien or Cass County. The numbers are still a little bit too early. And I can tell you a little bit about the proposals that both look like they're on their way to victory at this point, but again, too early to call. Only 2% of the precincts reporting, but the yes votes for Proposal 1, 82% right now. Yes votes for Proposal 2, 90% right now. So we'll keep an eye on those races as well and keep you updated throughout the evening. And, of course, tomorrow morning, a full wrap-up of Michigan on Michiana's Morning News. I'm Tommy Lee, 95.3 MNC.
All right, thank you very much, Tommy. Of course, we will continue, as he said, here on 95.3 FM, or you can stream us at 953mnc.com, the MNC app, or on your smart speaker. All of the races and the tallies are also being updated on our website. And for important results as they come in, text the word news to 45364. I'm John Zimney, News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel, your breaking news and weather station.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel. Once again, I am your host, Casey Hendrickson. The whole team here bringing you all of those updates. And somebody had just asked me for Elkhart updates. There you go. We gave you a bunch. I'll run over some of those again for all of you here in just a couple of minutes. I honestly, folks, I don't know what the deal is with Fox News. Every other source that I have has Maine right now with Trump up. It's too early to call, but right now Maine is leaning red. But so I would assume that maybe Maine's going to end up splitting their vote like they have done in the past. But we'll continue to monitor that. Michigan right now leaning red. Currently, Trump is 57, Biden is 40. Again, really early in that. 15% of those districts counted. Haven't gotten to those big, heavy blue districts yet in Michigan. Ohio, right now, Biden is up. This is normal for Ohio. It's 57%. It's Biden 53 and Trump 45. That is fairly common in Ohio. Ohio is one of those states that gives people ulcers. So calm down if you're a Republican. It is always possible that Ohio flips. Pennsylvania early. It's only 9% on there. Biden 70, Trump 25%. Real early there. That's obviously not going to be the final tally. North Carolina giving us some results. Biden 51, Trump 47.9. And again, North Carolina, they are going to be delayed in some of their vote count. They mentioned this early this afternoon. They had some issues with some machines and some polling locations, and so they're going to have to do it by hand, and that is going to take some extra time. Then you got Georgia. Georgia right now, people are kind of giving Georgia the heavy lean here. Trump 56, Biden 42, 34% reporting. But again, that can flip. Florida, Trump continues to extend his lead in Florida, 51 to 47.9. And Florida continues to extend out. So again, these are big. Georgia, Florida, those are huge. Then you look at Pennsylvania and Ohio. So right now, Georgia and Florida leaning red, Pennsylvania, Ohio leaning blue, Michigan leaning red. Michigan, Wisconsin could end up being deciders here as well. No big surprise, New Mexico, which a lot of people are surprised about. A lot of people are surprised about this in the live stream that New Mexico goes blue. New Mexico is a blue state. They've got a couple of cities there that are just urban areas. And as you know, urban areas can, in fact, dominate the rest of the state. So while it predominantly county-wise is a red state, those big urban areas, just like in Nevada, will be blue. People have asked me if I think that if Nevada is going to go back to being red this time around. I do. I think that's a very strong possibility. And the reason that I think that's a strong possibility is for two reasons, really. One, Republicans outpaced Democrats pretty dramatically in Nevada with new voter registrations, but also Nevada has a really terrible governor. Steve Sisolak is, my personal history with Steve Sisolak from my days in Las Vegas, but Steve Sisolak has not been a very popular governor for the people of Nevada, so I would expect that would probably lead into the possibility of Nevada flipping and going red. Can it stay blue? Sure. Las Vegas decides what the state is going to do. There's not enough votes outside of Clark County to decide what happens in Nevada. It's only 6 electoral votes, but in an election where there is a scenario I went over today that is highly plausible. It wasn't just fantasy time, playtime. Highly plausible tie. That can happen in this race. And Nevada, with those 6 electoral votes, could be very, very crucial to that. So go to 95.3 MNC.com. We have our election results that are updated on a regular basis up there. Take a look again at Elkhart. Let's take a look at the county treasurer, Tina Bontrager, the Republican, 77% of the vote there. And the coroner, James Elliott, 78%. Then you have Bradley Rogers, former Sheriff Rogers. He's going to win that. District 2 for the county commissioner, 77% of the vote there. And, the thing is like Brad Rogers, they keep trying to get Brad Rogers to run for Congress. And poor Brad Rogers just wants to help his community. He doesn't want to be thrown into the lion's den on all of this. But Brad Rogers looks like he's going to win that seat pretty handily. Susie Wyrick, the Republican in Elkhart County Commission, District 3, also with 77% of the vote. Elkhart County Council at large, the 3 Republicans right now dominating the 3 Democrats. And again, you vote for 3 in that race. Stump, Wenger, Buyalski, 26, 25, and 25% respectively. Then you go to the school board, District C. Yes, in Elkhart, school board is a big race, ladies and gentlemen. Doug Weaver, 72% of the vote right now with 69% of precincts reporting for Elkhart Community School Board District D. Danny Brown, 53%. Daisy Davis, 47% with 69% reporting. So a lot of very interesting races happening out there. And again, Elkhart is looking pretty interesting. Let's take a look at St. Joseph. Let's head up to St. Joseph County. Well, hold on a second. I have to kind of search for some of my numbers or some of my races. They're a little mixed in with some of the stuff in Michigan. We'll make sure I get the right ones. So we've got, why is that doing? Oh, that jumped down to Michigan. That's why. Okay, there we go. Can't do that. All right, St. Joseph County Coroner. You got the Democrat, Michael McGann. He's got 57% with 14% reporting. The county commissioner, Oliver Davis, Derek Dieter race. That's District 2. Oliver Davis is leading 63 to 37. That has been stuck at 14% for a long time now. And I don't have any updated results on that. I don't know what the deal is. So not really sure what is happening with that. The Deb Fleming, Hodge Patel race, again, Patel is leading that one as well. Haven't had an update on that in quite some time either. And again, not exactly sure if we're going to get those results. As John Zimney had mentioned a little bit earlier, and we'll have him go over again, some of those results in St. Joseph County are going to be delayed. So we will go ahead and have him in just a little bit after the commercial break. We'll have John Zimney come back and explain to you what is happening in St. Joseph County and why some of those results are being delayed, because that is obviously affecting some of the races that you guys keep sending me messages about, and I understand your frustration. We'll get you that information coming up on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
This is ABC 57 meteorologist Tom Coombs. Rain or
Oh my
shine,
God, I need to crack my back. Something bad.
forecast is on 95.3 MNC. Plus, you can plan ahead with the 5-day forecast at 16 and 46 weekday mornings during Michiana's morning news and on the drive home with Casey Hendrickson. As always, when severe weather threatens, depend on us for expanded weather coverage until the storm passes through on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
At Beacon, we see firsthand how
Georgia's
COVID-19
gonna
is
be
affecting our community. The
Georgia's
virus
going to
is
be interesting
spreading,
because there's a
and will
report of a
continue to
broken
spread
pipe
until we work together
that's
to
affecting
stop
poll
it.
results in Georgia.
It will take all of us to
So
get
now
our
Georgia
community
may
back
not
on
get us
track
results.
and ensure our hospitals can
What the
continue to care
bleeping
for
bleep?
every patient
Well,
that comes through
burst
our doors.
pipes and everything, you know?
You have a vital role to
Stuff and
play.
things, man.
Wear a mask. If not for yourself, then for your loved ones. Avoid large indoor gatherings. And quarantine if you've been exposed. These simple steps work, as long as we stay united in the cause. Help reduce the impact of COVID-19 for your friends, your family, your coworkers. Do it today, so we can all have a healthier tomorrow.
Casey, AP called Virginia.
Beacon.health/together.
They called Virginia for Biden. Yeah, I know they did a
Connecting with
long time
heart
ago.
and inspiring health.
But it's still, Virginia still has Trump up.
Casey Hendrickson here. Spend
Look, if Trump flips Virginia, I mean that would be something, but nobody's expecting that to happen.
Until 6 on Tuesday, November 3rd. Will law and order
Really?
and economic
NDU has different
prosperity reign
results.
supreme as Trump
So
wins
somehow
re-election?
NDU got the
Will
Derek
the deep
Dieter
state
results, John.
shenanigans
Oh, what do
win,
they have?
putting Joe
They got
Biden
Dieter
in the
up.
White House? I'm going to be talking
Hold on,
about
let me
all
hop
the
over.
big
Somebody just said it to me.
taking your calls as well as analyzing the polls. Plus, you'll be able to chat with me during the commercial breaks and get special pricing on food and drinks. And let's be honest, we're all going to need a few drinks. Plus,
Hey,
the first
this already
50 people
happened.
in the door are gonna get a
Yeah, I
special
know. And there you
iPhone
are
cookie.
promoting
So again,
the
spend
drinking of
Election Day
alcohol
at
again.
Monterey.
There's nothing wrong with
Me,
drinking
Casey
alcohol.
Hendrickson
Yeah,
from 3
well, I
until
know,
6
but
on
you
Tuesday,
were like,
I said we're all going to need a little drinks. I didn't say I was going to drink.
drinks.
Didn't say
I
I was
know,
going to
but
drink.
earlier on your show today, you said you were going to be drinking scotch and drunk as a skunk during this program
We'll
tonight.
see
No, I did
you
not.
at Monterey.
That's what I heard.
That is
That's what I
fake.
heard,
That is
John.
fake news.
All right.
I never said anything about drunk skunks.
Joe heard it too.
Skanks, maybe. Skunks, no. Did not say that. All right. More races. This is so weird.
I didn't see where they had local races.
I didn't either on NDU. Where are you all seeing the local races on NDU, guys? Is it just on their TV?
I don't know.
It might be on
Oh, that could
TV.
be. Yeah, like on their crawl.
Because it's not on their website. They don't have the local races on their website.
What is, like on TV, what's their channel number?
16, I think?
WNDU is 16. Well, yeah, but I mean on cable.
I have no idea.
But I don't think that's what they're thinking, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, then I have no idea. Maybe.
It's channel 8.
Oh, okay.
Hey, it's Channel 8, John.
I know, I think I just told you
Cosmo
that.
and Susie's is open
Oh.
Tuesday through Saturday for carryout.
The morning after the election, we'll have the results
So they have Dieter up.
and the races as they stand.
Well,
Brooklyn Beatty.
Somebody says.
could be.
I wish they had that on their website. That would have been nice.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. So I guess we have some late results. Some listeners were saying that on some of the local television stations, some of their crawlers on the bottom, the lower thirds, have the Derek Dieter race, and that Derek Dieter is ahead of Oliver Davis. So we're waiting to see those results. Jake Teshka is ahead 57-43 over Ross Deal in District 7. And I'm waiting for those other races that you guys were looking for, because we had some delayed results, and I thought it might have been tied with the situation with St. Joseph County, which John will get to here in just a minute. I just wanted to go ahead and get through some of these results here. I'm looking at the lower third, making sure that I have this, because some of this stuff is not on the website, but it is running through on the actual news broadcast. So it is obviously they're getting some data that's not being updated onto the website. Want to make sure that we get that. Timothy Wesco is ahead of Ryan Lidke at 71 to 29%. Kurt Nisley, 70% over Kelly Thompson, 30% for District 22, Indiana State House. I would expect that race to be called already, but it's not official yet, I don't think. See where's all right. It's this is the thing. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to wait for it, John, and it's not going to show up. The moment you crack your microphone and tell everybody why everything is delayed in St. Joseph County, it's going to hop on. That's what's going to happen. So just talk to people, but from a distance, so I can look at the big giant TV there. How about that? So what's going on with those results, though? Why are they being delayed? What's happening in St. Joseph?
This is nothing that's not a surprise, though a lot of people are probably hearing it for the first time. St. Joseph County announced several days ago that this was going to be a process, simply because of the amount of early voters, either mail-in or folks who voted in person early. So as far as the count's concerned, the election board will continue to process absentee votes every day until approximately 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They expect this to go on for days, by the way.
Okay.
At the end of each day, they'll update the vote results between 5 and 7 o'clock at night. And with each new result of the votes, the election board will provide an estimate of the percentage of total votes that have been counted. So numbers from them this evening, they say more than 58,000 people voted absentee, either walk-in or by mail-in. 90% of the more than 32,000 walk-ins have been processed. The remaining walk-ins will be counted tomorrow. Then the board will begin counting the 25,000 plus mail-in votes, and that, they say, could take till Friday.
Okay. Thank you, John. Appreciate the update. And again, we're going to wait for those results. Just came across that Dieter was up 53-47. Deb Fleming also up over Hodge Patel. Those races have flipped. So it gave us perfect amount of timing. So we apologize about the delay in getting you those results, but we do have those now. Thank you very much. And again, this is just one of those weird things. We've got extra absentee ballots coming in. Georgia's having some delayed results now because of a burst pipe at some of their locations. So they're saying that it could take a while to get all of those counts. I'd also like to remind everybody that, in some of these states, they're telling you it could take several days before they actually get these final counts in, because you're sitting here looking at, obviously, ballots that can come in. Every state is a little bit different on those ballots. Sometimes they can arrive late as long as they're postmarked by the election. They sometimes have to match signatures. Sometimes they don't have to match signatures. It just kind of depends on the state and what those rules are, which is why we're going to potentially be looking at those legal challenges. So for us to get a confirmed result for president tonight, it's going to have to be a definitive race, and we don't have that yet. So far, no surprises. That remains to be seen if we'll have one, but so far, no surprises. Everything is pretty much as we would expect. Wyoming has been called. Alabama has been called. We're still waiting on Arizona. Arkansas has been called. Right now, the electoral vote tally is 129 Biden, 94 Trump. And I know that a lot of you are looking at Ohio. You're getting nervous. You're getting a little stressed out, but it is early, and those things do tend to change in Ohio. Ohio is just one of those states that kind of wigs people out. It's just the way that the districts are organized and how they report. It is just one of those things, and it just confuses people. So right now, Trump is gaining in Ohio. It's 50.8 to 47.9, which is a much smaller margin than it was. If you look in Pennsylvania, it is Biden up big, 62 to 36, but it is extremely early, and we haven't gotten to any of those rural counties yet in Pennsylvania. So again, please don't be too concerned about that. I have a lot of questions about Virginia. Virginia is something that confuses a lot of people, and completely understand this. Trump is winning in Virginia, but Virginia has been called for Biden. Virginia was called for Biden over an hour ago, actually an hour and a half ago. This is because they fully expect that Virginia is going to go blue. A lot of this stuff ends up being exit polls, and There's some other stuff that goes into it now after the big exit poll fiasco, several presidential election cycles before. But Virginia is a blue state. And I know that a lot of you want it to be red. And if Trump were to flip Virginia, I assure you it would be the story of the election. It would be a massive story. So a lot of these states, even when the results aren't coming in or we have very few results in, the general consensus is that these states are widely going to go to one candidate. And so the prediction is made very early to get electoral votes on the map. Virginia is just one of those states that they do that. Is it possible that it could flip? Absolutely, 100%, but highly unlikely. And so right now, even though Trump is winning in Virginia, you got 41% of the vote in and Trump's 58-40. Right now, it is generally not considered a red state. It's considered a blue state, solid blue state, has been a solid blue state for an extended period of time. So they called it for Joe Biden. It's kind of like assuming that, and I know that it's a little bit less known than California or New York, but it's kind of like just assuming that California or New York are not going to go to the Democrat. And you know that they are. New York, by the way, was officially called for Biden not that long ago, and I know that none of you are surprised by that, even though 14% is the vote tally there. Trump continues to win Maine. Maine, again, very weird story today because Fox called Maine blue, but Maine is still Trump, 53.7 to 43.2 at this point in time. You can split your vote in Maine, and that's what happened the last election cycle. They split it. So it's a possibility that that's going to happen as well. Colorado, some places had officially called Colorado for Joe Biden. I'm looking here on my chart here. They haven't officially called it yet, but I would expect that they would relatively shortly. So some places, again, every news outfit kind of does things a little different. With New Mexico, and this is another question that I get too, New Mexico, how is it that New Mexico can be called? There's no votes being tallied because it's New Mexico. New Mexico, again, blue. It's just a blue state. Texas, I think, is funny because they've got Texas leaning blue. 62%. They've got Biden at 49.7 and Trump at 49. That will flip. Don't worry about that. Georgia, Trump is leading. Florida, Trump is leading. Trump is up big in both of those states right now. Okay. Now, Georgia, again, they've had a burst pipe at some of their locations, and they're saying that they're going to be delayed in getting some of their numbers in there. North Carolina right now is slightly leaning towards Biden. North Carolina also let us know earlier in the afternoon, if you're just joining us, that they are going to be delayed in getting their vote count to people because of some election issues at some of their polling locations yesterday. But they do love this. I know people are laughing about the Texas thing. They sure do love saying that Texas is going to go blue one day. And it's maybe one day, but it isn't today. That's just not going to happen. But right now, with 62% reporting, it's 49.7 to 49 Biden in Texas. And we'll sit here and wait for that to flip. Wisconsin finally on the board right now with 4% leaning Trump, 53-45. The Trump campaign is confident that they have Wisconsin. That's 10 electoral votes. And Wisconsin is a big pickup. As most of you know, Wisconsin is one of the things that gave him the win in 2016, the big surprise. Wisconsin went red. And one of those states that they have never pulled out of. Again, I talked about the Pennsylvania situation. They put a lot of effort into having a permanent presence in Pennsylvania over the past 4 years. They did so in Wisconsin and Michigan also. So those are things that you have to consider. Minnesota is leaning towards Biden. But again, this is really early. They're just starting to get their vote tallies into us. Michigan leaning red, Wisconsin leaning red. And then you've got Ohio, Pennsylvania, Minnesota leaning blue at this point in time. They have called North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming for Donald Trump. I know, no big surprise there. At this point in time, there is no surprises. All right, no surprises for final calls as of yet, but doesn't mean it's not going to happen before the night is over. Either we're going to have a winner tonight with a major development, or we're going to be talking about this for quite some time with legal battles and analysis going into the foreseeable future, which is going to give everybody anxiety. Stay with us. We got more coming up. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
This is continuing election coverage
And congressional hearings, too. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah, lots of congressional hearings. Why? Where are they getting those results from? I need to know that. Why do we not have those results locally anywhere else?
I saw Texas with 49-6 Biden, 49 Trump, 72% reporting.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's pretty close. So.
Race calls in most of Indiana's congressional races, only 2 still uncalled. The 5th district, which everyone expected to be close, it has been.
So NBC knows better. NBC's not. See, the thing is, like some of the maps, what they'll do is they'll lean it, so they'll color it with lines through it, so they're just leaning a certain way. But just kind of let you know where the vote count is right now.
Perhaps closer than expected.
Yes, so I'm in the studio today, Trumbo. In the studio today.
Yeah, this would be chaos trying to do this from home.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like I thought about trying to do it from home, but then I've got the kids asleep upstairs, and yeah, I'd rather just deal with it here, honestly.
The new congressman from the 1st district of Indiana, easily winning against Republican Mark Leyva.
I'm just so irritated that I can't get the results that they have on TV on the web.
You're listening to Network Indiana. We are joined by our political analyst, Abdul Hakim Shabazz. Abdul, I guess the surprise so far, and it'll be a W in the box score if that's how it ends up, but Jackie Walorski with a little bit tougher race than perhaps anyone expected.
Yes, and that, as you mentioned earlier in the evening, that district was drawn specifically for Jackie Walorski. Now, granted, we don't have Elkhart County yet because they had some issues, and so that'll probably change the margins a little bit. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Jackie Walorski, like I said, just I guess a win's a win, but I'm sure she'd probably like a little bit of a better win.
Yeah, undoubtedly. A big margin, at least in what we're seeing so far for Pat Hackett, not only in St. Joseph County, which we would expect, but she also appears to be carrying Stark and Wabash counties, which would make that makes that a lot closer than perhaps expected.
What is he talking about? What happened in the Walorski race that I don't? I've got her up by 30 points.
We're going to be able to call tonight because of the situation with mail-in ballots. But some of the folks that we were watching closely in Indianapolis and the surrounding area are as close as expected. John Ruckelhaus, the state senator from Indianapolis, trailing Fadi Kadura by about 10 points. Again, a lot more votes to come in Hamilton County. Not all of those are in that district, but some of them will be. On the other hand, there's a lot of votes still to be counted in Marion County. At this point, who's the most vulnerable incumbent in the legislature? John Ruckelhaus, Jerry Torr, whom we talked about earlier?
I would say,
or is there another one you're watching?
I would say right now John Ruckelhaus is the most vulnerable one because I've been hearing that he'd been behind in some polling for a while in that particular race, but Republicans are going to do what they could to save John Ruckelhaus. Also, something I think is interesting that even if Republicans were to lose Jerry Torr from our
Okay,
here,
so the Teshka race updated on our website, so that's good.
Lost Terry Gooden, Chris Chung, and maybe even Melanie Wright. So it looks like if we may have some losses in the suburbs, Republicans may actually pick some up in the outer parts of the state.
Well,
sorry, folks. I just obviously got to do stuff here.
And a big win for the Republicans in the former House Minority Leader. That is a Trump district, has been for a while, but Terry Gooden has consistently won it, not just won it, but won it handily. So that's sort of the Republicans' white whale.
Yes, exactly.
You're listening to Political Election Night coverage. This is Network Indiana.
95.3 MNC keeps you on time. Weekday mornings with traffic and weather every 10 minutes on the 6s during Michigan's morning news. And before your drive comes to a homes, get traffic alerts direct to your cell phone. Text news to 45364. Messages, data rates apply. From the station that keeps you moving on air, online, and on your cell. From News Talk 95.3 Michiana's News Channel, your breaking news and weather station.
What do you need done on your house? The basement could be finished. The kitchen needs updating. Your deck is not the way you want it. Or maybe you just want an entirely new room added to your home. That's when you call Graver Custom Remodeling. They come to your home with vision and experience that leads to...
Hey, they finally called it for Brad Rogers.
All right, Casey, what do you really think?
Every project they do.
What do I really think?
Yeah.
You want me to do my predictions next?
Well, no.
What?
I mean, how's it looking? No surprises.
I think that...
Any surprises yet?
No, there's no surprises yet. None yet. everything is pretty much what you would expect. So you look at the map here. I think, see, Trump's already bouncing back in Ohio. So I think that they have Ohio. I think that they have Michigan and Wisconsin. I'm less confident with Michigan than Wisconsin, actually. And I think that Trump has Pennsylvania. I really do. I think that they have it. They got Florida. I think they have Georgia. So, like, my map, let's see if I just do this. So let's just go North Carolina red, Georgia red. I had this all done earlier, but it was on my laptop, so.
50%. But there's a better and safer way to secure your income in retirement. Discover how.
Iowa's red. I don't know why anybody says that. I think they have Arizona. And I'm going to say that they have Nevada. So I'm at 310, 203. That's where I'm at. And that's with Nebraska splitting, which I don't think is going to happen. So let me just change that. So 311. I mean, the thing is, I don't think that Trump lost the state from 2016. You know, so it's down to the battleground states. If you take all of the battleground states out and you give him every state that he won in 2016 other than the current battleground states, he only needs Pennsylvania to win. That's it. He could lose every other state and win.
And so what that does is it becomes, from their perspective,
it's just one of those rare elections that the Republican has the advantage from the get-go. Now, if he loses Ohio or Pennsylvania or something, things dramatically change. But I'm at 311, 227 at this point.
It's Jenna Napolitano, everybody.
Hey,
she used to be my governor.
He's still alive?
Stop it. You are mean. You are mean.
Yeah.
I should tell you about my Amber Alert story sometime when she wouldn't let me out of 11 speeding tickets from the speed cameras on the freeway that were, after she left office, were declared unconstitutional.
Oh my God.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I am your host, Casey Hendrickson, and again, covering the election for election night. So far, no big surprises, but we do know a little bit more about what we're going to have to wait for going forward. So Georgia, right now, we're going to lose out on some of those votes tonight. They're saying that that's going to take some time to get those taken care of. Here's the real thing. Usually on election night, you know, we've got a pretty good idea of who's going to win, you know, right around 10 to 11 o'clock. That's generally speaking when we know who's going to win. If it's a sweep, it's a lot earlier, sometimes around 9:30 or so. I believe it was last year about 9:30. We had I called the race for Trump. Once Pennsylvania went red, we just kind of had an idea that, you know, once he wins Pennsylvania, that's really it. Right now, it's taking a little bit longer for those results for various reasons. Obviously, there's some mail-in ballots that have to be dealt with. Some of those are going to be counted over the next week or so. Elkhart County is delayed in getting some of the results to us. St. Joseph County is going to be counting for the next several days for local races. So some of those aren't going to be decided in their entirety until a little bit down the line. Georgia's got a water main break at one of their polling locations, so that's going to be an issue. So you start looking at some of these things, and you're starting to get, you know, where we may not have an idea tonight. It's going to have to be some kind of a landslide. I was just asked a minute ago by John what I really think. And today on the radio show, I went over several different scenarios for everybody. And now keep in mind, we've never seen an election like this. So I would say that it's probably you have to be a little bit more forgiving in an election like this one with anybody who makes a prediction than other standard elections. Because again, we have things that haven't been counted, higher degree of mail-in ballots. There is the possibility of fraud. We have had dozens of fraud cases over the past several months. Those are all big issues. We have people caught on video ballot stuffing today, stuffing multiple ballots into the drop boxes. That's illegal. You can't do that. all of these things potentially could be challenged in court depending on where their district is and what the outcome could be. So as I take a look at this, let me change my map just a little bit because I had the wrong shade. You can't have the wrong shade of color, John. So if you go to, there's a website for you to play around with this. For those of you who are interested or just want to follow along, it's called 270 to win, and it's the number 270. I have Trump at 311. And I think that Newt Gingrich had him at like 312 or he had him at 320 something, like 327 or something like that. I'm not convinced that he's going to win Minnesota. So what I'm looking at based on the internal polling data from the Trump campaign with the data that I had leading into it. So we got the internal polling data from the Trump campaign yesterday. And I was looking at their internal polling, and it matched up really close with what I already had, John. So when I looked at my analysis, what I started looking at was, did Trump lose a state that he won in 2016 that isn't a battleground state? So is there a state that is a red state that Trump would have lost over the last 4 years? And I just couldn't think of one. So I have Maine going to Biden. Now, Fox is called Maine for Biden. Everybody else has Maine splitting their vote. Maine split their vote last election in 2016, which is entirely possible to happen this time around. But I gave it to Biden. I've got Trump winning Pennsylvania. I don't think that they have a 1 million vote margin of victory in Pennsylvania like Team Trump said yesterday. I don't think that's true. But I have them winning Pennsylvania. I think that they will eventually be fairly comfortable in Ohio. I've got them winning North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Well, that leaves Michigan and Wisconsin. I don't think that they're going to win Minnesota. I know that a lot of you do. And if I had to pick a flex pick, Minnesota would be it. Minnesota, I think, could very well go red, given some of the things that have happened in Minnesota. But again, it's just, for me, it's hard to say Minnesota is going to go red after, not going red for more than I've been alive.
There's a couple of bigwigs who agree with you on the state of Florida, and they are Governor Ron DeSantis and U.S. Senator Rick Scott. They've declared President Trump the winner of the Sunshine State, despite the race not being called by any of the major news outlets.
So right now, it's 51-47 in Florida. And here's the thing about Florida right now. So, there's 91% that have already got in there. So 91% of the districts. Miami-Dade has long been counted. There are no other Democrat districts to count in Florida. Biden can't win Florida. Right now, it looks like are they calling it? Or no, they're just giving an update. It's 49.7 to 48.9 for Texas right now. Oh, I'm shocked that Texas went back to being red, guys. I'm shocked. Stunned. That's the first surprise of the evening. Not. But here's the thing. When I broke out the analysis earlier today during my radio show, and I'm sitting there, I'm in Monterey Mexican Bar and Grill, and I've got people calling me all week going, you got to talk me off of the ledge. What the heck is going on? Almost every single poll had Trump losing Florida. And everywhere I looked, and I'm not talking about polls, I'm looking at raw data. Because, and look, the average person out there isn't doing that. I understand that. But a pollster's job is to look at that raw data and then extrapolate that into the poll. Nowhere, not a single place could I find anything that would show that Biden was going to win Florida. Not a single solitary speck of information other than your non-scientific polls. It was the only thing that showed Biden winning Florida. There was nothing that showed Biden winning Florida. And so now, leading into this, over the last several weeks, as I've been telling you this, right? What has continued to happen? Well, they've continued to report that Biden was leading in Florida. Biden was leading in Texas. And a lot of those national polls were showing that he was winning in Florida or Texas by 7 points. They had him up by 7 points in Texas. Who in their right mind thinks Joe Biden is going to win Texas by 7 points? The answer is only an amateur who is living in some fantasy world. It's just not going to happen. Now, Florida can go back and forth. And Florida is typically going to decide your presidential election. As we said before, typically when you have a presidential election, You sit there, you wait. And if Florida goes blue, the Republican loses. You don't have to look at Pennsylvania. You don't have to look at Ohio. Trump just flipped Ohio. Told you. What did I tell you? Ohio is going to go red. So it's been blue. You guys have been posting on the live stream. You're freaking out. I get it. You're all freaked. Now look at Pennsylvania. What has happened in Pennsylvania? There's only 17% of the vote in Pennsylvania. You know what Trump has done? Erased a 15-point deficit in Pennsylvania. I'm telling you, I don't think they have a 1 million vote margin in Pennsylvania, but keep an eye on it. North Carolina is now virtually tied, 49.7 to 49.2 Biden. I think North Carolina is going to go Trump. So when I'm looking at this, I'm going over the analysis on all of this, and the preponderance of cable networks are looking at Nate Silver's 538. 538 has been wrong for multiple elections. 538 has been attacking other polling firms that have been correct for the past couple of elections as using all sorts of weird algorithms that don't make any sense and are, quote, crazy. Nate Silver called the Trafalgar Group crazy. Well, they've been right twice in a row, and 538's been wrong. So who's crazy? Now, 538 is so confident, John. They're so confident in their polls that they put out their prediction. You know what their prediction was?
What's
Did you
that?
see their prediction?
No.
22 different predictions. They're so confident in their polls that show that Trump has a 90% chance of losing that they put out 22 different predictions for the election.
Mm-hmm.
All of them, well, I should say 2 of them had Trump winning. That was it. 18 of the 20 that were left had Biden winning Florida. So right away, 18 out of 22 of 538's predictions go out the window with Florida. So now I'm sitting here, I'm looking at them, I'm going, I just don't see where they're getting to this. They put Missouri. Wait, Missouri was called for Trump. Why are they saying that Missouri was called for Trump earlier? Now they're saying it's leaning blue. That's interesting. So Maine and Missouri have been a little strange today. Minnesota, again, leading Biden, 23%, Biden 65.5% to Trump's 32%. But, you know, if you're going to look at this with any seriousness, you have to look at what's happening in the state of Florida. You always have to start with the state of Florida because nothing else really matters at that point. If Florida goes blue, it really doesn't matter what happens after that. The Republican just doesn't win. But if Florida goes red, then you start devoting your attention, your energy into Pennsylvania, Ohio. Then maybe you start looking at Michigan and Wisconsin. And as we're looking at just the trends, now keep in mind, this is still early, okay? Look at the trends here. Ohio, you guys have been wigging out about Ohio on my live stream for an hour. And Ohio has now flipped to Trump. And in the past 5 minutes that I've been talking about Ohio, Trump has gained a percentage. And it's got 70% reporting, and it's Trump 49.8 and Biden 48.9. Then you look at Pennsylvania, where it was a huge, like 20-point deficit. It's now an 8-point deficit, and Trump's just climbing in those numbers. And it's only 17% reporting in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania is going to be big. If Trump doesn't win Pennsylvania, he still has a fairly easy path through Wisconsin and Michigan. If he does win Pennsylvania, Biden is in big trouble. So we start to look at some of this, again, the basic data there. None of it made any sense. And it wasn't just the whole, I don't believe the polls because the polls were wrong in 2016. It was that none of them seemed to call Texas or Florida right. And I don't know what kind of fantasy land any pollster is looking at where they think that Texas is going to be +7 Biden. I don't know where you get that number from because it just isn't reality. So my official map is 311, 227 Trump right now. We've got more coming up. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
95.3 MNC weather text alerts. Customized and faster faster than ever. To stay connected, text weather to 45364. Do it right now. Pick the counties you care about and get word of severe weather the very moment the alert is issued. Minutes matter, and that's why we've made our weather text alert service better than ever. Again, text weather to 45364.
They're saying Biden's going to talk tonight, and Trump's having a party with about 400 people at the White House.
Well, and they were trying to say that it was, oh, he's canceling at Trump Tower. That means he needs... No, it's a security risk.
He canceled at Trump Tower because they wouldn't let him have that many people.
Oh, was that it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I thought it was a security risk.
House where they can't tell him what to do.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I must have missed that story.
Yeah, it was COVID reasons.
Oh, okay.
That was against the policy, the
Okay.
crowd limits.
All right. Well, that makes sense. Because I was looking at it and I'm like, well, I don't know. God, you're putting up barriers everywhere. It's probably a huge security risk. So.
Yeah. It's a health risk.
Break down those barriers.
Biden is awake? Question mark.
I know. It's getting pretty late.
It gave me structure. It gave me a platform for me to change.
Well, and look, okay, it's still early in Virginia. But they're at 48% with Trump having 54.9. If he flips Virginia, that will be the shock of the election. If he does. I don't know anybody who believes... Oh, wait, hold on. No. I don't know anybody who believes that Trump will flip Virginia. Nobody. But if he does, that's huge. Huge.
And purpose. When you know what you stand
Virginia
for,
could be last year's Pennsylvania. Honestly.
If you're ready to elevate meaning in your life, join me for a complimentary webinar featuring
Trump is within 5 points in Pennsylvania, guys. So I've been talking about it for 10 minutes, and he has pulled 15 points out of his backside.
Your mission, vision, and values, impacting not just your life while you are here, but the legacy you leave.
Telling you what's happening in Minnesota.
KairoPurpose.com.
Oh, he's still way down in Minnesota, though.
9559.
Investment advisory services may be offered through Howard Bailey Securities LLC, a registered investment.
They're not even calling Iowa. Like, I still don't know what in the heck you're thinking with Iowa.
ABC News tweeted.
Two things.
Vote totals in Miami-Dade show Biden underperforming compared to 2016 election totals. Analysts say there are signs of a new phenomenon, the migration of some segments of the Hispanic community further away from Democrats.
Like our two-sided queen sleep set.
What did the Trump campaign tell everybody all of these months? He's made significant gains with Latino and black men. Significant gains.
Michiana's election headquarters.
You have to understand, he spent 4 years doing this in the White House.
All right, John, why don't you just tell me what you just read about Miami-Dade? Can you do that for me?
Yeah, they are, well, this is ABC News tweeting just a few moments ago. They say that Miami-Dade figures show Joe Biden underperforming compared to 2016 election totals. Analysts say it's signs of a new phenomenon, the migration of some segments of the Hispanic community further away from Democrats.
Okay. If only there was a radio host whose name that rhymed with Casey had said this like a month and a half ago, that Miami-Dade was having problems with Democrats, okay? You have to understand something. The information is there, right? And I realize that the average person out there is not, this isn't what you do for a living. You live in Michigan, you live in Indiana. For 90% of you that are listening right now or watching on the live stream on dlive.tv/Casey the host. So you're focused on the local stuff. I get that. But the stories in local media are there. Miami-Dade was just not performing. If you have 6 million Republicans outperform Democrats in Miami-Dade, what in the world? How could you possibly call Florida for Joe Biden if Republicans are beating Democrats in Miami-Dade in early voting, which never happens? John, you got an update for us.
Yeah, Casey, let's go to Indianapolis. Governor Eric Holcomb is delivering his victory speech this evening.
With you over the next 4, like we've done this last 4. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for always putting people first.
I
also want to say thank you to all the various faith leaders who have supplied me with daily doses of inspiration and encouragement along this journey, no matter if we were on a peak or in a valley. I've told each and every one of them that they have the harder job. And I will see their prayers and raise them because of the very people that we serve. To all the employees, and I see some of them here tonight, to all the employees of the state of Indiana up and down the chain who wake up every single day, and their charge is to take it to the next level. As Coach Dale says, my team is on the court, and I could not be prouder of the state employees of Indiana. To my cabinet, and I see them here as well. I am as emotionally moved by your presence and by your efforts as I am of my own family. I didn't trick you when you signed up for this job. Little did we know what 2020 might bring. But my luck, and yes, Indiana's fortune, is what puts a smile on my face. And when I think of each and every contribution that you all make, I burst with pride. Thank you for continuing to serve. Earl Good, always in the back, the very definition of class. My chief of staff. Steady as she goes, but my goodness, full steam ahead. And I know you will with the team that we have assembled in the official office. These are men and women that could be doing anything in life. And they, too, wake up every single day and put others first. Thank you for continuing to serve our state. To my campaign manager and very good friend, I don't know where there you are, Chairman Kyle Hufford, job well done. I say that as someone who has worn your shoes. I say job well done as in never been done better. We have proven that normal campaigns are just a little bit overrated. But somehow, over the last 10, 14 days, we've been able to add a little normalcy into the campaign trail down this final stretch. I was able to get my hair cut at Rex's in Roanoke. I was able to get my corn dogs at the Cone Palace up in Kokomo. I was able to get the last cider at the Big Peach in Bruceville. It's right there by Oaktown. I was able to get a slice of apple pie at the Lemon Drop in Anderson. Able to get that famous strawberry shake up at Fair Oaks Farms and make, actually, some candy canes at the Martinsville Candy Kitchen. And thanks to Sheriff Knoll down in Clark County, Indiana, I was able to get some of those famous cinnamon Red Hots from Shrimps in Jeffersonville. Kyle, the team that you assembled, Mindy and Huck and Joe and Jake and Holly and Greg and Stephanie and Matt and the field team and all of our county coordinators in all 92 counties who from day one bought into this all positive, all the time campaign, really embraced it at the exact time when our state and nation needed it the most. You all should be proud of your work, and I could not be more so. Well, let me just say this. What I'm even more proud of is around here in Indiana, we don't just dream big things. We do big things, and we aspire to be a positive influence all along the way. Think about this. Over the last 4 years, Indiana has seen new job commitments go up, wage levels go up, capital investments go up, foreign direct investments, that's called onshoring, go up. In migration, people are moving to the state of Indiana. It's going up. The number of back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back balanced budgets continue to go up. The numbers of years that we've had AAA.
All right, not exactly sure what happened there, but the governor's speech went out. Of course, Eric Holcomb, the first race officially called on the program, 12 minutes into coverage, Eric Holcomb was declared the winner. But as people have been pointing out, I was going to type this on the live stream, but I'll do it here in a second. But as people were pointing out, Rainwater, getting to get finally 12%, I think Rainwater got, the Libertarian candidate, sends a message. Now, the real question is, will the governor receive that message? I don't think that he will, based on my conversations with his campaign people today on the show, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I just saw the latest thing. Deb Fleming is leading in her race, and if you go to 953mnc.com and go and look for Dieter, these are the races that I keep getting asked about the most. St. Joseph County Commissioner District 2, Derek Dieter versus Oliver Davis. Dieter, the Republican, 53-47 with 71% reporting on that one. So again, this has been real interesting to watch play out here. I want to get into Elkhart too, some of those Elkhart races, because I know that a lot of you.
This is Michiana's.
It's okay. Who doesn't need a little background music? Brad Rogers declared the winner in District 2, 70% of the votes. We got County Commission District 3 in Elkhart, Susie Wyrick, the Republican, 70% of the vote. They haven't declared that race over yet for some strange reasons. 81% of the precincts reporting she got 70% of the vote. She's got that one. The Elkhart County Council at Large. This was one of the bigger races there. All of the Republicans got 23% of the vote. You pick three when you vote in that race. They got 23% of the vote. The Democrats got between 11 and 9%. So Thomas Stump, Tina Wenger, and Adam Buyalski, looks like they're going to win those at-large races there. And then, of course, if you look at the Elkhart Community School Board, District C, Douglas Weaver has got that one locked up at 67% of the vote. Elkhart Community School Board, District D, Daisy Davis, in a tight race there with Danny Brown. 51-49% with 81% reporting. So that race is still very, very interesting. But there's a lot of those very interesting local races that, again, a lot of people are paying very close attention to. And if there is one of those local races that you want to see, feel free to send me a message at 45364. John, I apologize. What do you want me to do with breaks? Don't we take a break now or just keep going? Okay. Because of the speech of the governor, we went a little bit over our last break. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't running into an issue with that. All right, so let's talk about the presidential election again. So Pennsylvania's going back and forth. Now, when we started the Eric Holcomb speech, Pennsylvania was blue. Eric Holcomb said one sentence, Pennsylvania was red. And I started talking about Pennsylvania, what, guys? Did I start talking about Pennsylvania a half hour ago? Roughly? Trump was down 20 points. Trump is up 2 points in Pennsylvania right now. I told you this thing was going to flip. Ohio, Trump is pulling away in Ohio. He's at 3 percentage point lead in Ohio. Michigan. Now, Michigan has the ability to flip back and forth. Trump is up by 13 in Michigan right now. I don't think that is going to hold, but he's up by 13 with 31%. That is pretty big. Wisconsin, Trump has continued to pull away in Wisconsin, 51-47 in Wisconsin. They have Georgia leaning Trump by what is that? It looks like 12 points. Florida, Trump is going to win Florida. Texas, again, shocker. Texas is red again. Now you got Utah. You got Arizona coming in. Arizona, right now, 60% is in, and they're giving it to Biden at 55. It's not an official call. It's just leaning Biden. 55 to 42. So 55 to 42 in Arizona. It is early in Arizona. I know that 60% of that vote count is in there. I have Trump taking Arizona. And we'll have to see how that shakes out. So Arizona is a little bit of one of those unusual states as well. You know what? Everybody is still watching Virginia. Virginia continues to be a bit of a puzzle. Trump is still leading in Virginia, with Biden being declared the winner. And that has been the case for, well, the entire night. Virginia was declared, I think, in that first hour. And we started our coverage at 7 o'clock. So as we continue to look at this, Virginia may very well end up being blue, and it's just going to be a while till we get there. I don't really know. I don't know what's happening specifically in Virginia. I don't know if they're counting those mail-in ballots or what's going on there. But this has continued to be one of those things. Virginia is always blue, folks. This is a solid blue state. I wouldn't fault anybody for calling Virginia blue right out of the gate on election night. I really wouldn't. But you also can't ignore that 3 hours later, Trump is still leading in Virginia. That was called for Biden, 3 hours ago. It's something to at least look into. Then Maine. Maine looks like they might split again. Trump's got 51%, Biden 45.8%. There's only 11% reporting in Maine still. So Maine's going to be one of those outliers, but they split their vote last time. You look at North Carolina. North Carolina is tied even at 49.4. Biden's got the slight edge with 3,000 votes in North Carolina. I have North Carolina going to Trump. But North Carolina can be one of those states that will go Biden. 87% reporting, and right now it is a draw. So we'll see how North Carolina shakes out. And, North Carolina, they've got 15 electoral votes. They can mess with either campaign. But again, very, very tough race. But we came into this, if you were a Trump supporter, the Trump campaign has been telling you from the very beginning one thing. We need one state. We need one state. For the record, nobody is giving Iowa to anybody. Iowa is red, guys. I don't know why anybody thinks that Iowa is going to go blue. Iowa is red, but they haven't given it to anybody yet. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. People are asking me what's happening in Iowa. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with Iowa. They're having an issue with reporting, I guess. But at this point in time, the Trump campaign told you that they came into this thing needing to pick up one state from the battleground states. Well, right now, they're looking like they have Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that can change, but that's where it's leaning at this point in time. And the lead in Pennsylvania continues to grow. The lead in Ohio continues to grow. The lead in Georgia continues to grow. The lead in Florida continues to grow. Florida's done. There just isn't a Democrat county. There isn't a Democrat stronghold in Florida that can come out and give Biden Florida. So the first thing as a Republican that you would need, if you are a Trump supporter, the first thing you would need to see happen is Florida goes towards Donald Trump, and that seems to have happened. Now, Wisconsin can flip. There's only 36% in Wisconsin that is reported. Trump's 51, Biden's 47.5. If you look at Michigan, it's 55.7 to 42.4. So we're going to start obviously getting out into those western states. You expect, Montana and Idaho to go Trump. But then you have California, Washington, Oregon. They're going to go Biden. Nevada remains a bit of a question. I think that Trump has a real opportunity to pick up Nevada this time around. Nevada was always really close anyway. Nevada is what you call a purple state. It goes back and forth depending on the election. They don't really solidly go one way or the other. But Republicans outperform Democrats in voter registration there, and their governor has been wreaking havoc on the state, and he's a Democrat. So there's a possibility that Nevada could easily flip to Donald Trump. Just give him a little bit of an extra margin to go on there. But it's starting to look an awful lot like 2016's map. I mean, honestly, right now, it's virtually identical to 2016. So if that maintains the track that we had in 2016, you start looking at it, the only difference that I see so far is North Carolina. North Carolina, again, still kind of up for grabs. But I've got North Carolina going to Trump. Whether or not that's what happens, we'll see, because North Carolina is still up for grabs at this point in time. But it's tied, 49.4%. And Biden's got a 3,000 vote advantage in North Carolina. So we'll see. The other thing that we have to look at is what we're going to have to deal with all sorts of, North Carolina just now flipped over to red. Hey, welcome to election night, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to give you fits. Now, some states, just the way that they're organized, they start off one way with the way that the reporting happens. They start off one way, then they go back and forth, they bounce back and forth, and they kind of make you nervous. That's what happened with Ohio earlier, and I told you just relax. If you're a Republican, Ohio tends to do that. So relax with Ohio, not a big deal. Michigan also does that. So right now, Michigan's 33%, and Trump has 56, and Biden is 42. But as time goes on, Michigan will tighten up a little bit. So it'll swing back more Biden's way. Wisconsin is starting to tighten a little bit as well, 51 to 47 at this point in time in favor of Trump, but only 38% reporting. So you just gotta hunker down. A lot of people, they tend to see once you're over 50%, they just think that they can go ahead and declare a state, but that really isn't how it works. So you have different, municipalities and districts that have large voting blocks in one direction or the other. If you're looking at Virginia, since so many of you are interested in Virginia, I get getting a lot of text messages about Virginia. Trump 53, Biden 45, but the state was called for Biden in the 7 o'clock hour. And there's a lot of pundits now starting to look at this and saying, well, we might very well have some weird stuff happening in Virginia. Virginia could be last year's Pennsylvania. I don't know, folks. I really don't. But I still expect Virginia. I don't want to let go of it. Let me put it this way. I still expect Virginia to go blue. I just don't want to let go of it, just because of what we've seen in the past. So we'll continue to see. A lot of these red states that are leaning red haven't been declared for Trump yet. And there's still some time. Ohio, 78% reporting Trump is up by 4. Actually 4.7. Pennsylvania, still early, too early to call. Michigan, still early. Wisconsin, still early, as we continue to look at all of those. Missouri is now flipped back, being red. Missouri was called earlier, and then all of a sudden, Missouri showed up on the map as blue, and now Missouri is going back red again. So, again, maybe it's perhaps just the way that votes are being counted. Maybe they're adding some of those tallies to that, and from the mail-in ballots, and that's kind of flipping things around a lot quicker than we're used to seeing perhaps on election night. I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to have that analysis and everything tomorrow. Some of you are asking again about the Senate and the House. What is happening with those races? So right now, let's take a look at the Senate. Democrats right now are leading 43-41. Remember, you need to get to 51 for control of the Senate. The Democrats needed to pick up 4 seats. Currently, as it sits, it is 43 Democrats, 41 Republicans. A lot of those big Senate races are out west, so we're going to wait to see those. John James in Michigan is also one that you have to really look at here. If you look at the situation with the House of Representatives, Republicans have 92, Democrats have 74. You need 218 for control. I don't know what I am missing with the analysis on Jackie Walorski's district in Indiana, with the news break that we had where they were saying that Jackie Walorski had not solidly won that. But the data that I have is 64-35 with Walorski. We're going to go to John Zimney now.
Jackie Walorski has just declared a victory in the 2nd district.
What's the final tally that you have? Do you have a final tally? Because the latest one that I have is 64.2. And for some reason, they were saying that there was this really close race there, and that seems like a pretty handy win, if you ask me. So, again, taking a look at that. In Congressman Banks, he won with 70% of the vote early in the night. Congressman Banks, very popular in Indiana in District 3, so we fully expected him to win re-election. Expected Jackie Walorski to win re-election, and I think she did so pretty handily. I I don't know what data that they were looking at earlier that would suggest that race was tighter than it probably should have been. All right. Let's see. We are on DLive, dlive.tv/Casey the host, dlive.tv/Casey the host. We're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll continue to run through some of those local races next, and I'll give you some updates on some of those Senate races and take a look at some of the stuff that is happening in the state of Michigan for you Michigan listeners. All of that coming up on 95.3 MNC.
FM and HD1, Niles, South Bend, Elkhart.
I need an energy drink, but it would be a foolish thing to do.
The top news story.
Want a fair, free vote of the American people, accurately encapsulated by the ballot count.
This is major corruption, and this has to be known about before the election.
Israel and the UAE share a similar outlook.
Defunding the police is obviously exactly the wrong way to go.
With greater economic prosperity comes stronger security.
Honestly, folks, I can't call the Senate. I know some of you that are just joining probably haven't heard me say that, but I really can't call the Senate. I don't. It's a coin toss, man. I don't know. I really don't know.
You have fallen so far that you can't see the light of day. You give up all hope. It's an awful feeling. I think the only way that people really make it out of that deep pit is somebody sticks a ladder in there and climbs down there with them. Coming out of the darkness and coming back into
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has won re-election.
Admire most about Goodwill because they reintegrated you back into the workforce slowly.
Dave Rubin just tweeted out, "It's happening, folks," 5 minutes ago.
Is to break down those barriers.
Tom Fitton's wondering why Florida hasn't been called for Trump. That is a great question.
Send them out in the open job market and let them fly. It gave me
Crenshaw gave his victory speech not too long ago.
For me to change. It amazes me that it works. And I'm amazed with the happiness and joy that I feel.
Jamel Hill tweeted out, "If Trump wins re-election, it's on white people, no one else." Rob Smith, a black man, said, "Nah, it's on all us blacks, gays, and Latinos who rejected all of this socialism and leftist ideology."
But especially as you prepare for retirement, planning for your best retirement goes beyond just taking a look at your investable assets.
Matt Gaetz tweeted back to Jamel Hill and said, "In that case, you're welcome, America. Signed, white people."
When you know what you stand for, you can create a retirement roadmap that's truly customized to you. If you're ready to elevate.
Oh my God! Have you guys seen the Chinese yuan?
Featuring story strategists of Fortune 500 companies and
you seen Chinese currency?
Family brand, Chris Smith.
It's nosediving.
How to author an even bigger
like full-fledged stock market crash, nosediving right now.
Rokita's won.
Huh?
Rokita's won. Register now at retirewithpurpose.com.
I mean, they called that like 2 hours late, but okay. At least they finally called it. like he had 81% of the precincts reporting, and he had like a 71% margin.
Or that specific financial goals will be achieved. The morning after the election, we'll have the results that come in and the races as they stand. I'm Brooklyn Beatty.
I'm John Zimney. First thing Wednesday on 95.3 MNC.
Latest count in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Isn't that the supposed birthplace of Joe Biden? Joe Biden was actually out at Scranton. Was he there this morning? And Donald Trump is beating Joe Biden in Scranton, Pennsylvania currently. That might change. Chinese currency is in a free fall right now. And I mean, stock market crash, free fall right now. Probably looking at the election results and saying, oh crap, looks like Donald Trump might have a shot at this thing. All right, let's go to 953mnc.com and let's take a look at some of these local elections. Just in during the commercial break, Todd Rokita will be the next attorney general for the state of Indiana. I told you that when he announced a while ago, probably his race to lose, and Todd Rokita has won that seat, which again was vacated by the current Attorney General, Curtis Hill. Eric Holcomb won as governor in Indiana. Jacka Wilarski has declared victory in House District 2. Jim Banks in House District 3 also retained his seat. Again, Todd Rokita for the Attorney General is on there. Scroll down the list here. And again, I have to kind of scroll through. Dale Devon came back. He was down bad for a while there. Dale Devon in Indiana State House District 5. Dale Devon, 55%. Westerhausen Jr., 45%. That has not been called yet, but just giving you the updates on that. Jake Teshka for Indiana State House District 7. That was a race that was really targeted by the Indiana Republican Party, and they were very hopeful that Jake Teshka could pick up that seat. That is a gain for Republicans in the Indiana legislature. Jake Teshka right now 57 to 43 over Ross Deal, the Democrat. And what else do we have here? Keep going down here. Timothy Wesco, Republican, retaining his seat in Indiana State House District 21, 71% of the vote there. Kurt Nisley in Indiana State House District 22 is 70% to 30% over his opponent there. So that one has happened. We still have some places that are not getting us results yet because of some of those changes here. Now let's shift over to Michigan real quick. John James, 25% of precincts reporting. John James, 57%. Gary Peters, the Democrat incumbent in U.S. Senate, 41%. Now, one of the other things that I've told you to pay attention to for the presidential elections is in some of those other races where you had really big races like the John James, Gary Peters race, if you started to see the polls really tighten in those races and that the Republican was gaining on the Democrat, you have to assume that those Republicans were going to be there and would potentially vote for Donald Trump as well. And I know that there's a lot of Democrats who would like you to believe that that wouldn't happen, but Donald Trump is the most popular Republican president with the Republican base, even more popular than Ronald Reagan. So when you look at the core base of Republicans, the likelihood that somebody who goes to vote for John James will stay and vote for Trump is very, very real. Now, again, 25%, it's early in Michigan. That can shift. The latest polls today for the John James, Gary Peters election had Peters up by 5. All of the polls over the past 2 weeks had Peters +5 or +7. There's one poll that had him +7. Everything had him +5. So if John James pulls that out, once again, he outperforms those polls. Michigan U.S. House District 6, Fred Upton leading that race. 52% of the districts are reporting. He's 61 to 34. No big surprises there. Michigan State House District 78, Brad Paquette, Republican, is retaining his seat, 72 to 26. So that is a big race there. Still don't have anything for District 79 for the Michigan State House for my Michigan people out there. Prop 1 right now is leading with 83% of the vote for yes. Prop 2, that's the reallocation of park funds, I think, right? Michigan Prop 2 is 89% yes right now. That's only 11% reporting, so again, those could change, but both of those propositions were expected to pass fairly easily in the state of Michigan, so we're not too surprised about that. Now, if you look at St. Joseph County, I want to scroll down here because I know a lot of you are very, very concerned about those county races. Get out of the Michigan stuff, sorry. So let's look at Derek Dieter and Oliver Davis. Dieter is the Republican. Davis is the Democrat. 71% of districts are reporting Dieter, 53, Davis, 47. So Derek Dieter is winning that race. Then you take a look at, where did it go? Oh, Deb Fleming is also leading in her race as well. So, again, we're starting to see some of those big races. I was a little surprised, actually, that so far Republicans are doing really well in some of those county races. I was worried about some of those county races, but they seem to be doing pretty good in those races. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in New York is being reelected, and I know my live stream is furious about that. I can see them absolutely upset. So yes, she did win re-election, which is kind of expected. Not really a big surprise there. The Democrats didn't target her. That's the big thing. She's not real popular with Democrats as far as the establishment Democrats are concerned, but if her district gets redrawn after the census, that's where you'll see them go after her. So let's take a look at Maine. Donald Trump, 51.7. Biden, 45.3. So Maine is still in favor of Trump. But again, they split their vote. Pennsylvania. So about an hour ago, I started talking about Pennsylvania. Trump was down 20 in Pennsylvania. Trump is now up 6.5 in Pennsylvania. Now, it's only 32% reporting, but his lead is growing in Pennsylvania. Trump is up 6 in Ohio, and his lead is growing with 81% reporting. Michigan, 35% reporting. Trump is up. He's up 12 in Michigan. Now, again, only 35% reporting. You haven't gotten to those big Democrat counties yet. In Wisconsin, it's a race in Wisconsin. You got 41% reporting, and it's 51.8 to 46.7 in Wisconsin. So Wisconsin is a race. Right now, Biden is really winning in Minnesota. It's 38% of the vote in, but it's 60 to 37 in Minnesota. And I was always skeptical of Minnesota. Iowa right now, it's only 19%. I expect Iowa to go red, but right now it's leaning blue. Utah is obviously leaning red. Colorado, New Mexico have been called for Joe Biden. Arizona, and we'll see if this ends up shaken out this way. 72% are reporting in Arizona. I don't know how their districts are working in Arizona. 72% are reporting in Arizona. Biden 53.9, Trump 44.8. So it is leading Biden. But again, you can't just call a state when you get over 50%. North Carolina is Trump starting to pull away a little bit. North Carolina is always a close state. It's one of the reasons that it's a battleground state, but they don't really consider it a battleground state, but it's a swing state. And North Carolina tends to go red, but it's always real close. So North Carolina is always in play. And right now it's 49.8 to 49 for Trump. There's 91% of those districts reporting. They still haven't officially called Florida, and Florida's done. I don't know. You got a bunch of people in Florida, too, out there just going, wait a minute, what in the heck is going on? Why won't you call this thing? Georgia, Trump is way up in Georgia right now with only 56% reporting. Again, there's also going to be a delay in some of the Georgia areas because they did have it was a pipe main that broke at one of their polling locations. And apparently it's if I understand correctly, I'd have to pull up the articles on it, but if I understand correctly, it would affect a lot of votes. So there's that. But right now it's 55 to 43 in Georgia. So the map at this point looks an awful lot like the map in 2016. A lot. Okay, so listener is saying if they haven't reported Yuma, then that Biden lead could flip because of the base there. That's possible. I don't know. It's weird because I used to have such close proximity to Arizona, but I don't know how Arizona's system really works. I know some of these other states more because Arizona has never really been considered one of those big states. But they have 11 votes. I mean, they should be considered a big state. They're more than Minnesota, but at the same time, Arizona is one of those that used to be a solid red state. It's not anymore. So we'll see what ends up happening in Arizona. So things are shaking up for the most part, a lot like 2016, at least when it comes to the national election. You start looking at the Senate, and what we have the Democrats. Again, there's a race to 51. Democrats 43, Republicans 41. The Senate is a full toss-up. And a lot of those big Senate races are out west. And the Democrats spent $100 million to try and unseat Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell won handily 59% of the vote. So he just absolutely dominated. That's $100 million that they poured into that race that did not work in ousting Mitch McConnell. If you look at the House of Representatives, there has been some speculation about the House of Representatives. And again, a lot of these are also going to be out west. I think that the Republicans can pick up seats there. The real question is whether or not they can pick up enough to flip the House. Well, Democrats right now have 76. Republicans have 100. Whoever gets to 218 wins the House of Representatives. So things are still tight in both of those, but we'll see. Could you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if the Republicans were to have a Senate? I know this is a little bit of fantasy time here. Could you imagine if the Republicans were to gain in the Senate or maintain their lead in the Senate, the same as it is now, and win the House and Trump were to win re-election? Could you imagine the amount of tears that you will be able to surf on in the streets from all of the people crying about that? Might actually be kind of fun. You turn part of the country into Venice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, We got a lot more coverage to go. This thing is not over yet. It is not even close to being called. We were wondering if we were going to have an idea around 10:30 or so. It doesn't look like it. We got more coming up. Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
This is continuing election coverage. Here's Network Indiana State House Bureau Chief, Eric Berman.
Republicans turning Indiana red, even as the national picture remains up in the air. Good evening. We're getting more race calls in, and we're learning more about
What does he mean by turn it red?
Hamilton County,
What is going on?
Indianapolis has finished its count except for 30,000.
I want their data. I want to see what they're talking about.
Tomorrow. That leaves that race in the 5th congressional district dangling, with Victoria Sparks leading Christina Hale, the Democrat, 51 to 45.
Well, I mean, Maine will probably split, guys. Lazy river of tears. Oh my god. NBC called the House for the Dems. Okay. Maybe. It's possible. Well, I mean, Newsmax is basically just doing what everybody knows. The reality is that there's a lot of places that don't want to call Florida. They just don't want to call it. They know what it is, but they don't want to call it. So they're holding off and they're not calling it. I mean, there is no place for Democrats to pick up votes in Florida. And they're all done.
Will be the new Indiana Attorney General as he recovers from coronavirus. He announced his diagnosis earlier today. He comes home a winner over Democrat Jonathan Weinzapfel. You're listening to Network Indiana. We are joined by former Indiana House Speaker and former Indiana...
Oh, God. Any major race that I'm missing, John, that I need to give people on that you can think of?
I don't think so. I think you got them all.
I mean, I know that there's other ones out there.
There's not a lot to report right now in Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan's they're slow getting us stuff, and then Elkhart's a little delayed too.
And just you know, Walorski declared herself the winner. Nobody's like projected it. So just
I think I said that. Didn't I say that? Yeah.
I don't know.
I think I said that she declared herself. Yeah.
Did you see Lindsey Graham was reelected?
Well, somebody just mentioned it, so I saw it.
And then AOC was reelected.
Yes, I mentioned that. Yep. Sorry, guys. It's been a long.
I'm not paying attention. I'm just doing my own.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's been a long day. OAN unchecked Virginia. Guys, if he flips Virginia,
I'm just eating the toppings because that's what I do on my low carb diet.
hey, you know who has a really good solution for that? Marco's. Marco's has a pizza bowl.
Oh, really?
And all it is the toppings. It's like a meat bowl with the cheese and everything. There's no crust or anything. Dude, it's a really good low carb option.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's good. And it's a lot. It's a lot of food. Wait a minute. Did they peel it off too? Did they peel off Virginia?
And they're all from urban areas.
Holy crap, did NBC peel off Virginia?
Let me ask you quickly. We've got about 30 seconds in the suburbs. That's where Democrats hope to...
Can we call it the swamp if Trump wins Virginia?
A lot of votes still out. But Jerry Torrey,
can we even call it that? Oh my God. Oh, he might win Virginia. Holy smokes.
What do you make of that?
You know, it's a shock, but...
Could you imagine if he wins Virginia, folks?
Defeat, but any way you take it, it's not a good night for Democrats here in Indiana.
More to come. You're listening to election coverage.
Republicans outperform my expectations locally. I was really expecting them to have some trouble in the counties, which normally I don't, but...
You mean Tushka and...
I was not sure about Jake. I wasn't sure about Fleming. I expected Jackie to win. That wasn't a problem. I expected Brad to win. But yeah, I was expecting them to struggle a little bit on some of those. Not that it would have been like a major loss for the party, but just local representation.
Dvorak looks like he's going to win.
What do you need done on your
Yeah, Dvorak, Dale Devon came from behind too. Devon was behind for a long time earlier, but he's ahead now.
An entirely new room added to your home. That's when you call Graber Custom Remodeling. They come to your home with vision and experience that leads
Rhonda says that she makes the pizza bowls all the time.
Graber is a family name and it's put on every project they do.
I
There are no corners to cut. Everything is measured twice.
Oh, you know what I saw? Portillo's, you can get a beef bowl with their Italian beef.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
Oh, their Italian beef is so good. That's the sandwich I
instead
get
of
there.
it being on a sandwich with a bun, you can just get it in a
Restoring a
bowl.
100-year-old farmhouse, creating your ultimate living space, or taking your kitchen to the next level.
Are you, Chuck? Are you serious? It's like mine is still not 97, so.
Online at GraberCustomRemodeling.com.
Well, Austin, if he does flip Virginia, you can call it. I mean, honestly, you could call it.
Yes, I've checked some places out. And
I
they're like
just,
$5,000
if he...
or more a month.
Are you guys watching OAN? Because I don't see any election results on their website. You guys watching it?
That sounds perfect.
Go to silverbirchliving.com and check them out for yourself.
Silver Birch is an equal housing opportunity community.
Fox has struggled with accuracy tonight, guys. They really have.
It's about more than serving your country. It's about being there for your community as a military first responder when your neighbors need you most. It's about getting an education affordably. The Guards education benefits can help you graduate debt-free while you serve part-time. It's about learning to lead and gaining the skills and qualities that will help you in a civilian career. Guard service lets you live the life you want while you serve your community and country. Visit NationalGuard.com. Sponsored by the Indiana Army National Guard, aired by the Indiana Broadcasters Association and this station.
Long John Silver's $10 C-shares just got better. Reel in our 15 grill shrimp, 15 fried shrimp, 6-piece fish, or 9 chicken tenders, each for just $10. Long John Silver's. Fish, yeah. Price and participation may vary.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that here's the thing. We might very well have the story of the night. I can't believe that I am going to say this, but I even saw NBC pull Virginia off of their map for the Democrats. Now, Virginia was called for the Democrats at 7 o'clock. And there are places that are reporting 91% of the results in Virginia. Trump's still up 6 in Virginia. And if Trump flips Virginia, I mean, this thing is done. That would be historic. You have to understand how historic that would be for Trump to flip Virginia. And if that actually happens, I mean, that is a huge, huge win for President Trump. Now, I've been telling you for a while that I expect this to be a much bigger victory for Trump than a lot of people were going to think about. But if that ends up being the case, and that would be big. Now, some people are asking why Florida is not officially being called all across the board. This is a tactic that is used quite a bit in the media where they delay and delay and delay and delay, and they don't call states and that benefit the Republican until later. It's just something that they do. There are no more votes for Democrats in Florida to get. Florida's Trump's. As I told you before, it's Trump's. Why most places are not calling it, yes, I know some places are calling, but most places are not calling it, is purely political. It has nothing to do with any analytics. It has nothing to do with any data sets that are coming in. They will tell you it has to do with waiting for early vote counts and that sort of thing, but that doesn't make sense either based on the data that we have. But, you know, again, you're looking at this. My buddy Tony Katz, 44 minutes ago, not calling Florida for Trump is pathetic. We see you, cable news. We see you. But again, this is a tactic that they do quite often. When the Republican wins Florida, they don't call Florida, and they wait and they wait and they wait till Pennsylvania and everything else comes in. And that way they continue to drag this out. But there are no more Democrat votes in Florida. They don't exist. They just don't exist. They're not there. You can't find them anywhere. So I don't know what again, we understand what's going on, but the big story tonight so far, Maine called early for Joe Biden. Now appears like they're going to split their votes again, like they did in 2016. Trump is up in Maine. Missouri called for Trump early, then went blue, now is back to being red. But Virginia continues to be this very weird anomaly. With the exception of Virginia, there really aren't any surprises tonight. But if Virginia ends up going to Trump, which again just seems so, honestly, as somebody who's been doing this for a while, it seems preposterous to say. But if that ends up happening, that is a huge, huge win. You know, and a lot of places are not even reporting Virginia. Like nobody's giving updates on Virginia. Some of the outlier websites. So maybe it's a tactic that you're seeing like with not declaring Florida. I don't know. Chuck Todd just called Ohio for Trump. Well, I'm glad Chuck Todd follows in my shoes, but that's okay. Look, Ohio's got over 86% in, and Trump is way ahead. Way ahead. Now, let's go back to some of those analyses, shall we? Where you had some of the polling firms out there that really love to go out there and stroke their own ego and tell you how terrible some of these younger, smaller polling outfits are. And what did they say? They had, in some cases, they had Texas being blue, Florida blue, Ohio blue, Pennsylvania blue, and they had all of these states, but there just wasn't any data that said that. Now, this goes back to something that we talked about with Brian Kilmeade at Noise a couple of weeks ago. And here's the thing. We have said this in this industry before. We said it after 2016. We said it after elections before then. And maybe we're just bloviating by saying it again. Or maybe this time it'll stick. I don't know. The polling industry, if this continues to play out the way that we are seeing it play out, the polling industry is completely dead as far as the mainstream run-of-the-mill polling firms are concerned. How on God's green earth can you go out there and say that you need to take these polls seriously after they have been this wrong for so long? When 538 is giving you 22 predictions, 22 predictions, just so they can hopefully get right. And only 2 of them have Biden losing Florida. There aren't any votes in Florida, guys. There just aren't. I've been analyzing Florida for weeks. They just don't exist. They just don't. The early voting favored Republicans. So you can't say that it's even the early votes that are already in there. They've got to be counted. They're plus 6 million in Miami-Dade Republicans. So we are starting to see some places call Florida. Chuck Todd's just called Ohio. Not a big surprise. Pennsylvania is still early in Pennsylvania, but again, it starts off Trump way down, and then just Trump flips it about an hour ago and has just continued to build on his lead in Pennsylvania. Now, again, I've been doing this for a while, and I've just never seen a campaign. Now, I realize the pandemic is a bit different, but I've never seen it to where a campaign needs to get votes in Pennsylvania, has to win Pennsylvania like Biden does, has to win Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania's whole industry is energy. And Biden is anti-fracking, anti-energy. He's telling everybody he's going to get rid of fracking. And then he's lying to everybody and saying, I never said that. I'm not going to get rid of fracking. And then he campaigns with Lady Gaga. I was watching Outnumbered this morning, and I think it was Marie Harf and Katie Pavlich were discussing this. And Harf was basically saying, I'm not sure how many people in America are familiar with Lady Gaga's politics. The people in Pennsylvania are. You think the people in Pennsylvania don't know that Lady Gaga is anti-fracking? Of course they do. And Joe Biden's campaigning with an anti-fracking celebrity in Pennsylvania, days before the election, days after she has that insulting camouflage beer promo supporting Biden, that little campaign ad that she did. And he brings her to Pennsylvania and campaigns with her in Pennsylvania, a state that he's trying to convince that he did not say he was going to get rid of fracking when he said repeatedly over and over again he was going to get rid of fracking. It is just one of the most bizarre campaign moves I have ever seen. Oh, she's a celebrity. Let's just go ahead and bring her to Pennsylvania. They'll love her because she's Lady Gaga. Meanwhile, people in Pennsylvania are like, she like totally wants to kill off our jobs. And you can't, okay, you go back 4 years. 4 years ago, this country was not energy independent. 4 years ago, this country was paying a lot more for energy, a lot more for gas. We were not a net exporter of energy 4 years ago. And now we are energy independent, something that has been a campaign issue for as long as I have been in this industry, for 15 years. And it is just, it's one of the things that we have been waiting for. We're not only energy independent, we export energy now. Our strategic reserves full anytime we want them. I mean, it's just crazy how great that is. And you think people in Pennsylvania and Texas and the Dakotas don't know that? Of course they know that. And the idea that you're going to go into those places and tell them that all of the accomplishments and all of the great things that have happened to you that have benefited the country on a whole host of fronts over the past 4 years now needs to go away, and you're going to be able to win them over, just doesn't make a lot of sense. I know some of you are looking at Montana. Montana early for Biden. Montana will not go towards Biden. Don't worry about that. But again, Virginia remains the story of the night. If what we're seeing in Virginia holds, where Trump could flip Virginia here. If that's true, I mean, some people have said, we'll call it, we'll go to bed, and we'll leave you alone, Casey. You can just keep talking until this is over. I don't blame you. I really don't. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, but we're going to keep an eye on Virginia because Virginia could be very, very well. It could be the story of the night, just like Pennsylvania was 4 years ago. You got more coming up, excuse me. See, it's happening, Joe. I need an energy drink, and I have one in the fridge, and I'm not doing it because then I'm not going to go to bed, and then tomorrow is going to be miserable. All right, we got more coming up. Live election night coverage here on 95.3 MNC. I'm Casey Hendrickson. Don't go anywhere. Hey, everybody. Casey Hendrickson here. Spend Election Day with me at Monterey. I will be broadcasting. CBS just turned Virginia yellow. Tuesday, November 3rd. Will law and order oh, my God. Economic prosperity reigns supreme as Trump wins
oh, my God.
Bless you. Putting Joe Biden in the White House. I'm going to be talking about all of the day's issues and taking your calls, as well as analyzing the polls. Plus, you'll be able to chat with me during the commercial break.
Do you have a water sound effect so I can pretend that I'm surfing a red wave? My God, dude. It's Virginia's nuts right now.
From 3 until 6 on Tuesday, November 3rd. And treat yourself to some amazing food.
You got a 7 to 5 shift tomorrow? Yeah. It's been a long day. Election day is always a long day. And it's longer for some people than it even is for me. But
hello everyone, this is Chris.
John's been here all day too.
The word custom for us is providing you.
Then you've got tomorrow and all of the post analysis that you got to do.
We often have clients coming in with very specific.
Then I get to go to Heine's tomorrow.
Provide the right piece rather than just going out and purchasing an item.
And I'm probably going to go without the family tomorrow.
Realize it doesn't fit. We make sure that all the measurements are correct, that the increments are right, and we help with
people show up to see me when the family's not there. They leave me alone respectfully when the family is there, which I appreciate.
Looking for something very specific, we would love to take the opportunity to discuss your.
Trump was not going to win Colorado. Colorado was always going to be for Biden. So I'm not surprised about that.
We would love the opportunity to show you what we can do. Come to see Kramer Interiors on University Drive next to Temper Grill in City Plaza.
South Bend Medical Foundation would like to send out
play red wine from UB40.
As the
Oh my
fight against
God.
COVID-19 continues, the South Bend Medical Foundation will begin
Ooh,
testing donations for
Collins
antibodies
is
to the
kicking
virus
her
that causes
butt.
COVID-19. Test results will show if the donor's immune system has produced antibodies
Man,
to
a
the coronavirus.
lot of those
These tests
vulnerable
will help
Republican
identify
Senate
and
races, the
potential
Democrats have
convalescent
not
plasma donors.
done well.
This plasma continues to be a promising treatment option for severely ill
Hyde
patients.
Smith
Donors who
also
complete a
winning.
successful blood donation can expect to receive antibody results via email. The presence of antibodies to the coronavirus.
They really thought that they could get Collins. They were hoping that Republicans wouldn't vote for
You
her.
can help save lives by donating blood and being tested for antibodies. Make an appointment today at one of our donor centers or mobile drive locations most convenient to you. Call 234-1157 or log on to givebloodnow.com.
It's a lot of money.
To your community by donating blood to save lives. Go to givebloodnow.com.
What is the deal with these updates? John James is up.
National Guard is about more than serving your country. It's about being there for your community when your neighbors need you most. The Army National Guard makes college affordable, and serving part-time can help you graduate debt-free. Do you want to stay close to friends and family? The Guard allows you to serve close to home. Serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
James is winning, guys, by like a lot.
Sponsored by the Indiana Army National Guard, aired by the Indiana Broadcasters Association and this station.
No one likes getting water softened.
Yeah, Illinois has been solid blue for most of the evening.
Lucky for you, Acme Water World and My Deals Michiana are here.
Do I think that rainwater did enough to get the attention of Republicans?
MyDealsMichiana.com. Seriously, 200 pounds.
Republican voters? Yes. My impression of whether or not he did enough to make Holcomb pay attention? No. Or the state party to pay attention? No. They view him as an extremist. They told me that today on the show.
Well, it is a crazy train. CBS has now pulled Virginia. They've made it yellow. Virginia's bonkers, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We got to keep watching Virginia, see what happens there. Let's take a look at what's happening in Michigan with the Senate race between James and Peters. James is winning 55.5 to 42.6. Only 39% reporting, though. That can change. If any of this ends up being true, honestly, if any of this ends up being true, I mean, it's gonna be huge, absolutely huge. Now, again, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. In Maine, Susan Collins right now winning big. They haven't quite called it, but a couple of places have come close to calling it. Gideon, the Democrat challenger there to Susan Collins. Susan Collins is not popular with Republicans, so the Democrats really thought that Maine could be a pickup for them because they were hoping that Republicans would not show up to vote for Susan Collins because I should say conservatives are not big fans of Susan Collins. So right now, Collins is up big. You know, you take a look at West Virginia, Capito, Republican, wins. And you got McConnell in Kentucky, wins big. They spent $100 million trying to beat McConnell. I think they spent $100 million in South Carolina trying to beat Lindsey Graham, who also won handily, by the way. So one of the big rumors, one of the big concerns, I should say, is here comes all of the Collins sucks stuff. Yeah, okay, but do you want Gideon to be the senator, or do you want Collins to be the senator? So I guess the question for Republicans is in a tight and close Senate environment, would you rather have a Republican? Obviously, if you beat Collins in the primary, you beat Collins in the primary, but that didn't happen. Would you rather have, if you're a Republican, would you rather have a Republican that votes with you 20% of the time or a Democrat that votes with you 0% of the time? Because Gideon is an extremist. So it's real interesting to see that. And Gideon, I think what ended up, there's a lot of things that hurt Gideon's campaign. But when you run a campaign ad that radio stations are required by law to edit so that way it doesn't violate campaign law, as what happened with that Gideon ad, yeah, that's going to generate some negative press right before the election, don't you think? But a lot of these races that Democrats viewed as potential pickups in the Senate, the Republican incumbents have won. Now, we've still got several more out there, but, I mean, you look at Inhofe, 62%, Cornyn, 53%. You start looking at some of these numbers, and some of these people that were expected to be vulnerable in the United States Senate as Republican incumbents that were supposed to be pickups for Democrats, and Democrats spent hundreds of millions of dollars on these races. The Republicans won handily. And then in the race that Democrats and Republicans viewed as the most possible to flip as far as taking away a seat from the Democrats in Michigan, right now looking real good for John James, the Republican. Gary Peters is down big. Now, whether that holds, we'll find out. We don't know if it's going to hold. Right now, Democrats 43, Republicans 41, as far as the Senate election seats are concerned. And there's a race to 51. Remember, not all of those are up for grabs. That's just your total count. And the House of Representatives is a different story. So, I mean, House of Representatives, you're starting to run into Republicans got 113, Democrats have 87. And that is a race to 218. Whoever gets 218 seats controls. So if you would, I mean, just fantasize about this, if you will. Fantasize about Donald Trump winning 4 years and the potential that Republicans maintain control in the Senate and pick up control in the House and give him both. I mean, that would. Now, some Democrats are going to say, well, he had that his first 2 years. Not really. I mean, it was a 51 technical majority, but then you had John McCain, Susan Collins, and the like, who are, rhinos. So he didn't really have that. Now, if Trump had the House and the Senate the way that he has the Senate now, I mean, he could do some interesting things. Make some Democrats really, really upset with his strategy. But where people are tweeting out all over the place. This has been the slogan for Republicans on the national race is it's happening. As in, Trump is going to get a big win here. It's happening. The polls are wrong. It's happening. Democrats are going to lose. It's happening. And we're seeing a lot of those right now. Juan Williams, the Democrat Fox News analyst, Trump's doing much better than I would have anticipated. Yeah. I think that's the case. I think that's the case for a lot of people. I saw somebody on my live stream asking about the Young Turks earlier. Like, are the Young Turks' heads exploding? Yep. Cenk Uygur is, I think that's how you say his name. People are starting to post. He's losing his cool. For those of you who don't know, he has a very bad temper, and he tends to go into these manic depressive episodes when national elections don't go his way. And that's starting to happen. People are posting video clips of it, and people are starting to see it. Now, this leads to another question. My wife asked me on the way out today, Casey, are there going to be riots? And I said, yes, without a doubt, absolutely. If Trump wins, there will be riots. Why do you think people have been boarding everything up? Of course. We'll go over some more of those local races for you. I know that we've stayed away from that for about the past 20 minutes or so. We'll go over some of those local races for you, those big local gets. If there's a race you want me to talk about, send me a text message now at 45364, and I'd be happy to go ahead and look it up for everybody. Don't forget, we're on D Live. We're broadcasting video on D Live, so you can watch the slow descent of Casey into insanity tonight from talking so much. But if you want to do that, dlive.tv/Casey the host. If you're there and you're watching this, please hit the follow button. We live stream every day from 3 to 6. Don't forget, if you are going to go to bed, put in your headphones, get the free 95.3 MNC app, put us on, put in your headphones, fall asleep, and we will subliminally speak to you and give you election results throughout the night. You'll wake up and you'll know everything that happened, and you won't know how you know it, but you'll know everything that happened. We got a lot to cover. Virginia, again, looks like it might be the story of this election, like Pennsylvania was the story last election. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening here. This is weird. Something strange is happening in Virginia. and it's helping Trump big time. Got a lot coming up. Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Again, dlive.tv/Casey the host. I'm getting very sleepy. Yes, I am. More coming up. 95.3 MNC.
My voice is cracking.
All right, mister. I've been here since like 4:30, so shut the F up.
Did you hear me say you've been here longer than me?
Yes.
Did you hear me give you credit?
I heard you say that off air.
No, I said it on air.
Okay. All right.
Man.
He was saying he was
I
tired.
know. It's super. Brooklyn Beatty is listening to you at home, and she is texting me. Did he literally just complain?
Yes, I did. I did just complain.
All right. Oh.
Biden will also win the adjacent state of Oregon, according to our Fox News voter analysis. Rounding out the Pacific Northwest, Biden will defeat Trump in the state of Washington, but in next-door Idaho, Trump will easily defeat the former vice president. 25 electoral votes.
God dang.
I know. It's just like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There's nobody else here.
Especially now.
I know. We fired Mom.
But the numbers being reported by all of Florida's 67 counties are showing President Trump having a very good night here. He is up with a significant lead, and the math isn't really favoring the former Vice President, Joe Biden. Republicans are already calling it a win, and even now saying that old-fashioned door-knocking and minority outreach...
Stand by for news.
...win to President Trump tonight.
Thanks a lot, Evan. Fox has projected Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina will win re-election by defeating Democratic challenger Jamie Harrison. But in Colorado, Senate Democrats gained a seat with former Governor John Hickenlooper defeating incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. The Associated Press has called votes in the House seat in Florida in favor of Republicans, where Carlos Jimenez has defeated Debbie McCarthy-Howell.
Stand by for news. All right, this will be the last phone or two, by the way. Okay, stand by. Where's I thought Biden was going to speak to us all.
They gotta wake him up.
This is Michiana's breaking news and weather station. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's.
Hey, good evening. MNC News Time 11:02. I'm John Zimney, the MNC News Center on this election night 2020. And our top local story, more than 58,000 voters in St. Joseph County casting ballots early, either in person or by mail-in. Counting of those early votes will be continuing for days on end, and that could delay official results from being known. Speaking of St. Joseph County, results in the commissioners' races have changed in the past couple of hours, now showing Derek Dieter ahead of Oliver Davis in District 2 and Deb Fleming ahead of Hodge Patel in District 3. Indiana House Representatives races show Del Devon leading Don Westerhausen in District 5, Jake Teschka leading Ross Deal in District 7, and Ryan Dvorak leading Timothy Jaycox in District 8. The race for Indiana governor goes to incumbent Eric Holcomb. Indiana's 3rd district goes to incumbent Republican Jim Banks. In the 2nd district, Jackie Walorski's declared victory. Walorski's priorities once that victory's official. Now, let's turn our attention to candidates representing voters in Elkhart County. From 95.3 MNC's Carl Stutzman. Good evening.
Good evening, John. Remember this number, 70-30, because that's pretty much how all of these races were decided in Elkhart County, with just about 100% of the precincts reporting. All these races are good to call. Elkhart County Treasurer Tina Bontrager wins. It looks like James Elliott is going to be the Elkhart County coroner. The Elkhart County Surveyor is going to be Philip Barker. Commissioner District 2 is going to be Brad Rogers, the former sheriff, again, 70-30. And Suzanne Wyrick is going to take over the commissioner's spot in District 3. A little bit different on that one. We'll call it 65-36. So splitting hairs at this point. Elkhart County at large seats are all going to go to the incumbents, Thomas Stump and Tina Langer, as well as the only other Republican on the ballot in Adam Puwalski. As we look over to the Indiana Senate and Representatives races, the numbers have been slow to come in on this one. Actually, the districts 48 and 49 in the Representatives race still at this point not reporting any numbers at all. That's the race with Doug Miller and Christy Stutzman, both representing the incumbents there, both of the Republicans. In District 21, we're about a quarter of the way through the reporting. Tim Wesco has a lead there. In District 22, at this point, with about 80% of precincts reporting, Kurt Nicely, pretty well easy to say if he has taken that position. On the Senate side of things, in District 9, it looks like Brian Mishler is going to be able to take that one with a 75% of the vote. And Blake Dorian in District 2 is still leading, but only 8% reporting there. So still a ways to go in some of those
In the race for Indiana Attorney General, Republican Todd Rokita has defeated his Democratic challenger Jonathan Weinsappel. Rokita announced this afternoon he's tested positive for COVID-19. Now covering the major races in the state of Michigan tonight, 95.3 MNC's Tommy Lee. Good evening.
Good evening, John. In the U.S. Senate, 32% of precincts are reporting, and it looks like a new senator possibly for the state of Michigan. Still too early to tell, but John James, the Republican challenger, has a 56 to 42% lead at the moment. Fred Upton is your 6th district representative and has been since the mid-1980s. And with 57% of precincts reporting, he's up 61% to 34%. Still very scant results from some of the district races for state house seats, but we do have 6% reporting in the 78th district, where the incumbent Republican Brad Paquette is up 72% to 26% over Dan Vanderheed at the moment. Berrien County's 12th commissioner position with 16% reporting. It's Michael Majerick, the incumbent, leading 73 to 27% over Michael Poorman. No results yet for the Cass County District Commissioner. And the proposal is going very well with 11% of precincts reporting. Proposal 1 is up 83% to 17% with yes. And Proposal 2 also with a big lead for yes, 89% to 11%. But it's still very early in the counting.
All right, and as Tommy said, still early in the counting for a lot of areas, including St. Joseph County. Just received word from the South Bend Tribune that for now, the county election board has stopped counting votes for tonight. They will get back at it at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. As far as mail-in and early votes left to count in St. Joe County, 28,500. Stay with us throughout the night here on 95.3 FM, or you can stream us at 953mnc.com, the MNC app, or on your smart speaker. All the races and tallies also being updated at our website. And for important results as they come in, like the race for president, text the word news to 45364. I'm John Zimney, News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, because I have a habit of saying good afternoon, but obviously this is the evening time. We're watching the Michigan Senate race. Look, it's still about 40% or so calling in or getting the results in those districts in Michigan. But right now, James is up 12. And again, that was a race that was targeted. James surprised the world last time he ran. He darn near pulled off an upset without any help from the National Party apparatus, and they threw a lot of resources his way. All of the polls over the past 2 weeks had Gary Peters +5. There was one poll that had him +7. The latest poll had it +5 Peters, and right now we are looking at James +12. We'll see ultimately how that shakes out. There's still the possibility you start getting into central and northern Michigan that could change, but at this point in time, John James is looking to upset Gary Peters and replace him in the United States Senate. And of course, the overall view of the Senate has been considered a toss-up. You know, even Mitch McConnell just the other day, he was asked, hey, can Republicans hold on to the Senate? And he said it's a 50-50 shot. These are very tight races. These are very close races. However, all of those races that Democrats targeted with hundreds of millions of dollars, they thought those Republicans were vulnerable. So far, those Republicans have retained their seats with large margins in the Senate. House of Representatives, again, shaking up to be very, very interesting. Republicans are leading the House races right now, but we're going to start getting into some of those really contentious races. We're going to start getting to those in just a little bit as we get more and more out west. As far as the electoral votes are concerned, well, they're not really counting all of the red states yet. Every red state that Trump is ahead in, they haven't called. So they've called a lot of blue states for Biden to give an electoral lead, but there's a lot of red states that Trump is clearly going to win that they have just not given him that data yet. A friendly reminder, my map is Trump 311, Biden 227. That's my predictive map. That's the one that I have for the election. And right now it's looking pretty darn close to that, but there is this weird state called Virginia. And a lot of these news agencies was called Virginia for Joe Biden in 7 o'clock. And for the record, I do not blame them for that. All of a sudden, it looks like Virginia might be red. A lot of these news channels now have had to pull Virginia down from the blue check marks, and they've had to make it gray or yellow, depending on what the respective news channels are doing with the state of Virginia, because it's just all night, Trump has been leading in Virginia. And I can't stress for you how big of a deal that really is. It's a big, big deal if that ends up holding throughout the night. Regardless, Virginia never goes this late. Never. Let's take a look at the Indiana House races. Indiana won. The Democrats, Mervyn, has won that race. Indiana 2, Jackie Walorski has declared victory in that race. Large margin in that one. You look at Indiana 3, Jim Banks. He was the first one off of the board to be declared the winner early on. Retains his seat in Congress. Watch Representative Banks. I've been telling you that I was going to get him on for quite a while now, and I haven't, and I do apologize about that. But Representative Banks has been on fire for a good solid 9 months, honestly, probably the whole last year. He's just been on fire, and he has been doing really good things in the House of Representatives. Look for Jim Banks' star to rise in the Republican Party. You look at Indiana 4, Republican Jim Baird has won, or is leading, I should say. It's not officially declared, but I mean, we're talking about wide margins. There is Indiana 5 is a close race. I mean, that one between Sparks and Hale, that is a close race. That's just 3 points. Sparks is leading that one. But pretty much everything else, massive margins. Massive margins in Indiana. Let's take a look at Michigan. If you start looking at Michigan, for us in this area, it is Fred Upton. Fred Upton, no big surprise. Fred Upton up big in Michigan 6. So I know that nobody is really surprised about that, but he's doing well in his district. Now, there's rumors that this might be his last go-round. He might be retiring soon. I don't know if that's accurate or if that's true, but there is a rumor that this might very well be his last at-bat in the House of Representatives for Fred Upton. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Again, John James, he is up 12 currently in the state of Michigan against Senator Gary Peters. We'll see how that holds throughout the rest of the night. Locally, Elkhart County Commissioner, District 2, Bradley Rogers declared the victory there. Elkhart County Commissioner, District 3, Susie Wyrick, 70% there. She's been declared the winner there. So, and as Carl Stutzman was basically just saying during the last break, I mean, basically 70-30, 70-30, 70-30. That's just kind of what you're seeing in Elkhart County. If you look at the Elkhart County Council at large, the 3 Republicans all got 23% of the vote. It's almost like, guys, the same people who went in and voted for that, because you picked 3 people in that race, that all of them voted for the same 3 people. It's weird how that works out. So 23%. So Thomas Stump, Tina Wenger, and Adam Buyalski all got 23%. Those are the Republicans. The Democrats all got between 11 and 9%, respectively. So you start looking at all of this. I mean, it's been a pretty darned good day for Republicans in the state of Indiana. And I know that some of our updates that we have throughout the news breaks and everything is that this has been a very bad day for Democrats in the state of Indiana. Very bad day for them. And there was some serious concern about some of these races, to be honest with you. And some of these state house races, some of these races for some of these commission seats in St. Joseph County in particular, there was some serious concern that those might be in jeopardy, but it turns out that they've actually been pretty darn good for a Republican Party. They've done a very good job of retaining some of those seats. Kurt Nisley, 70-30, Indiana State House District 22. I mean, that's huge. Then we have, let's see, we get some of the Jake Teshka. This is another race that people have been watching. This one was targeted by the Indiana Republican Party. They felt that this was an opportunity to pick up a seat in the State House. Indiana State House District 7, Jake Teshka, 58. Ross Deal, 42. Jake Teshka, looks like he's coming through. Dale Devon was trailing early on in Indiana State House District 5. He's now come back, 56-44 over Westerhausen Jr., the Democratic challenger. So you start looking at some of these races that were considered to potentially be, a real problem for the Republicans, or a real risk. Deb Fleming, too, also doing well. Todd Rokita is now the Indiana Attorney General. He just announced that he had COVID, but he has won that race. Todd Rokita, the Republican. Jim Banks, we talked about. Jackie Walorski has declared victory herself, but it's not officially been named, but she is way ahead of Pat Hackett, the Democrat. Now, we have some issue with some reportings in Elkhart because some of those have been delayed. St. Joseph County's had some of them that were delayed as well, but Elkhart is having a delay in some of those reports. So they're probably not going to call the House District 2 race just yet officially because they're going to wait to get those. But at the same time, she's way ahead of Pat Hackett. Way ahead. And the stronghold areas for Jackie Walorski are the ones that haven't reported yet. So you start looking at some of these races, just, races that were considered to be at risk for the Republican Party. The Republican incumbents did well. And in the State House race with Jake Teshka right now, he's winning that thing. And that was considered to be a possible pickup for the Republican Party. It looks like they're actually going to get it. So there's a lot of very interesting things, a lot of things for the Republican Party in Indiana to celebrate. Michigan might very well be very different. But if you start looking at the national election now, start looking at the presidential election between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, right now there's just a bunch of people on social media looking at this and going, you're delaying the inevitable. You're not calling states that are clearly Trump states. We'll talk about that coming up. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
The top news stories.
Sleepy Joe. I can't even believe it.
Where is Sleepy Joe? I thought he was going to speak at some point.
I told you, he's sleeping. They got to wake him up. They got to wake him up. They got to give him smelling salts. They got to remind him that he actually ran for president.
What about Trump?
He's partying. Trump said that he was not, so this actually came out today. He said that he was not going to preemptively come out and declare victory.
Well, no.
So he's going to sit. He's going to sit on it.
He could speak.
I don't know that he's going to, man. I really don't. Look at how many states are clearly Trump states that they're not calling.
Hi, this is Don.
I mean, look at that.
95.3 FM.
I mean, honestly.
Oh,
come
on.
on.
Okay, well, you got it. Biden takes on the West Coast.
Huge shock.
I know. It's not. It's not. I just want to make sure you have it.
No, yeah, I got it. He's at Florida. I mean,
I typically don't get
Florida's at 98 now, and he just continues to build his lead in Florida.
Extremely confident while personalizing their patient care, and the result for me was total satisfaction.
Trump's got North Carolina. I mean,
when I lived in Iowa my entire life until I was 28, all I ever wanted to do was move to California. And
I think a lot of young people think that way.
First chance I had, I did. And it was great for a few years, and then my wife and I wised up and we had our kid, and then it's like I couldn't wait to leave.
I think a lot of small town people think about Los Angeles or New York. They pick one or the other.
Yeah.
And then they go, and they either really, really love it, Or they go, I'd rather go back and raise my family there. So
People ask me, they say, what do you miss most about California? And I always say Las Vegas. Because it was easy to drive to.
Oh yeah,
It was easy to drive
the
to.
vast majority of the tourists in Vegas are from California. Vast majority.
Yeah.
So.
Fish or
And the
9 chicken
beach.
tenders, each for just $10. Long John Silver's.
Trump takes Utah and Idaho.
Huh?
Trump takes Utah and Idaho.
Yeah.
On 95.3 MNC.
All right, I will say this about Virginia. Virginia is starting to normalize a little bit. Trump is only up by 3 in Virginia now. But again, Virginia was called for Biden in the 7 o'clock hour today. And Trump he's up by 3. Virginia is a very, very blue state. If Trump wins Virginia, like I said, some of the news outfits have had to take down Virginia being called for Biden because all night long, Virginia in the 7 o'clock hour, I think it was about 7:30 or so, they called Virginia for Biden. And we're sitting here still at 11:20, and Trump is still winning Virginia. And I don't think anybody can believe it. So nobody is willing to accept what has happened. Just like the media is not willing to accept what has happened in North Carolina, what has happened in Georgia, what has happened in Florida, what has happened in Texas, Ohio, and even Pennsylvania. So you remember when I started talking about Pennsylvania earlier? Trump was down 20, right? And it was somewhat early. I was like 30% reporting or something. Trump is 55 to 41 right now in Pennsylvania with 47% reporting. Now, can that change? Sure. There's enough of the state left for that to change. Ohio, 92% reporting, and Trump is up 8. Now, a lot of people have wisely caught on to, wait a minute, why aren't you calling some of these states that are clearly Trump states? Why aren't you calling them? This is a tactic. Now, let's look at Iowa. Iowa is always considered a battleground state. Iowa leans blue right now. Iowa's going to go red. And Iowa keeps going back and forth. They do that. It's close. 71% reporting. It's 49.9 to 48.4 Biden right now. Minnesota, though. I know that a lot of you have hopes that Minnesota can be flipped for Trump. Minnesota has been steady in Biden's camp the entire night. It is 54% reporting, and Biden is 56, Trump 41. We're starting to see Jorgensen, by the way, show up, the Libertarian candidate, starting to show up on some of these things. Montana's finally flipped back to Trump, but that's not called yet. Idaho's been called for Trump. Utah's called for Trump. Wyoming's called for Trump. No big surprises there. So right now, we're looking at this, and Arizona is still leaning towards Biden, by the way, for those of you who are wondering about Arizona. Did Fox call Arizona? Fox just called Arizona. Wait, that's the Senate race, though. Did they call the state? So Fox called the state of Arizona for Biden. Okay. So again, if Arizona ends up going for Biden, I mean that's 11 more electoral votes for Biden. That helps him out tremendously. It doesn't really help him if he ends up losing Virginia, which is 13 votes, and we'll have to see if that continues to hold. But again, coming into this thing for the battlegrounds, the Trump campaign has said we need one state. That's it. We need one state. And if they get one state, well, then they might win this thing. And now it looks like they might have more than one of those states. I gave Arizona to Trump. I mean, some of the internal polling that we had for Arizona had it for Trump. But there's also a really big Senate race in Arizona that was potentially affecting the turnout there. Huge race there. Anytime you're running against an astronaut, it's always a problem, even if you are a fighter pilot. That just becomes one of those things. So, what's that? Yeah, he did win. Mark Kelly won in Arizona, the declared victor in Arizona. So, all right. So my map, a little bit off. So I will flip Arizona to blue, and that leaves Trump 300, Biden 238. That's where my map has that currently. And it looks pretty darn close. So far, the only state I've been wrong on is Arizona. We'll continue to track this, obviously, then we'll talk about it more tomorrow. But right now, it's, there's a lot of people looking on social media, and there are people on the political left who are they're freaking out. There are people on the right who are pointing out that this is Trump's country. It's just how it is. Now, it's not over. And you have to understand, this is a very unique election. Normally, we can analyze these things and we have an idea, usually an hour ago, on who the president is going to be. We don't have that now. We have all of these absentee ballots, these mail-in ballots that have to be counted. We have some places that are not even going to get to counting some of those ballots until tomorrow. For the record, like 3 counties that went for Trump in Pennsylvania aren't even counting their ballots until tomorrow. And Trump is still winning in Pennsylvania big. So there's a whole lot that is going into this election that is unusual, which is going to affect some predictions. And Nevada is the only state besides Alaska and Hawaii, but Alaska and Hawaii are always way late, and you typically know where they're going to go. But Nevada is the only state I've got no data for that is concrete. So a lot of people have asked me about my old home state of Nevada and whether or not Nevada is going to go red this time around. As I've told you, I think that is entirely possible given the performance of Nevada with Republicans. They have out-registered Democrats. The governor of Nevada is not real popular right now, not making a lot of friends. He's a Democrat. That's something that could certainly help Donald Trump going forward. But I don't have any data on that. Now, Alaska and Hawaii are always way late, but we typically know where they're going to go. Alaska red, Hawaii blue. Most people know that. Nevada's the one big question. We don't even know where it's leaning at this point. The race in Iowa, again, continues to be very, very tight. It's within 1.5 percentage points. It goes back and forth. Minnesota, heavily Democrat right now. Wisconsin, heavily Trump. Michigan, heavily Trump. If we start looking at this map, if this map shakes out the way that it looks like it's going to shake out, this will be a pretty big win for Donald Trump. But it can flip. It can change. There's whole other circumstances with how you count ballots over the next couple of days. It could flip some of these municipalities. So we have to keep that in mind as we head into the end of election coverage over the next 30 minutes or so. We probably won't know tonight unless everybody decides that they're going to declare some of these states instead of just hanging on to them as leaning one way or the other. If we, at the end of the day, all of a sudden get a bunch of people and a bunch of news websites finally calling some of these races, then maybe we'll have an idea. But I'm not sure that we're going to have an idea tonight. We're probably going to have to wait for a little while before we get the final results. But I can tell you this, right now, as it stands, it looks really good for Team Trump. Really good. The question is, after tomorrow, after some of those vote counts come in, after we have some of those ballots, whether or not it's still going to look good for Team Trump. And that's where you're going to start getting the accusations of voter fraud, ballot harvesting, that sort of thing that are going to come through, and you're going to have those legal battles that will take place. I know John was asking where Biden was. Biden was supposed to talk tonight, and I don't know that there's much that he could say, to be honest with you. I don't know that there's much that Trump could say. You're sitting, we're looking at, you have to understand, we're looking at a map that would have been called an hour ago in any other election year. And it's not being called. So we're all staring here looking at this going, well, it kind of looks like we know. But because of everything that's happening, because of the pandemic and all of the mail-in ballots, we don't know. But there are clearly, for example, Texas is Trump's. Stop playing around. Florida, Trump's. Stop playing around. Georgia, probably Trump's. You can stop playing around now. Although Georgia is, they did tell us earlier that, I can see Georgia not being called because they did say earlier that they had an issue with some of their precincts and they're going to be doing some hand counting tomorrow. But it is it's a 10-point race with 70% reporting. You could look at North Carolina, 94% reporting, and it's pretty close, but it's North Carolina margins is less than 2%, but it's plus Trump. Pennsylvania, huge for Trump, but only 47% reporting. Ohio, you can call Ohio now. 92% reporting. Trump 53, Biden 45. Just call it. Some places have called it. Other places are just refusing to do so. So you start running into these issues where some of these news outfits are just not calling some of these races. In Michigan right now, for those of you who are in the Michigan audience, Michigan, at least at this point, and we're not all the way through those blue districts yet, but Michigan is 11 points in Trump's favor at this point. And John James is leading Senator Gary Peters in Michigan. But in Wisconsin, it's about about 4%. I'll give it a 4% race. 4% race there with 60% reporting is plus Trump right now for Wisconsin. And they only needed one of those states. They only needed one of those states in order to win. If you got more coming up, Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
This is continuing election coverage.
That's the thing. Like we're sitting here in a friggin' holding pattern for an hour. Thank you, Vrink. Appreciate that. Everybody still has VA blue. I think that some places pulled it down and made it undecided, but
as more of the counties reported their vote totals. She ends up winning that race handily for another term in Congress in the 2nd District, defeating Democrat Pat Hackett.
Trump hasn't tweeted anything since 6 o'clock.
I'm sure that they probably took his damn phone away from him and said, "Don't you dare."
Well, he's got like that Jason Miller guy tweeting and Kayleigh McEnany's tweeting.
Yeah, he'll have his people doing it, but I think that his staff probably took his damn phone. Said, "Not tonight. No, don't do anything. We don't want any allegations of voter intimidation or anything. Just don't." So. But we've been in a damn holding pattern for an hour.
I know.
Like there's nothing.
The new congressman from the 1st District after the election for Jim Banks, Jim Baird, Greg Pence, Andre Carson, Larry Bouchon, and Trey Hollingsworth. It's looking like three.
There's a bunch of people that are watching the Young Turks, and apparently they're freaking out.
They could lose a state Senate seat. Republicans are meeting for pickups for 2 seats in Lake County, the seats of Representative Lisa Beck of Crown Point and Chris Chung of Cherryville. It appears the Republicans, Zach Payne, will pick up the seat of former House Minority Leader.
So right now, really the only defection is Arizona. Arizona went to Biden. That's the only change that I see from the 2016 election.
We will check in one more time with our political analyst.
I don't see any changes.
Sleepy John.
The two races at the top of the ballot, or really the 3 races at the top of the ballot. Donald Trump easily winning Indiana's electoral votes. Once again, 60% of the vote, 11 electoral votes on the board. Eric Holcomb winning a landslide re-election.
Well, and here's the thing. They called Arizona. It's technically probably too early to call Arizona. So who knows? I have Arizona for Trump. So.
Don't you think a lot of this may change once they start counting?
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely.
Because everything's still like at 70% because we need to count.
Oh God.
That's where the margins are going to be real important, because if you have a state that you're winning huge, you have to have your early vote numbers that would reflect some kind of a possibility to change that. So like in Florida, if you don't want to call Florida because you're like, well, we have all of these early votes. Yeah, but it's plus 6 million Republican early votes. Biden can't win Florida. Why are you not calling Florida? It doesn't make any sense. There isn't a path. So that's the thing that's frustrating. Now you start getting into Georgia. I understand not calling Georgia. I understand not calling North Carolina. But you can call Florida pretty easily.
What?
I hit my head.
Oh,
I was pretending that I didn't see it.
I'm Sleepy John.
Are you complaining? Oh my God!
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I'm Sleepy John. Casey, your show starts at 3 in the afternoon.
My
I wake up at
third
3:30
show.
in the morning.
My third show.
I know,
Starts.
you've really rocked it today.
I'm Eric Berman.
suddenly finding yourself working from home,
And look, there I am on the air. I'm tired of just hearing myself.
your smart speaker.
Just ask Alexa to enable
Yeah, so
MNC skill, and you can hear us on your Amazon
the editor of the Washington Free Beacon brings up a really good point. Calling Arizona before Texas, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina is odd. Very odd.
Yeah.
Very odd. It's still early in Arizona.
It's way early.
It's so early.
It's like mountain time. It's like
well,
9:34 their time.
They have their own time, right? But yeah, it is. I mean, it is. It's bizarre to call that. Now, where I'm at, they're not calling it yet, but it's leaning heavily towards Biden.
I'm going to be talking about all of the day's issues and taking your
Hey, look, Iowa's back in Trump's camp. Oh. What a world. Chunk yogurt? That's funny.
On Tuesday, November 3rd. And treat yourself to some amazing food and enjoy Election Day food and drink specials. This Election Day on Tuesday, November 3rd, we'll see you at Monterey.
When you use every day, month after month, year after year, you have fallen so far that you can't see the light of day.
Yeah, there's a few that haven't called Arizona.
It's an awful feeling. I think the only way that people really make it out of that deep pit is somebody sticks a ladder and climbs down there with them.
Doing a bunch of what if scenarios, huh? Yeah, it's fine to do that beforehand. You don't need to do that in the middle of it. Maine has gone back to blue, but they'll split their votes.
Slowly. The idea is to people with barriers to employment, is to break down those barriers, get them used to coming to work, get them used to punching in on time, send them out in the open job market and let them fly. It gave me structure. It gave me a platform for me to change. It amazes me that it works. And I'm amazed with the happiness and joy that I feel in my heart every day.
When a loved one, your father, your sister, your aunt, your grandparent, is facing a cancer diagnosis, you want them to have access to the most promising cancer treatments available. I'm Siniqua Martin Green, and when my mother was diagnosed with cancer, our world changed forever. I wanted to know that she was getting the best treatments available. This experience made me so passionate about spreading awareness of treatment
What if?
Clinical trials. That's why I'm joining Stand Up to Cancer to get information to the people who need it most. Those who have been diagnosed with cancer and their loved ones. Clinical trials introduce
Probably
new
gotta poop.
hope for patients, providing access to cutting-edge and potentially life-saving new treatments, while patients receive the best current care or treatments available. My hope is that all people diagnosed with cancer have access to effective treatments that will make them long-term survivors, like my mom. Talk to your doctor to see if a clinical trial may be the best choice for you or a loved one. To learn more, visit standuptocancer.org/clinical trials today.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer. Updates from Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel, your breaking news and weather station.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Somebody asked me how Nancy Pelosi's race is going in California. We don't have any data for that race. Maxine Waters is winning hers, though, which, again, not at all surprising. But there's, they're obviously out west, and so we don't have a lot of data on them just yet. So don't be surprised if Pelosi wins that handily. I don't think that many of you would be, but it is interesting. That you would ask me that. Nothing wrong with that. I told you to send me a text message if you wanted to. Michigan's 79th congressional House race. Let's see if I can pull that up. I got the Michigan results. Control F, 79. Okay, that's the state house. All right, I have to hold on a second. Why not? I don't have anything better to do. So 79. For the Michigan House race. Michigan State House race. I have no data. None, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. That's apparently one of the weird districts that's not getting data to anybody. And you're going to run into this. Like I said, there's, some weird stuff happening, obviously, with the pandemic and the way that things are being handled and how they're going to be voted for. So there you go. Did I say afternoon again? Somebody says it's still not afternoon. I'm so used to saying it, guys. Sorry. It all just kind of runs together. Well, I mean, after midnight, it's afternoon, right? Because that's 12 o'clock. That's how that works, right, Joe? No, it's not how it works. It's just morning. There we go. Well, a lot of people think that Arizona is going to flip back and is going to go red. Maybe. I will say this, a lot of people pointed out on social media, it is really, really odd to call Arizona before you call Texas, Georgia, and Florida. That is a fair assessment. Again, if you're looking at mail-in ballots, that's fine. You can look at mail-in ballots, but in places like Florida, the mail-in ballots don't help Biden. They help Republicans. So you have to call Florida. Trump is up 4 points in Florida, and they have an advantage in ballots for mail-in. So it just doesn't make any sense not to call it. Texas, again, Trump's up big in Texas. You start looking at Ohio. He's up big in Ohio. He's up big in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is still 51% reporting, but Trump is up big in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, Trump is up a bit, not a whole bunch, but that race is continuing to at least advance. I don't have any data on Nevada. Nevada is just going to be a wash tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have anything on that. I don't expect to have anything on that anytime soon, to be perfectly honest with you. So what we're seeing now is we're watching a bunch of people on the news everywhere try to come up with weird scenarios and try and figure out exactly how somebody can win whatever we're dealing with right now. But, you have races that were called really early, and then you've got races where we have been sitting with large, large margins for Trump that are not going to be overcome by the mail-in ballots, the early voting, and there's just no reason not to call those races. So right now, the only difference on the map, the only difference from 2016 is Arizona going to Biden. And some people think that Arizona might very well flip back. We'll see. Right now, it's an 8-point race in Arizona, but it's 73% reporting, and it's in favor of Biden. And that's the only state that has changed. That's it. And what that leaves, if nothing else changes, okay, let's just say we keep on the same course that we're on right now. If nothing else changes, then you start running into Trump 300, Biden 238 on my map. And that's with me giving him Nevada. Now, I did not give Trump Minnesota. Iowa, I gave to Trump. And then, of course, some of these other states that we're looking at went to Trump. But, my map is not all that different from 2016. And if you look at 2016, right, let's flip Arizona. You flip Arizona from 2016, it was 295 Trump, Clinton 243. And right now, the map is almost identical. So if that ends up being the case, we're still looking at Trump getting to 270. So maybe it's a closer election than a lot of people would have wanted. But at this point in time, right now, it's still looking like Trump has this thing. This is what I kind of told you before. You're going to run into a scenario where in 2016, or not 2016, but in this election, if Trump wins on election night, and then all of a sudden that is taken away with mail-in ballots and things of that nature, you're going to start to see a lot of people get real frustrated with this process. And they're going to start to question the legitimacy of the process. You're going to see all of the lawyers come out of the woodwork. All of those lawyers are going to start challenging ballots everywhere. This is going to happen on both sides. And then we're going to be in the middle of a legal battle for this entire thing. We're going to be talking about hanging chads again. Everybody's going to bring up the whole hanging Chad fiasco from Florida back in Bush Gore. I know that we're not dealing with a hanging Chad thing here, but, there's a real concern that those mail-in ballots are going to be used for fraud. There's a real concern there, and it's one with legitimacy. You go back to 2006, we've got 16 elections, 16 that have been invalidated because of mail-in ballot fraud. That's a very real problem. And if you're going to be in certain situations here where some of these states are real tight and real close, you can absolutely flip a state with not much fraud. In other places where the margin is real big, it's going to be more difficult to get away with that. But in other places where the margin is pretty small, you can certainly get away with that mail fraud. You have to understand, the Bush-Gore election was decided by less than 600 votes. So it can be done. It's something that is certainly plausible. You have to be aware of. And that is the real concern of Trump supporters here. Trump is clearly winning tonight. And tomorrow, the day after, that may change, depending on these counts. And if it does change, you're going to have a lot of people who are not going to have any faith in this election system at all. They're just not going to trust it. There's a bunch of Biden supporters right now whose only hope is that this whole process benefits them with mail-in ballots. That is their only hope at this point in time, based on the numbers that we have. The only thing that helps Biden win is those mail-in ballots. Because right now, it's toast. Who finally called Ohio for Trump? Fox finally called Ohio for Trump. Should have happened an hour and a half ago. But at least they finally called it. I mean, he's been up almost 10 points in Ohio for how long now? He's up huge in Pennsylvania. Folks, Trump might very well get to those million vote advantage in Pennsylvania. He might. The way that things are looking right now. I mean, he's plus 500,000 right now, and they got 51% reporting. I suppose it's possible. They finally called Ohio for Trump. It took them long enough. But why are they not calling Florida? They just not want to believe it? They just don't want to believe it. But clearly, he's got Florida. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a little bit more live coverage coming up. Hey, if you're following me on DLive, if you're on dlive.tv/Casey the host right now, do me a favor. It doesn't cost you any ducats at all. Please hit that follow button. I would really appreciate it. It's free. Helps me out a lot. Helps the channel get to the next tier so that we have different things to unlock that you, the audience, can use on DLive. So if you're watching on DLive right now, please hit that follow button. I would really appreciate it. More coming up on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
There are many reasons to give blood. You are helping your neighbors in need. You improve your own cardiovascular health.
So Fox called Florida.
You are being a good citizen. You get a turkey? Yes, you heard that right. Give blood now and get a turkey. Go to the South Bend Medical Foundation and donate blood during the months of November and December and get a free turkey for your holiday. Donations are needed even at this busy time of year.
Oh, did they call it a half hour ago?
South Bend Medical Foundation to aid in emergency.
But again, it's only one place that's calling it. Nobody else is calling the damn thing.
This is like the worst holding pattern ever.
Well, it's one thing if you've got new information to report, but holy crap, there's nothing new. Absolutely nothing new.
Call 234-1157 or log on to givebloodnow.com. Roll up your sleeve and be a hero. Go to givebloodnow.com. Give blood now and get a turkey.
Hey, Casey Weed, president of Howard.
Still got Virginia as blue.
You are the author of
Well, I mean, Biden is gaining in Virginia. I will give them that. He is gaining in Virginia. So Virginia might very well end up being blue. It's possible. He's within 2 now. And he was down a whole bunch most of the night, but he's within 2 now. So
and purpose. When you know what you stand for, you can create a retirement roadmap.
Nevada's leaning red, but it's real early. Real early.
Join me for a complimentary webinar featuring story strategist of Fortune 500 companies and creator of the family brand, Chris Smith, where we lay out how to author an even bigger future through defining your mission, vision, and values, impacting not just your life while you are here,
like 2016
but the
right now.
you leave behind. Register now at retirewithpurpose.com or call 866-482-95.
Fox says Texas is close and won't call it. Okay. If you say so.
Burton's Laundry has been family owned and operated since 1961 and is here for you 7 days a week to help you with all your laundry needs. With
Sorry, guys.
machines, drop off laundry laundry by the pound or professional
Republicans have taken the lead in the Senate
has never been easier. Whether you need
and the House.
services or the occasional help
They're
with something your
outperforming in
machines at home
both.
just can't fit, their fast, friendly service will keep you coming back. Visit burtonslaundry.com today.
Michiana's election headquarters on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
Your breaking news and weather station.
Well, we basically told you that we were either going to have a landslide today and know who the president was going forward, or we were going to get to a point where this dragged out. We're at a point where it's going to drag out. So let's give you an update on the Senate and House outlook. Remember, the Senate, you need 51 to have a majority. Republicans have 45. Democrats have 44. It's getting close. In the House, you need 218 to take control. Republicans have 142. Democrats have 116. There are 177 seats that are still at stake in that race. So it is real close in the Senate. It's still close in the House. And as everybody, I know you were all wanting me to give you my predictions on what was going to happen with Congress, but folks, I just don't know. I really don't know. You know, you're starting to take a look at some of this. I guess they finally called Florida and Ohio on some news outlets. Some places are still refusing to call Texas for some reason. It's, like I said, it's just one of those things where you're looking at this and it's just bizarre. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, but there you go. Whole country red. I will say this. You look at Minnesota. Minnesota has been steadily in Biden's hands the entire night. Not something that I'm super surprised about, but I did say if I had a flex pick, I would have picked Minnesota. That's something to potentially go. Nevada is starting to get results in. Early results are favoring Trump, but that doesn't mean much. All that matters there is Clark County. Pennsylvania, Trump's way ahead. Ohio's finally been called for Trump, way ahead there. Michigan, way ahead. Wisconsin, ahead a little bit. Georgia, way ahead. North Carolina, ahead just a little bit, which is standard for North Carolina. And again, North Carolina has some delays, so they are going to count some of those votes tomorrow. They had some technical difficulties earlier. And you said with the Florida situation, like Florida should have been called a long time ago, and it's just bizarre to watch some of this stuff flare out. But the map overall, right now, okay, the outlook. We don't have your final tally because of the mail-in ballots and everything else that's going to be going on over the next week or so. But the map right now looks almost identical to 2016, with the exception of Arizona at this point. Arizona, a little bit different. Somebody posted a link about it ending in the 269 tie. I did that scenario earlier today at Monterey Mexican Bar and Grill when I was doing my show. There is a real path here to 269 tie. There really is. That's a possibility. But, you know, we'll ultimately see what ends up happening from this thing. But we are going to be settling into the long haul now. That's kind of where we're at. I have had one election where I went to bed not knowing the results. We had a pretty good idea, and then you had to wake up the next day and figure out what ended up happening. Only one before, and here we are. We're looking at that right now. So we'll see. We will see what's going on. But it is, you know, now we get the lawyers involved. Now we get all of the speculation involved. We get all of this. I don't know if there's going to be any writing as a result. No idea. I guess we'll find out depending on how things shake out tomorrow. But the country will go into country's going to go into chaos if we get a tie at 269. Like, it can happen, and it's not. It's one of those things where we always, every presidential election, we talk about the 269 tie. It is something that is extremely unlikely to happen in most elections, but there is a real possibility of there being a 269 tie this time around. That is a real possibility, considering all of these states. You have to look at this. So there's only a couple of states that are leaning Biden that they haven't called for Biden. There are a ton of states that are leaning heavily Trump that have nearly everything reported, and they're not calling those states for Trump. So you're looking at the Electoral College estimate and has Biden at 209 and Trump at 118. But if you look at the actual states, that's just not the case. Trump's, by the way, pulling way, way ahead in Iowa. He's pulling way out in Iowa. So he continues to build on his lead there, which I told you, you should expect. You should expect Iowa to go for Trump. So as we look at this, he said it's, they're going to go ahead and they're going to do what they're doing. He's expanding his lead in Texas, by the way, which has been squarely in Trump's hands for most of the night. I think we had the 7 o'clock hour was blue, and then it went red, and it's been red the entire night. And he's just continued to build on that lead. Biden's not come close. They're trying to say, I guess somebody said that they turned on Fox, and Fox just called Texas for Trump. They just now? About time. Because somebody just sent a message during the last break, and they said that that Texas was too close to call. And I'm like, according to who? Because it's clearly not. It's like Florida. Again, some of these places are still refusing to call Florida. There aren't enough votes for Democrats in the early voting to make up Florida. This doesn't make any sense. Unless there's a mass exodus away from the Republican Party in Florida to Joe Biden, which just isn't going to happen. It's just not going to happen, folks. So, unfortunately, we did not get to the point where we were going to have some kind of a final result tonight, but maybe we'll know early in the morning. So what's going to end up happening is I'm going to go home. You guys are going to log off. Everybody's going to go home, and we're all going to turn on the dang TV. We're going to sit there and wait and hope that something happens, and we'll see what ends up happening. But right now, the map looks virtually identical to 2016 with the exception of Arizona. Arizona is the only one that looks different. Everything else is exactly the same. We all know what happened in 2016. But we are dealing with these mail-in ballots. We are dealing with ballot harvesting. We're dealing with these remote drop-off locations. We're dealing with all of that nobody really fully understands or fully knows how it's going to be. So we're going to find out. And I'm sorry that we don't have a final result for you tonight, but hopefully we will know soon. Hopefully the country won't be left waiting. Hopefully we won't go into this huge legal battle. Hopefully there won't be a refusal to concede if the final result is crystal clear and all of the legal options have been exhausted. Hopefully we won't run into that. But there's real fear that is going to happen. And I know that bothers a lot of you, and it should bother a lot of you. It's one of the reasons that people are out there and they are boarding up their businesses right now because they know that if Trump wins this thing, there's going to be riots in the streets. They know that. Nobody is boarding up their businesses because they're afraid of Donald Trump people going out on the streets. Nobody. It's just not what anybody is thinking. So we're sitting here, we're looking at this, and I'm looking at a bunch of states. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm looking at 10 states that could be called for Trump right now that aren't. And I am looking at 2 states that could be called for Biden that aren't. And many places have given Arizona to Biden. So Minnesota and Arizona are the only ones. But Biden has continued to maintain his lead in Arizona and Minnesota. So it looks like I called Arizona wrong at this point, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. And who knows? Maybe the exact opposite of what a lot of Trump supporters think is going to happen may actually happen. You'll have one of those things where the mail-in ballots actually end up benefiting Trump. Who knows? I mean, stranger things have certainly happened. Look what we've been dealing with Virginia all night, which is now within 2 points, by the way. So suddenly Virginia starting to look like it might very well be the blue state that we all thought it was. Who knows? Hey, I just wanted to take some time. I know that it's been a long day. I know that this has been a long election cycle, and we're going to take, depending on how this shakes out again and what the stories are looking like over the next week. I know that this is going to continue to wear on a lot of you. It's going to wear on me. It's going to wear on everybody in the news media. No doubt about that. Now, I kind of win either way because Trump wins. I get to deal with the same weird craziness that we have already dealt with. if Biden wins, I get to deal with a whole new level of craziness, all sorts of different crazies out there and possible regime change happening under Biden. So technically, I win either way professionally. Personally, where my allegiances are, but we couldn't do this without all of you. And we know that the election season is a tough one. We know that the stories, especially with the pandemic and COVID, are all they all seem to run together as the same thing every single day. We get it. We understand that there is a drain on everybody, but it is extremely important. And this is kind of like our Super Bowl. It's just being stretched out for an extra period of time since we have perpetual campaigning, and now we've got all of these contentious potential legal battles here. But we couldn't do it without all of you. We are grateful for your support, both on 95.3 MNC, our social media. For those of you watching on D Live, we couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. Let's hope for the best. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
WTRC FM and HD1, Niles, South Bend, Elkhart.
I'm totally not telling you that John fell asleep.
That's okay.
All right.
Folks, please hit the follow button. Please. We're trying to get to 1,000 followers. Please hit the follow button. I've had 200 people on the stream the entire night. Please hit the follow button. For the love of God.
Can you record a liner?
Can I record a liner?
No, I'll just throw something generic in. It's kind of like a weird day to do that.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to bounce. So, again, thank you so much. You have a wonderful night. And we'll see you tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be some chaos before I come on tomorrow. So, make sure you stay tuned to Michiana's Morning News for the latest updates, and then I'll see you tomorrow at 3. And for those of you on the stream, we'll see you at 2 o'clock tomorrow for the premium live stream. All right, you all be safe. We'll chat at you.